and salutations, everybody. How is everyone doing here tonight? How are you doing tonight? How are you doing, Boncape? How you doing, Wag and Pride? Yeah, Pride was here as well, and I get Joe as well. We're here at one point. How is everyone doing tonight? We are here. We are back. We waited to get Fooky chat by Fooky. Since I think Ed's gonna kill me if we don't do some Final Fantasy 14. Lucky enough, there is some Halloween stuff happening in Final Fantasy 14. So I think that what we're gonna do for Halloween. For Final Fantasy, we're gonna do some. I get Fooky. I think we get like a pumpkin monster thing.
Did you answer if your cocoa is coffee cocoa or just cocoa?
Okay, so hang on. Yes, we can talk about this. So am I on the white queen? Oh, hang on. I forgot. It's still, there we go. It's still showing the console that not on. First of all, pumpkin is back. But yeah, it is 4 scoops of cocoa, and then so Sam got like the little coffee pot thing that do like cups. So I usually do 4 scoops of cocoa, turn it on for like 8 ounces, and then once that is done, I take one of them little oh god, is it K-cups? I think they're called K-cups, right? The little cups of coffee that the machine like dabs, and then I do 6 ounces of that. So yeah, it don't ask me what kind of coffee it is. I have no idea. I think it was like Queen Dreams or something with the name of it. I don't know. Like a couple years ago, Sam ended up, she was getting into coffee really heavily a couple years ago. And so she bought like a big giant like value pack from like Amazon that came with like 200 K-cups of just random flavors. You know, flavor. I do in the camper. I don't think cocoa have flavor. Smell, yeah. Flavor, no. But nonetheless, and Sam ended up not liking them, or at least the one she tried. So, as I am a cocoa person come winter time, and it's kind of chippy, I probably need to open my window, because I think it's like 30 degrees out, 40 degrees out right now. But, so yeah, I just mix coffee with cocoa. So it's literally cocoa coffee. I don't know what the name, I'm pretty sure though there's probably a coffee snob out there that probably have a specific name for what I do, but I do call it cocoa coffee, because it's literally half cocoa, half coffee. But yeah, that's what we're doing at that time of the year again. Like, I think it's time to start everything with some cocoa coffee. So, that is the plan here. And also, I was telling Sam earlier why I was dealing with the cocoa coffee and cooking a pizza. Come the beginning, or I should say the end of October, we need to see if we can make it a Walmart and see if they have any, like, because, you know, Walmart usually do, like, after Halloween stuff left, they usually mark it down, like, 70%.
So no creamer? The cocoa lightens the flavor?
Yeah, no cream or nothing. It's just straight up cocoa, water, coffee, water. That's literally all it is. Cause usually the cocoa is like strong enough for me, where like I don't even notice the coffee. But yeah, no cream or nothing like that. Just straight cocoa and coffee and a lot of water. But I'm a simple man. Also, I'm a lazy man as well. And also, you know, my taper being fucked kind of also helps, cause you know, once again, it takes something very like drastically strong for me to fully taste anything. Same thing for smell. Which, you know, from what I was told when I was younger, it was mainly because of my allergy. Like, doctor told me, like, yeah, you're going to be fucked because your allergy is so bad. So yeah, like, smell and taste is, like, very, very limited for me. So, and if I did cream and stuff, I don't even know if I would actually taste it or anything. And also, I will say cream for Sam for, like, the once in a blue moon she have coffee. Yeah, when she not like, I want to go outside to like a local mom and pop shop and get coffee. You know, whenever she's not doing that. But yeah, no cream or nothing. But yeah, well, like Walmart usually like discount all them shit for Halloween. Like the night when they reopen after Halloween. So I'm kind of hoping we get a golden shield. Don't worry,
Shut up.
We're gonna play Final Fantasy. We talking about my cup. Look at my cup. And we talking about Cocoa Coffee. That too. How you doing, X? How you doing? I'm not uninstalling.
Uninstall.
Why am I uninstalling? But yeah, I'm hoping they have some more cups and they be like a dawdle. That's the dream.
Fail. I might as well join in.
Wait, what do you mean? Are you? Fuck you too, Ti. Fuck you, Hey,
We don't want fake gamers.
What? I'm not fake gamers. I've been gaming since my very first memory at like 4-year-old, playing combat on the
Fuck you, Troy.
on Atari and blowing up tank in a dark room with nothing in it but a black and white TV, and supposedly the room was haunted, and that's why I could play in there because my mother wouldn't go into that room. But nonetheless, fuck you too.
Fuck you, Troy.
Fuck you too. By the way, we did beat Vampire. By the way. Also, T.I. update on the ending. I don't know if I did something good. I don't think the ending was that bad Mass Effect, by the way. I think that might have been a little much. But
Fuck you, Troy.
But I did beat Vampire. My only real complaint for the ending was a lot of the, I shouldn't say a lot of the characters. It's like, I get technically. My only issue I had was, okay, heads up, chat. Bolo for Vampire the Masquerade 2 here. My only issue I had was, Lou wasn't near the end. And
Dude, who was the bad? Who put the mark on you?
So it was our naughty scientist girl. So what ended up happening? Okay, like I said, Bolo here for Vampire. So what? Don't worry, we're gonna get a Final Fantasy. It'll be fine, X. So what ended up happening was Lou comes. Yeah, it was all. Lou decided that she was gonna be Prince again. So she came back to the court. She left her towel and like, I'm gonna be the Prince now. And the other Prince didn't care. She didn't comment on it. And so she became the Prince again. We went and looked at Anarch to see if they were walking with the Sabbat. They wasn't, but we did have a cameo from a character from the Bloodline 1 at the end. It was odd. She showed up. We had like a conversation boss battle. Does it not feel Halloween? Don't worry. Third Halloween will happen here in a few days. But we had a cameo from one of the Anarchs in the fourth game, and we had a little fight. We had a fight with her, and she just left. Like, what the point of that beyond the cameo? But we, Lou pretty much told us, hey, go kill the Anarchs, or go kill the leader of the Anarchs, or I am gonna kill all of them. And she filed me as a, I'm sorry, I got 20 thoughts in my head right now. BoogieNet, no, you guys got jumped. One of you got jumped in chat. So Lou technically filed me as a Prince. God damn it. So when we went back to tell Lou, it would be like, fuck you, Lou, we gotta fight you, you know, because I ended up siding with the Anarchs. I'm like, fuck Lou, because she threatened to file me, so I'm like, fuck her. So, as I was going back to the tower to confront Lou after finding out that the Anarch wasn't a part of the Sabbat, we, ended up, pretty much once we got there, we found the Prince, the original Prince. Not Lou, but the other one.
Fuck you? She can fire me ATP mouth.
I know, right? I know. So we went back to the tower to tell Lou to pretty much fuck off and to tell
fuck you, I'm a go watch Pokemon that fake gamer.
Don't worry, we'll be in Final Fantasy in like 10 minutes, don't worry. But you go back to the tower to confront Lou. You get there, you find the other Prince tied up in a shield, I believe she had a stake in her because she wasn't talking. So she was like, not dead, because the thing about vampire, if you get stake, it put you to sleep. And then when you pull the stake out, you wake up. Because the only way to kill a vampire in Vampire the Masquerade is sun, decapitation, or maybe a shotgun to the head. You know, pretty much zombie. Do something with the head. So we get back to the tower. We get stake. We wake up in the morning as the sun is coming up. They unstake us. And the little scientist girl was like, yeah, I put the mark on you. I faked my death because our plan was she was in love with Fabian Sile. And Lou ended up, I don't know if you were here for it, but Lou pretty much took Fabian Sile, put him under a building, and pretty much turned him into just a little like statue thing in prison. So the scientist lady plan was, since he was so weak, and would put him ready to die, and he was trapped in like a parallel dimension thing that Lou put him in. Our plan was she was going to put the mark on us, and we were going to go down there, and when we met him, we were supposed to eat him. And the mark was going to trap the soul of Fabian Sile in us, so when we came back, his brain would take us over. No, it was 60. It was 60, Wag. How you doing, Wag? It was 60, not 70. I didn't buy the collector editions or anything, because like, if I'm not getting a physical, I'm just going to buy the DLC when they're on sale. So I just did the 60. But yeah, since I didn't eat him, because, you know, I killed him. I didn't eat him. She was like, fuck, you ruined my plan. So, and then, she decided, since that didn't work. What?
Spooky.
How are you doing, Clyde?
His navn, Is, Maconn.
No,
Ange har skammet oss all. 59 months of payment. $500 skammet. Countless pennies on this. This is what we get. Troy playing a fin der on horror month. Old Troy is turning in his grave as we speak.
I'm not playing Wave Final. We're not playing Wave Final. I'm talking about Vampire right now. And then we're doing Halloween and Final Fantasy 4X. And then we're gonna do other fun. And then gonna do more spooky game.
She sounds Russian.
She's supposed to be like Romanian. It's supposed to be the voice. So yeah, Romanian. Because I was like, vampire, Romanian. But how you doing, Clyde? Yeah, you heard very bad English. It wasn't English. I could actually make out the English. It was bad English Romanian. And what you got, Clyde? How you doing, Clyde? I'm recapping Vampire for TI right now. How you doing? Welcome to Shenanigan and Cocoa Coffee. I'm not playing Wave Final. Not playing Wave Final. But yeah, so since our plan didn't work out, and since Lou came back, she was like, fuck it. I'm gonna kill you because you haven't been possessed by my level. Probably because, as they stated, I got possessed by Fabian because, you know, shit happened with Fabian. And they were supposed to eat the soul of Fabian Sile. And since Fabian had tied to his Sile, it ate his soul instead, which is why he was in my head. It wasn't because I cannibalized him. It was because of a hand marker. So ended up, she ended up killing the plants, or killing the normal plant, the little Asian girl, by opening a window and set her on fire. And she was going to do the same thing to us, but we escaped, mainly because Fabian was like, bitch, jump out of the window into the sun. And this is where my problem honestly comes in, is you escape after she do a villain monologue, and find out the thing with the nightclub owner when we fought like the billions of mannequins and all the little blood people. What they were doing now was they were collecting blood because the Sabbat wanted to collect blood to do a ritual to black out the sun. Tell me if you ever heard that before. And that's what they were doing now. So we after we find out that what that was about, we jump out a window and we claw our way into a building, halfway burnt. So we passed out for a couple weeks because, take time to heal. But thank goodness that Seattle had tall buildings and it had a lot of shadows, so we didn't technically fully cook. But we did, at Fabian said, like, we got the badass story to say we literally walked into sunlight to stop the Sabbat, which more like we fought out of a building and got cooked a little, but, still pretty badass nonetheless. But we wake up in a building a couple days later when we heal ourselves. And this is where my problem come in. And like, at that point, we still have Tali. We still have Lou. We got the scientific goal being the big bad. So Tali, we don't see Tali again, and we don't see Lou again to the ending credit stuff. Which I really wish Tali would have showed up in the building we were hiding out at, and he'd be showing me like, hey, fucko, you was out for a week. Yo, what happened? That didn't happen. So that was kind of just like my fault problem with the ending with that. Because I'm like, why in the fuck? Because Tali would have so showed up.
So most of the big players are still in play.
Yeah. Tali at that point is Anox, doing Anox shit. We don't see them again after we verify they're not with the Sabbat and we have the cameo. Lou is still around. Tali is still around. The scientist goal is still around. Fabian ended up dying because, like, Fabian was like, I give my energy to keep you alive so you wouldn't cook yourself to death. Which I personally liked the way they ended Fabian with him dying, more like moving on. I just kind of wish it was after the boss fight, personally. After we got rid of the mark, and when we killed the big bad, we got rid of the mark. But that's just me. I think the scene is great, but the scene should have happened after the boss fight, not before the final boss. But, small nitpick there. But yeah, I really wish Tali would have showed up. Just then, we would have woke up after being cooked, being like, hey, fucker. Because we were supposed to be out for, like, days at that point. So when you actually wake up.
So, final rating.
2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 heal would be my rating, which I would get to why in a moment. But yeah, you pretty much wake up. The whole city have been taken over by the plant ritual thing that the Sabbat were trying to do with all the blood.
Troy's passion is dead. His soul taken. By the way of Final Fantasy VIII Triple Triad and Wayfinder. He is an addict. Constantly yearning for the old fire to reignite, but to no avail. I saw it. I saw the look in his eyes playing Wayfinder. I saw the 18-hour streams.
Yeah,
Where has the passion gone? Where is the soul of Cornicio? Where did it all go wrong? Now, bring back the passion. And the real red chair. Not this imitation prop. Disgusting behavior, Troy. That's a 4.
Do I need to go turn on the big light so you can see the shield? The shield is the red shield. Also, what are you talking about? I'm over here being passionate about vampire. I don't know what you're talking about, Pod. I'm being passionate about this ending. I have some feelings. But I would turn on the light. Also, we did like a 16-hour stream last night. Thank you very much. But yeah, like, the city had pretty much been sacrificed for the, like, ritual to black out the sun. And so you pretty much go up, you fight the big bad. She don't really do that much of a monologue. She is now, for whatever reason, naked and got scriptures all over, I get, for the ritual, for the sun, I guess. The boss fight was fucking annoying. And then you just beat her. And after you beat her, you just kind of walks out. And then you get a voiceover.
So a 4 out of 10? That's below average. I for sure thought you'd give it like a 6.
I'm realistically, if we go by the actual play, it's like, yeah, it would be roughly a 4. Which, like I said, I will blame that in a second. But yeah, real quick before I go into that. But after you beat the boss, you pretty much get a voiceover from Tali being like, so, listen, what happened? And like, well, the fuck would you, like, pre-ending? But you pretty much just get, like, a flash page of art. And Towie is just like, yeah, the government and the vampires, and we just kind of walked out that we said that the part of Seattle that got destroyed by the ritual was actually a gas leak, and it ended up killing everybody. And then when the military hunters came in, they had to burn down the neighborhood to get rid of the gas, and it was like him just being like, he'll cover up a wine. Nobody know about blocking out the sun, which is whatever. And then Towie was all like, oh yeah, and then Lou went back to her manor up in top of the tower, and then Hunter surrounded her and set her house on fire and murdered her, like off screen. Like, what? So I don't think the ending, what is that? Like the whole like build up and the motivation and the pointing stuff, I am like fine with. My only issue I have, Tolly should have been there when we woke up from being, like, set on fire by the sun. He should have been there to point up to us. Also, since the scientific goal wanted to kill Lou because, Lou, trapped her love in a parallel dimension for, a couple hundred years.
But if didn't see her burn, Mommy could still be alive.
Maybe.
Even if she's batshit insane.
Maybe. Because they just said Hunter burned down her building and killed her, what Tolly say in the end. So she could be still alive. But outside of Tolly being there pointing up before the boss battle, and Fabian should have had Fabian scene after the boss battle. Because like I said, the Fabian scene was great. Of him, like, saying goodbye and, like, honestly being, like, a little emotional acting question. Like, am I a good detective and whatnot? It was like, gonna miss you, Fabian. But that should have moved. But the other thing that should have happened was instead of Tolly doing a voiceover being like, oh yeah, Lou died in a fire because of hunters. It should have been, Lou should have been there with the scientific gore. And when we walk into the boss fight, Lou should have been there. And then that should have been like one more option of like, do you side with Lou or not? And like, Lou can still die, whatever. I don't care. Like, she could still die. But I kind of wish she was there in the room with the final boss. And, we would have had, like, some scene of all, like, acting or revenge on Lou. Or Lou being like, fuck you, honey. I'm an OAP vampire. Let's go. And then have Lou just die somehow because of maybe the ritual or some shit. That would have been nice. And then my other third complaint about the ending is when, before we ended up cooking ourselves and we were getting the monologue of why the scientific goal was the big bad, was she was talking about, like, oh yeah, we got plants underground and we were going to take all the blood from that club and feed it to the plants, and we told the plant will grow from the underground into the surface and block out the sun. And when she was explaining that, I kind of wish it was, like, more of a build-up to that. Because it's, like, one of them things that, like, that fucking came out of nowhere. But at the same time, that do explain why they just murdered, like, 5,000 people at that nightclub. Beyond just being creepy. So it's just like, it's like, yeah, that explains it. But this is literally the fourth time I'm hearing about this. At least in vocal, anyway. Maybe it wasn't a note or something I missed or picked up. So I kind of wish it was like a little bit of a like build up, like when we were underground, attack going after Fabian Sile. I really wish we would have thought seeing plants or thought getting some type of hint they existed. But we didn't. So it just like, would that like cut content and they just like fuck it, add a monologue to explain the ending a boss battle. I don't know, wind the town in Detroit at the end. But yeah, I don't think it was that bad as Mass Effect, but I do think there was, like, a couple things that could have been elaborated on or a couple things that could have been moved around. Because honestly, with, like, the scientific goal, when she was doing a monologue, like, oh, this made total sense, and this seemed like legit motivation. This is fine. I'm okay with this. It just, the ending felt very much just like, you wake up, oh, city been Detroit, okay, I'm gonna walk my happy ass, to the tower. And then, like, And then the big badge are like, you lost, Nomad. I could have loved you if you let the soul in. Let's fight. And then just go straight into a fight. And then Tali shit just being a image with Tali talking. But I honestly, I don't think. I feel like the only thing that feel like my choices didn't matter, because I know that was a complaint with like Mass Effect, was like your choices didn't feel like it mattered in the end with the original ending. I would say like I said, the only thing I really wish would have been, what I really wish Lou was in the actual end. Because like that was the one thing that like was like lingering and like. So if I was a good boy the whole time, nothing would really happen. And any being a bad boy to Lou, because, you know, near the end, I was like, fuck you, Lou. Like, any getting to the end of all planning stuff, and like...
Your score lines up with user reviews.
Oh,
but I thought those are review bombs based on DLC plans and stuff, no?
Oh, if it don't Metacritic it, that would be no. But the review thing was, like, pre-order stuff. Like, am I pretty accurate? Yeah, so, yeah, yeah, oh, wow, yeah. User reviews are 44. Holy shit. Yeah, so I'm, like, right with the user. See, chat, this is why I'm a better reviewer than IGN. I would say go watch my video on Etroplay, but, you know, you're gonna have to go look up random YouTube videos at that point. But I did not know that. I did not know I lined up with the community. Holy shit. But yeah, I felt like so yeah, I don't think the ending was terrible. I just think there was some things that could have been done to the ending to make it better. Motivation, big bad, all that, like, I'm cool with. Good. Just don't fucking have Tali disappear to after credit to be a fucking off-screen, you know, dialogue and you know, having Lou die off-screen. Like, but yeah, that is like my main problem with the ending. But I would say, honestly, I am really happy with the ending up to you wake up in the church after you get set on fire by the sun. Like, everything up to that point was like, this is good. I'm okay with that. I don't see a problem. And then I wake up and then it's like, oh, okay, yep. This is, you know, by the time you, like, wake up, and you feel like it's one of them things that, like, you just doing a motion to just, like, get to the end. You know? It just, like, but, and like I said, the ending fight was annoying. It was, so pretty much my overall thoughts on it, to be totally honest, why I would be, like, you know, a 2 out of 5. If I was still doing, like, Etroplay review, it would be a 2 out of 5. With that being said, I did have fun playing it, though. So, IGN, goddamn. Oh my god. Reliable sort. No, I'm a better reliable sort than IGN. Don't forget about my beef with IGN, with them lying about that, one game I got, you know, sent to that event for. And, like, we in the fucking same room, and everything in the video was a lie. Or just, like, that's not what the game was. Literally, we were in the same room with them.
Can't spell ignorant without IGN, CACW.
That still always bothered me about IGN. It's just, like, we literally were at the same event with each other. And then we literally played the game for, what was it, like an hour and a half? Where we played against each other. With Debs on the phone call with us. You know, answering questions and teaching us how to play. And then you come out with your video and just, like, everything in that video was, like, a lie or a exaggeration or not what it was. It's like...
Facts.
I will forever have a beef with that IGN review or preview or over that. They're like, what the fuck? 9.6. Therefore, oh my god. You know, honestly, I can't argue with that play. At least they give Vagrant Story a high review, huh? But yeah, like, you're not wrong. I think, honestly, Joe, how you doing, Joe? I think honestly the statement when all the bullshit was happening with them being like, oh, we don't think the DLC thing gonna impact our sales. I think that just show how small a sale they was honestly affecting. But but yeah, with that being said, it's like I will say probably the main reason why it would be a 2 out of 5 for me. Like I said, I have fun with it. I think realistically the best case scenario for the game, especially if you're not like a die-hard like vampire fan like I am, would be pay no more than 10 to 15 bucks. Put the game on like easy, maybe casual, at least for the boss fight anyway, because the boss fights are fucking annoying. But then again, the boss fight was annoying in Bloodline 1 to the point that I had to quit the game to beat some of them bosses. Or when I played it with Sam, where I just put in God mode, killed the boss, and then took it off. So, you know, something never change, I guess. But yeah, I'm in the camp of play the main story, put it on easy or casual, probably beat it within, like, from what I was seeing some people that were doing walkthroughs on YouTube seem to be about 7 hours.
Well, that room with you having all the weapons you put on the floor makes me lean towards the 4 you gave it. But I swore most of what I saw was serviceable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like this. Like, my main issues is not the main story and not the main quest. Because I still think that stuff is, like, still really good. Like the whiting and whatnot, like, that stuff shine. Fabian is... Like, I was saying it yesterday, and I still will say it. If the voice actor for Fabian is not nominated for one of the best voice actors of the year, I am going to be upset. I know he's not going to be because, you know, the Game Award will probably not bother putting Fabian in here. But Fabian was great. Like, Fabian is, like, the highlight. Like, especially with him, like, also doing the voices of all the shit you are talking to, like the random objects. Literally, at one point, he was yelling at me because I was talking to a cat. Fucking great. Fabian stuff was great. The writing was great. Other than, like, a few little plot holes here and there, which I will talk about in a second. But yeah, like, the main story stuff was fantastic. And everything else, you know, everything else that will get, like, iffy. More in the spotlight. It's like, my only issue is, like, I don't know how many people, like, actually fully reviewed it. And then also...
Game Awards favor games that are more in the spotlight.
That is true. That is very, very true. You're not wrong, T.I. Which is the reason I think it probably won't, because I think the Game Awards
Careful,
will, like...
chat, this streamer lies, cheats, and steals.
What? No. The Game Award do. But no, I honestly, the reason I don't think he's gonna be nominated, because I don't think enough, what is it? Yeah, 28 reviews from outlets. I don't think there are enough outlets to get it nominated, and then I don't think there are enough people that actually play the game to, you know, get it up with the popular vote. But just no, for me, like, I would say right now, Fabian, bet voice actor of the year, and I still say South of Midnight is bet music of the year. That is what it is for me right now. But cause anytime Fabian talk, it was a treat. But the part outside of, like, the main story stuff,
it takes Troy 100 business days to start his gaming as he rents away. Someone boxed him.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But this is what we do, X. But yeah, my biggest issue, honestly, in why the game is like a 4 and not like a 3 would be the open world pointless.
Expedition 33 had a pretty strong voice cast.
Yeah, I don't think honestly, let's say Fabian did get nominated, and like Expedition 33 will probably win. I would just be honestly fine if it was nominated, to be totally honest. But you know, Fabian is really high for me though. But you're not wrong. Let's be honest, Expedition 33 gonna take probably everything at the Game Awards. Like, let's be honest, that game absolutely gonna take everything this year. But yeah, like, my biggest issue, the open world was pointless. The side missions was also just pointless. Like, Most of the side mission would either, hey, go pick an item out of a garbage can, or give an item to an NPC that you would never see again. Or, like, I still say the Bahu Hakim stuff was probably the most interesting, but at the same time, it was still just like, oh, so this dude ended up selling his white wedding ring so he can go buy hookers, and then he came home and beat her. Go take care of him. So some of them were, like, interesting just because they're like, okay, but maybe that had my own bias in it because I had pretty much Sam.
You guys even have points to box? Help us pride.
Sam probably could, but Sam is in bed. But like, and then you had, like, the collectible stuff, like, oh, collect me, you know, Detroit camera, collect me an item, and just like, ah. So, like, all the side missions, like that, other than Bahu Hakim, actually had a cutscene at the end of It Quest line, which is kind of neat because they were like wrapping up with Fabian, like the people he dealt with, and then the Samba lady also had like an ending cutscene for a quest line, which was like, yeah, okay, this is fine, which all tie back to Fabian. Nothing insane. It just gave his people that was his like blood people a point outside of Fabian, but only them two. But yeah, city pointless, side missions pointless. Leveling is very much, I do feel like leveling could go either way. Of like, you could start a game as a clan and be like, I like the ability. Why would you upgrade? So, like, I feel like leveling in that funky camp of, like, depending on the person, you could so easily just be like, I like the ability, that map my playstyle, I'm good to go 5 minutes into the game, and, like, you never touch anything else. And I think the main reason for that is because you could only have 5 abilities on at one time. You couldn't, like, mix and match. Like, you could, well, not mix and match. You couldn't have, like, a whole list of failed to do. It's just, like, you have 4 ability pick. And the thing is, like, if you pick a clan that have ability that line up with your playstyle, why would you want to change anything? Fuck you too, X. Like Angry Children. What? Wait, oh God, what? How? Why? What Angry Joe doing? Wait, what? One time it was 3 minutes. I was like, why is it short? No, it's 5 minutes. The bot is still 5 minutes. We changed it back to 5 minutes. I gotta get rid of the money out of the economy X. But yeah, side mission pointless, city pointless. The Anarch up feel like it was just kind of there because it had to be there. Like a lot of the Anarch up just felt kind of like, okay. You know, it wasn't, I get the better way to put it, like, usually in Vampire.
Sounding like a true Trump supporter.
What do you mean? Because the Anarchs is not great. But usually Anarch up with the Camarilla is, like, usually more involved, and it just, like, I get they have to be here to be here. Like, the Camarilla stuff was great, though. Like, I was fine with the Camarilla stuff and the Whitey and the relationship. That all great. But Anarch just felt, eh. The Sabat stuff was good. Any if it, you know, at the end kind of got, you know, iffy. But yeah, like, that is, like, my biggest thing. Like, leveling is all over the place, or have the ability to be all over the place, depending on who you are as a player. City is pointless. Side missions are pointless. Leveling is pointless. Combat feel extremely clunky. Stealth felt great. Maybe because I didn't have combat ability. Maybe I'd be getting disintuned if I had more combat stuff. But doing stealth was fun. It reminded me of Batman. But the second I had a fight, it usually went downhill pretty quick. The boss battles was all over the place in difficult fights. You know, it went from just being annoying to just like, fuck this. For whatever reason, I don't know why, they would not balance great.
Stealth was great. Because you can avoid the combat AJ's goal.
Exactly. And like I said, it was fun being like Batman, just hanging up on top of a whoop, jumping down, killing the dude, getting back on the whoop, you know, like Batman was doing with the Gargoyles and Arkham Asylum. And then the only other thing, which maybe like DLC stuff, we will see if it's DLC stuff. And also maybe because I killed the hunter, is like we never found out what was going on with Max. Because I think you saw it when you was here, T.I. How the hunter lady was like, oh, we heal for Max. Why aren't you healed for Max? What did I do with Max? Maybe because I killed her. Maybe that's the reason. But, like, after that, Max never came back up. So, like, what the fuck was Matt doing? Like, we didn't see him. We saw him, like, one more time after that. And we find him up when we go into the anart to be like, oh, you guys a bot? And we literally went up to him and be like, hey, dude, we'll delete all the anart. Like, you're gonna kill her. I don't think
I still have no idea who the fuck Max was. I missed that.
So Max was, he was the baby daddy, to the original Show Up.
1 hour and still stalling, yikes.
Don't worry, this is how we roll. But yeah, he was the daddy, to the original, Show Up.
You have no idea? WTF he is yapping about.
Yes. But yeah, he was the dad to the Show Up, that were running around killing Thin Bloods in the beginning. That was, Fabian bought when Fabian was still alive. But yeah, that who he was. I like Max, because Matt's whole explanation was like, hey, I was a troubled kid, I got turned into a vampire, I became more stable, I got my head on my shoulder. And, you know, he was like, I saw Benny, which was the, you know, the Show Up. And he was like, yeah, he was angry and chaotic. And, like, vampirism, like, changed me and made me a better person. I would hope it did the same to him. And he turned him and just made him worse. But yeah, that's who Max was. So I'm like,
Yep, Fabi, yep, Dick in Troy's mouth, yep, by yep, Troy eats sticks. Fuck you, Troy.
Fuck you, too. But yeah, like, when you meet him again, and you're just like, where you leader? Tell me where you leader at. I need to find your leader. And like, shouldn't we act like Buddy?
Vampire sucks ass. Worst creation fiction shit ever.
Hey, Matt Dway is great, though. But yeah, like, you would think we were at Max of being
just like Triple Triad, Dog Creations.
Triple Triad was great. But you would think we would meet him and be like, hey, dude, what the fuck did you do to the hunters? You got a whole faction of hunter trying to kill you. What the fuck? But we never asked him about it, so. And then after that, we never see him again. So maybe if I made that hunter lady my baby, maybe we would have found out that. Which, in return, from the way she was talking, I kind of feel like we're going to turn her into a vampire and she was just going to leave and we never see her again, probably. But yeah, like.
Can I get a 7 in the chats that Troy Triple Triad sucks and his rants is satire now?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm elaborating here. I don't have a podcast anymore to do this on. But yeah, so that was like a big thing. Like, hopefully that get answered on the DLC, because if not, that was a random plot hole. But, God damn it, T.I. But yeah, I feel overall, though, I'd say if you can get the game for like 10 to 15 bucks.
7.
Oh,
7.
Damn it.
7.
This is the reason it's going to take longer to get the Final Fantasy chat.
7.
I'm going to say and drink my cup of coffee, chat.
7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7.
All the
7.
sevens.
7. 7. 7. 7.
What's the deal with the 7, though?
7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7.
Do I need to put on Gundams?
7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7.
I'm curious. What is somebody review? What you guys went, you know,
7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7.
It is time for coffee.
7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. ATP 777 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 ATP 777. What in the 7 is going on here?
Vampire the
Remember,
Masquerade
chat,
Bloodlines is
Troy
one
needs
of
to
those
play
games that
18
tends to
hours more of
occasionally enter
FFX
the
or he
peripheral of
breaks
PC
contract
gamers when
cap.
vampire games in general are mentioned. It's always had pretty damn good reviews. It's always been considered a cult classic, even with over 7,000 reviews now on Steam alone. It tends to be one of those games that just didn't seem like it was going to be in the category that it wound up in. It's gotta be horror, right? No, not particularly, at least not by, say, Silent Hill or Resident Evil standards. The video game's actually based off of a tabletop RPG released way back in 1991, which means VTM Bloodlines basically did in 2004 what Cyberpunk 2077 is doing this year. I've had this game on my to-play list since 2014, and it's been mentioned to me numerous times by quite a few fans of the game as something that would fit well on my channel. Well, with the help of my comrades over at GOG, I've managed to secure another deal with them for a 55% off discount over the next couple of days. With it being October and the semi-recent news about a sequel coming out in 2021, now's a better time than ever to dive into this game. To get us started, I'll mention that VTM Bloodlines is unfortunately one of those games that suffered from quite a bit of bugginess when it released back in 2004. Fortunately, pretty much everything you could hope for is fixed by an unofficial patch that's easily found through a Google search. It's also worth noting that GOG comes with the patch already baked into the game, which is nice. So hopping into a new game has you making quite a few choices that reflect just about what you would expect from a game that stems from a tabletop RPG. You can jump right into a character sheet, or you can answer some questions that will guide your character, which I always enjoy doing in these types of games. This has me answering some hard-hitting questions, such as, "You were mugged last night. It wasn't life-threatening, but you want to take some measures to make sure that if it happens again, you aren't defenseless. Do you sign up for a martial arts class? Next time they try it, you'll break their spine? Start carrying a knife and conceal it in your belt. Next person who tries it breathes through a hole in their neck? Buy a gun. The next mugger is sidewalk meat?" The questions are generally on the border of edgy. I don't mind them. I actually think they set the tone of the game pretty well with their mentioning of nightclubs, art sales, and overall urban kind of lifestyle. It immediately separates the idea of this game existing in some kind of gothic medieval setting and lets you know you'll be participating in a relatively modern environment. The results of my pop quiz has me being picked up by the Toreador family, which values charismatic and suave discussion over fisticuffs. My issue personally is that I really want to be a suave vampire that can rip people limb from limb. And the Toreadors go hard in one direction but not the other. I could start over and flip-flop to a more melee-oriented family, but a little research shows that melee is not very useful when it comes to the late game compared to using guns. We'll get more to that later on though. For now, let me brush over the 7 different clans which are involved in this game. We've got the Toreadors, which I ultimately decided to run with here. They're known as the most social among human society, and blend in perfectly as eccentric artsy types. Then there's the other family that I almost went with, the Bruja clan. They're known as hot-headed rebellious types who give in to their feelings and fight for their beliefs in a vampire utopia fiercely, despite the possible repercussions. Then you've got the Ventru clan, which is seen as the most regal and upper crust of vampire society.
I'm free!
Troy sits atop his pixel throne, scamming pennies from loyal viewers while drowning them in endless rants. Reviews? Never. Just noise. Meanwhile, whispers rise, Don's Gaming's the real deal. And Josh? Maybe think twice before tossing your coin into Troy's cursed fountain. The chat watches, weary and wise, as the scam saga loops again. Troy sits atop his pixel throne, scamming pennies from loyal viewers while drowning them in endless rants.
Their posh and pompous demeanor makes it so that they can't feed on low-life humans and animals without getting sick. Next we've got the counterpart to the Brujas, the Gangrel clan. These are a more nomadic tribe of vampires which care little for vampiric politics and would rather spend their days hunting in the outskirts of society. The last of the more society-based clans is the Tremere clan, which care more about the pursuit of arcane knowledge than anything else, and has harnessed blood magic to aid them in their activities. The final two clans are a bit more unhinged from the rest. The Nosferatu tribe looks exactly as you'd expect, and hide themselves from everyone else because of their hideous visage in the underground. And finally, the Malkavians might be the most interesting in terms of how they function. They're referred to as lunatics by all the other clans, as they hear voices which guide them constantly through the world, causing them to see pretty much everything differently from other clans. Of course, there's a lot more to these families than the brief description that I just gave, including upsides and downsides for every single one, but I'll spare you the details on that. What I will say is that I love the raw potential alone here. I can't honestly sit here and pick out a single clan and go, yeah, but this one's just like this one except that it looks different. I think all of them have their potential to stick out as their own thing, and I can't wait to see how these clans interact with each other. From here we have the nitty-gritty character sheet stuff, which encompasses your attributes, abilities, and disciplines. I won't dive into every little feature here, as I'd probably be sitting here talking about them for 10 minutes straight. But the important overview to note here is that you've got your combat skills, which reflect your ability to fight with your fists, melee weapons, or guns, plus how much defense you have going for.
There we go. We will come back to you probably net.
Tell that reviewer to drop his balls already.
I don't know who this is. I couldn't find the video I was looking for. It was a very specific vampire video I was looking for. I couldn't find it. So I just went with that one. It seemed in depth. But nonetheless, we will probably be back to you later, buddy. But yeah, overall, get the game for $5 to 10 to 15 bucks. Do the main story. Don't worry about anything else. Put it on easy or casual. Enjoy the story. And hope the DLC fix some plot holes. And maybe we walk some of the event order for the ending. But yeah. Oh god, are we going back?
1.0.1.1.0.1.1.0.1.1.0.1.1.0.1.1.0.1.1.0.1.1.0.1.1.1.0.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1.1
sneaking, hacking, etc. You have mental skills, which all influence the way that you interact with other characters throughout the game. You have disciplines, which are specific feats which change depending on which family you're a part of. And you have something simply called Soak, which reflects how much damage resistance you have to various damage sources in the game. For my guy, I'm running a charismatic and
To be honest, Joe, I saw someone tweeting and saying, like, if you could have any game remaster, what would it be? I got all mine. I got Soul Evil, I got Shamu. Now it's this. Vampire is the only thing left for me. Fucking remake. Or not remake, but remaster Bloodline, please.
It's Waste of Vampire that has a decent amount of defense as well as some proficiency in researching and hacking. As far as combat skills go, I've got a point in melee for now. I know I mentioned that melee falls off.
Who would be? I feel like the one that made him was like Clockwork Game for the Xbox. Oh God, their name, I always forget their name, but that studio. That's who I would want to remake it. I would say Obsidian, but at that point they would get fucked over because of money and time, so you know. Obsidian might not be a good choice because Obsidian always get fucked over, so Obsidian would be my second choice though.
Off later, but my line of thinking is that it's still probably going to be my best bet for the beginning of the game. As far as my discipline goes, I want the stat bonus from investing into Auspex right now, as it gives me a point in perception at level 2, and grants me a larger range of detecting living and unliving beings around me. That said, being able to move at a ridiculous speed with celerity is going to be my main focus eventually, but the game tells me that using it in safe zones is forbidden. I'll touch more on that in a bit. Another thing to note is the top right of the sheet where your humanity and these weird-looking masks are displayed. Humanity is basically the balancing act which you as a vampire undergo throughout your journey. If you decide to kill an innocent, your humanity is going to take a dip, meaning that you're going to have a harder time not going into a frenzy state while you play. The masks, on the other hand, are basically how many strikes you have as a vampire. Since most vampires are generally doing their best to blend in and exist alongside humans, they've established what's known as the Masquerade, a set of rules for vampires to abide by. Whenever you violate one of these rules, one of your masks goes away, which opens you to attacks from vampire hunters in addition to your own kind beginning to despise you. If you lose all 5 of your masks, it's game over. The final thing that I'll touch on in the stat sheet here is that a lot of these stats seem to riff off of each other. If you're looking to increase your persuasion, you can do that through either scholarship or charisma. In tandem to this, some skills can only be increased directly through a single method such as your lethal damage soak, which can only be increased via getting better armor. I overall enjoy the sheer amount of directions that you can go with your character without even really launching the game. I can already see the replay potential just from looking at this single block of stats, and I'm excited to dive in and see what this whole thing's about.
Anyway, we'll be back to you probably in a few minutes, buddy. But, yeah, Lillian supposed to be working on something, we don't know what. The only thing we know for a fact is not D&D related. That's the only thing we know for a fact from Lillian. And also, what is happening, Wag? Wait, what is this, Wag? That's not helpful. Is it a little nightmare? New window? New window. Where you going? Why are you over there? Also, why is it so big? Is it because I got my thing enhanced? Oh, I do have it enhanced. Yeah, this is a little nightmare, right? I'm pretty sure that's Little Nightmare. They're from the Little Nightmare 2. Also, that is a dead top background waiting to happen right there, to be honest. It probably is. That'd be my gut, TI. It's like, I feel like it probably is one of their own IP. You know, might it be like something like Divinity or something? I guess we will find out here in a few years because, you know, they're going to put it on, like, early asset because that's what they do. But yeah, I would love, honestly, though. Lillian, I would say Lillian fall into that camp of, like, if all the remake of 1 go.
Free game. Claim IT by the 29th.
Wait, what is that? What free game is that? Oh! So like a man-in-man 911 thing. Okay. Do I? Yeah, I don't think I have this. Yes. Oh, no, I do have it. Never mind. It's already in my library. I think Coon probably bought it or always added it. But yeah, I always have it. Thank you, Wack. But yeah, Lillian, honestly, is like, I wouldn't want them to remake Bloodline 1. I would like for them to make a new Bloodline in general. Like, I honestly think if they take what they did with Baldur's Gate with the Dice Lillian stuff, and like, any as a CRPG, and like, I would love that for like Bloodline 3. Just let Lillian do it. But, because I think it'd probably be a lot closer to Bloodline if Lillian did do it. Wait, what game are we talking about, Joe? Did I miss it? What game are we talking about, Joe? But yeah. Go play Bloodline 2, just get it for pennies. And beat one of the main story. So, oh, we talking Power War. Okay. Wait, what does Zoe character? I am so out of the loop on Power War. But also, hang on, I gotta get my controller. Okay, chat, we're gonna see. I'm pretty sure the PS5 controller will work, right? For Final Fantasy? I'm pretty sure it does. We're gonna find out momentarily, chat. But Sam had my Xbox controller and I don't feel like going downstairs and dealing with it. Oh, the fourth bot fight? Oh, that lady. Okay, yeah. I remember what. Because I only ever did the fourth bot fight. I never beat her. But I did fight her, though. Also, hang on. I need bump down that top. Where are the audio for Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy? Did you get muted, Final Fantasy? Hang on. Hang on, chat. Did Final Fantasy get muted? I hear nothing. Did you get muted? I would not doubt it. Oh yeah, you are muted. There we go. There we go, chat. Don't know why it would mute it. I don't think I was playing it offline. Anyway. But yeah. Good know I had a good time with Vampire. But I still think it more approachable than like Swan Song is, though. I still think it more approachable than that, but the Plight Tank, not without you already a fan. And also it would have been nice to have more with the cameo from the fourth game. Any if I wasn't a bigger fan of the character from the fourth game, they cameo, but still. But yeah. Oh! Okay, hang on. Okay, let's see this, Joe. Let's see that. Cause you know I'm all for Halloween stuff and stuff. Also, speaking of Halloween thing, I see Discord anyhow like a Halloween pumpkin now. Alright. What do we got, Joe? Oh, it's like a fluffy witch outfit. Okay, we got like Pump Walk or Halloween stuff with the hat, officially. Yeah, to be honest, I kinda like the dress a little bit more.
Music, Troy my heart.
I know. It's very relaxing music, wasn't it? Maybe I should have had this up while I was ranting, shouldn't I? But oh, the middle one is the base outfit. So how do you get the outfit, Joe? These not real money stuff, right? They unlock through gameplay. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I've been brain dead for years. I've been there for years. Hey, my controller do work. Fantastic. I don't have to go get my Xbox controller from Sam. Yay. By the way, we lucked out, by the way, in this. Because, like, about the time I was starting with the time Sam was like, I'm going to bed. So, because Sam is still horribly addicted to Hobbit Moon right now. Oh, you go to the construction table to make it. Oh, dude, nice. Hopefully that one of them things that will actually like stay around past Halloween. That'd be nice. Cause I'm still, without something crazy happen or we have some decent amount of downtime, my plan is still, once that game go 1.0, just like Valheim, we jumping in hardcore into it. Okay, we gotta go Gardenian, right? For the Halloween stuff. Thoria Seasons, yeah. Sam is technically playing Thoria Seasons. What was it? Bazaar, or Grand Bazaar, I think is the name of it. I can never remember. I know it's something bizarre. But yeah, remember Hobbit Moon and Thoria Season just interchangeable in my brain. Yeah, what would my brain grab a hold of force? I do not. I still have not done that yet. Maybe that'd be the plan. Ooh, pumpkin. Maybe that would be the plan for the little bit we're gonna be in at night. Maybe we do the Halloween event and then I will get my stuff. Maybe that's the plan. Have I made any money? Hey, I made $73. Yay. What about my other dude? I'm up money. Hey, 39,000. Nice. Drink. Thank you. Alright. But yeah, I still don't have it. I still don't have it at all. Well, my Gil. Wait, are you still banned at? You still banned, right? Where am I? Oh yeah, we're down here that way. So the website said anyway. Or did you ever get your account walked out? Okay, I'm still going the right way. Okay, 28. Okay. Oh, so that means you're not gonna be able to join for today or tomorrow then, huh? What can you do? I didn't do jack shit. Well, if you're not the Halloween NPC, I don't know who you are, lady. Yeah, it got banned a while ago. Within, what was it? They were saying you were doing real money transactions, and they banned you because of it. Or, oh god, what the other word for ban? But suspension. There we go. Been suspended. Oh, been suspended. Hey, pumpkin lady, tell me about Halloween. Talk to me. Haha! Well met, Avenger, once again. Can I pull this up? No, I can't. Again, All Saint Wake. The season will, twins make... Wait. Fiends make for great, twins. I really need to blow up the text. Shit, man. Enjoy the festival, I trust. Why the Saint all away? Our well-known, threat. Let's see, dump into Gardenia to play. They hold a grand Matway. Matway, you say? I do came from Matway. In our old manor, they might date the hunger of for whatever that word is. You have yet to meet the fearsome folk, but they know as something performance who really bone-chilling night of All Saint Wake season. Wait, am I doing a Boogie House? I think we're doing a Boogie House, yeah. But not the toy. I'm doing it because I know it's probably gonna take 5 minutes if I get the dialogue. I know we're gonna beat this in 5 minutes. Let's see, the Ghoul in the talk of the town and knowing let's see, appeal amidships as I do. I sense what lie in store. Are we gonna do the PSO thing where we gotta go and find it hidden stuff hidden around? I implore you to visit wait, something for yourself. Jesus Christ, the text, man. You need only to peek with whatever. Once again, the walls. Don't see, this is the problem. The writing is like, I don't know, champ. This game I've always fucked with my dyslexia. You shall guide your step for the hunted manor. Okay. Go find things and go to a haunted house. Got it. Wait, is it you? Oh, I guess it is you. Hey, buddy. Come on. Grand Mathway, shall I guide you to the festival, a good sword? Yes. Sure, take me, buddy. Oh, a zip plate? Wait. Isn't it a dungeon? Wait, are we entering a dungeon? Also, I'm sensing a trend. Also, that is fucking Finwheel. I'm sensing a trend in outfit, chat. What we doing, buddy? I bet you welcome. Deal get what the? How do I turn off an adventure? How do I turn off auto quoting, chat? I don't remember. I don't remember how we get rid of auto text. Oh, there we go. Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. I think I figured it out. Oh, I did not figure it out. No, turn it off. I don't know what you just said to me, but Matt away, of course. See, are you now then apt to forgive my intended sarcasm for a feeling that made me well? Okay, that didn't turn it off. How the fuck do I turn this shit off? L trigger? White trigger? Oh no, that beat up. L bumper and off? Wait, how do I do this? Are we good? Maybe good? Not, no, we're not good. How the fuck do I turn this shit off? Wait, no, that virtual mount. That's not what I want. I don't remember how we did this. How we turned on auto talking. How did we did that in the control? I know we did it through control somehow. Wait, we can change speed of text? Okay, that kind of neat. Okay, so if I bump it down, will that stop? Mattway to proof of desire, listen well, and you two shall heal or get quiet out. Okay, please make it stop. Okay, got it. Someone being tortured. It's doing auto tech though. I can't read that fast. I can barely read at all. Wait, why that's super fast? Is this fast? Is it slow? Which way am I going? You would think down be slower, chat. Tap B set to +5. No. You must believe me, we have no intention of offending our guests, at least not like this. Everyone for a solemn oath to entertainment. How has it come to this? Okay, I think someone actually being tortured, isn't it? Oh, you don't get the dagger at me. I haven't forgotten as to what have transpired, but perhaps you might use your guild to qualify to our benefit. I beseech you, Avenger, survey the manor and discover what have brought that person such distress. Starting with the second floor, I shall remain here to oversee affairs. Once you have identified the cause of the chaos, you must inform me with all due haste. When we'll begin to spread, I feel the eventual guild suspect will soon follow. Okay, I think I semi-fixed it. You may now mount within the manor. Oh god, this place gonna be big, isn't it? What the fuck? That was a big ass pumpkin. That is a very animated mount, chap. Okay. Hang on. If we're doing second floor, I want to look on the fourth floor. Anything around here? Spooky, chat. Spooky. You know? Wait, how do you remove the UI? Because I kind of feel like some of it might be decent screenshots. How do we do that, chat? I'm gonna hit buttons on the keyboard and probably regret everything. I'm gonna regret my life decisions in a moment. I don't... How do we do that? I don't remember, chat. Hang on. Can I just look at controls? I'm curious. Well, is keybinds? Would it be keybinds? But I would like to take a queen shot that with no UI. Yeah, take queen shot at point queen. Ah, there it is. Wait, glow lock? What the fuck is glow lock? Is that middle mount button? Oh no, that auto one. That not it. What the fuck is glow lock? Oh, glow lock. There it is. Okay, what button was it again? It was point queen, right? Is that what? No, that was page up. That wasn't point queen. What was point queen? That one? Hey! Yay! We did it, chat. We did it. I figured it out. Professional heal, chat. Professional. Okay, hang on. He want me to go up, right? We're going up. Now that I'm done sightseeing queen shotting. See, I got this. I got this, champ. That is my part-time job. Okay, what am I supposed to be looking for? Oh, is it you? Hey, buddy. Let's see. You must go away. Where we go? Chaos and deliver. Wait, and devote portal. Remain here, and in chaos you shall dwell. Wait, the performer is to occur and midship to listen to what you have to say. Oh, well, second I thought we're gonna have to do like an emote or something. What you got, Whack? Nimbus? I do got Nimbus, chat. Someone pill-hearted. What up, Whack? What do you got? What do we got around here, Whack? Ooh, vital webs. I gotta admit, it seemed a little more elaborate than some of the past ones. But this is new to me. I've never done that one. Let's see, hungry, putting down, the hall. Armed zombie, Jetto, downstairs. They didn't tell me that Mato A would have me a warning for my life. I think someone is not having a fun time in their haunted house, is he? You know, just saying here, someone not a well. Wait, am I going downstairs? What? Is that down? Oh, it is saying down. Never mind. You know, I'm kind of okay with them, like, you know, taking it dungeon and turning it into spooky times. Is that a Gingal? Is it? That might be a Gingal, chat. Oh my god, it won the dude from Dragon Ball. Give me an elixir. No elixir. Then no treat for you. To a cube, bind a midget to listen to what you have to say. Oh, it doesn't matter. I guess I don't have to give you an elixir, buddy. So sorry, you're not getting an elixir. Sorry, bud. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen any elixir around here? The creature in the pot won't stop asking for one. But they cost more than my allowance can afford. Sorry, kid. I got nothing for you. I got nothing. Are we getting ready to get a giant jump scale, TI? I'm gonna come around that corner and there's gonna be a giant head like it was in Silent Hill 4. Is that what's gonna happen here? Yeah, I have never done this. Like... Wait, do I need to go that way? Yeah, I think I'm going that way. Cause I remember the one I remember was like running around getting like candy and doing trick or treating stuff like in the cities. The one I remember, but that was like, you know, that was like 2012 or some shit. Actually, I get that more like 2013, 14 to be more accurate. Next, I could group out some eyeballs. Maybe group up a few fresh organs. Why I am at it. Buddy, you know the weapons, right? Oh, maybe he's talking about with the weapon he could, you know, get some organs. Maybe that it. Awesome. What up, Wack? What do we got? Oh, dude, the Mountain Texas game. Have they got a date yet? Do we got a date on this shit, Wack? Oh, we do have a date. March 19th now. For Mount PI. Wasn't the game supposed to be out like around now originally? I guess it's not that big of a delay. That what, like a 6-month delay-ish? But yeah, this is one of them games. This one and then another game very similar to it. That I keep seeing in random events. So, is that gonna be day 1 for you, Ag, when that comes out? So that one of them games that I feel like will probably end up on Game Pass at some point. Which is probably when I will play, will probably be around then. Hello, Go Seats. I don't know, honestly, Wag. I'm not for sure. I need to be honest, I really do need to probably look up. Wait, am I done? I probably do need to look up, like, Fabian voice actor to figure out who the fuck he is. Because, like I said, like, he left the impression. So I need to probably look into that to figure out who that voice actor is. Watch it, knowing all luck, it's gonna be the dude who was in Baldur's Gate, knowing all luck. Talk to me, buddy. Let's see, the Avenger Return. How fell the other? I think the only thing that may not be the dude from Baldur's Gate is because, you know, we didn't have a Goop reference, which, you know, I kind of feel like we need. Honestly, some indie dev. Maybe I need to do the con. Some indie dev need to make a Goose game and then hire the dude from Baldur's Gate, and then it'd just be his game. No, I don't think it was Troy Baker. Hang on, I'm gonna look. Who was it? Let's see. Bloodline to Fabian VO. Who did the VO for you? It was... Also, by the way, his birthday was, or when he became a vampire in 1924. So that means Fabian was born in late 1800 now. Let's see, style, tile, home. Actor, here we go. Wait, is it Ronan Summers? Let me see, who the fuck are you? I think that's how you pronounce his name. Here we go. But yeah, this is a Fabian voice actor. Let's see, what all have you done, buddy? Like I say, you fucking good, man. So he was in okay, so you're a movie actor, huh? Yeah, FBI, Unknown 9. Have you done any game? Oh, you was in Payday 3. Wait, you was in Hitman? I don't think that Hitman the game. Hey, Dead Island 2. He was in Dead Island 2. There you go, Star Wars. Hey, he was in Doctor Who. That explains so much. He was a Doctor Who actor. But he was in Battlefield 2042 and Forza. He was in Cyberpunk. Oh, you poor soul. You was in Bleeding Edge. Yeah, he was in Get the Fuck Out, more Doctor Who. Oh, he was in Hitman too. Okay, so he was Hitman in the game. God, he did a lot of Doctor Who. Oh, he was in Xenoblade Chronicle 2. Yeah, Dragon Quest as well. Zero Dawn. So they say he's been around. The player point why he's so good because he had like he been in a lot of stuff. He was in Quantum Break, Division. Hey, Plant vs. Zombie. Who the fuck was you in Guitar Hero Live? Hey, Old Blood. Agent 1 in Old Blood. Wait, he was in the actual movie of Guardians of the Galaxy? He was in Killzone. God, he been around for a while. Holy shit. Wait, he did indie games? Yeah, Strike Zero. Strike Suit Zero. Wait, he played a dog in Alan Wake American Nightmare? I'm trying to remember the dog now. I'm pretty sure the dog was the best actor in Alan Wake now. Yeah, Battlefield, Dragon Age, Crackdown 2. Oh, he played a zombie in Alan Wake. Okay. I think they meant Tooken, not zombies, but you know. Tomato, tomato. He was the Quo in Viva Pinata. Yeah, so he been acting for almost 20 years. So he was always like movie, TV, or mainly looked like TV and video game actor, huh? The thing is, it looked like, yeah, it kind of looked like though, Bloodline was his for like real acting as far as like, oh god, he was in Mass Effect Andromeda. But yeah, it looked like that was like his actual form role. You know, main character wise. Also, I get when you voice act a dog, I get that will explain why he was doing all the voices for the items and was like really fucking good at it. Other than the grave side of his style, it was the only one he didn't do. But yeah. Yeah, this guy is great. They're playing so much, chat. They're playing so much now. You know? Multiple attack. It's fine. I'll be back to you, bud. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm exiting out of windows. So many windows. There we go. Yeah, it sounds like a game he would be in a little bit, yeah. But like I said, him doing like Doctor Who shit and dogs and random sound effect, dude, it's like, okay, that makes so much sense about his range. Let's see, Tent of Minstrel Return, how fell the others? Newfound mission, we still will take a great pleasure in a mortal fit of flight. I suspect they have forgotten themselves and apply their own enjoyment over that of the guests. I do empathize with the plight, and they yet to cause any lasting harm. Perhaps it would be a bet to encourage them this once and allow them their fun. I just, of course. We cannot allow the thingy to go unchecked, but if they will not listen to of a kind avenger, I can hardly imagine they would heed more. That a slime. That a fucking slime, chat. Aha! At a impasse, aren't we? Return to me, child, and I shall offer you my aid. Is something amiss? Wait, okay, we only said not you. Also, Night Throne Lady. A Seaman Point cannot heal the voices of the pumpkin-headed appeal, but you can sense it would be wide to heed her advice and return to Gardania. Got it. Back to Gardania we go. I will be right back, Pumpkin Man. Okay, fine. Let's go see a pumpkin lady. Also, speaking of witch outfit, Joe. Oh, I actually kind of like the pumpkins on the hat a bit. Also, is that a bunny? Is that a goddamn bunny? You know? What about you? Are you being semi-spooky? I'm gonna say she is semi-spooky. She do got cat feet. You know, just a bit though. Just a little spooky. Alright. Let's see here. Lady, are you gonna give me something to help snap people out of being brainwashed into spooky monster nets? At least when I get over the tool anyway. I do like all the pumpkins though. Also, you guys, isn't the whole thing like these guys would be like shopkeepers, right? Wasn't that a thing? Or do I gotta wait after we do the event? You okay, lady? I can't tell you trying to show you XIV or if your knee is holding. I can't really tell. Also, will you close that, lady? Okay, no comment. Got it. Cause I thought back in the day, them dudes would like sell items. Oh, oops. Didn't mean to skip that. Oops. Muscle memory, chat. Muscle memory. Oh, now we don't do it? Haha, sorry, deal. We are not selling at the moment. Here on behalf of the Pumpkinhead, you say. Well, if it's for her, I suppose I could make an exception. But you bet keep it a secret.
People actually wanted that emote. They are weird. It does look like he hurts cack.
Yeah, it looked like she like bending down and like rubbing her knee, like she hold her knee or something. I think if it was like doing like the Lulu like XIV spread, you know, it would be like more of just like a normal band with both hands. But having it with just the one, it's just like, did something, you put your knee open or something? There you go. A bag of wet, a bait, or Saint Cookie. Send the pumpkin head of my regard, won't you? Thank you, lady. Wait. Where am I going? Wait, is there no portion over here, or is this a separate quest? I guess we're gonna find out in a second, chat. But yeah, wait, it's supposed to be like the Lulu cleavage bit. Maybe it'd be decent if she had like a big dress on or something like Lulu did, where it was like, you know, all like padded out. But yeah, it doesn't look like that though, with all having no pants on. Okay, this is part of Halloween quest. Got it. Hey, buddy. In need of decoration pumpkins, are you? Well, you are in luck. We got pumpkins around one heel, whatly called, no less. We of the guild take great pride in our pumpkins and guide to share them with one and all. They make for a free treat. and charming a decoration for the time of the year. I do hope you will make good use of them. Thank you. Also, your dress is shiny. That's a shiny dress, chap. But yeah, I'm guessing that that emote is probably what you had to buy it on the shop. I didn't think about it. Can you get emotes outside of the shop? Because I know like Minions and Mount we can. But I don't remember ever seeing an NPC like giving me emote. But I don't remember that. Wait, we still don't have it? Oh, so it's just the NPC emote then? Hey, I want to look at you, shiny lady. Okay, never mind. I thought she had like a samurai look going from the back. Have you gathered the ingredients? I have. Here you some cookies and some pumpkins. Here you go. Excellent, excellent. These will make for the most magnificent resort. Now, I shall construct a creature that will strike terror in the heart of naughty children who have forgot the purpose, and joy into the heart of the weeping immortals. Oh. Okay, I was going to say that was it, right? That wasn't it, guys. Hey, let me a little pumpkin man. Talk to me. Haha, now let us put an end to the court trick, shall we? With the material you have gathered, I shall prepare the solution we require. But all good things take time. I suggest you return to the manor and inform the important of our plan. All shall be made clear soon enough. Got it. Back to the manor. You know what to do, Pumpkin Man. Wait, are you not a Pumpkin Man? Oh no, you're just blind. Never mind. I am told there is a situation occurring at the Master Way, but I have faith that you will solve it. Shall I guide you to the manor? Yes, yes you shall. Okay, Pumpkin Man, what do we got? Welcome back. I will go to report that the remaining unchanged here in the manor. Have you any new idea to share? I feel like I'm not dressed for the season, chat. Construct a creature, you say? Of what kind? Apologize for the wait. My master, let's see, present a agreeable gift for something. Oh my god, is it a pointy? Oh no, the pumpkin. Never mind. Hey, Pumpkin Man. My word, this doll is a fitting image of me. I don't know about that. There is no ordinary doll, I assure you. The operation by a whiting on top of the head, and that all control. You shall have a brief illusion fail at your disposal. The illusion fails are based on the material our eventual friends so have kindly provided us. Delight for the worthy, and a haunting trick for the unsettling of treats. I see. I assume to something both parties. Might I have the opportunity that the magic doll to use eventual? In that manner, I doubt it'd be able to manifest it as well as you. Okay, buddy. Yeah, give me the doll. Once you have shown them the error of the way, order them to return to me, and I shall redo them on the party they must play, or the part they must play here. Our guests also deserve a let's see, for treat. I ask that you send them to me as well, and I might offer them free in apology. I cannot build it in All Saints something something. So your plan are made, yes? Then shall we turn back to the mantle. I wish you a happy flight and delight. Bye, buddy. Also, that thing don't look anything like him, chat. Don't we have the same outfit? Dude, that dude is not a fitting image of you. I don't know what you're talking about. Well then, I suppose then that left for you to do is operate this machinery of mimicking me. I suggest you begin by matching it right up to the second floor and charming the comrade above. As a remember, my fellow performer should be convinced to return with the pumpkin trick. I ask that you resolve their threat for our guests. We must give them more a undue fright. Should you find yourself separated from your pumpkin friend, simply return to me, and you may hop on it head once more. Now then, get off. Off you go. Yay! Okay, so am I going uphill? Okay, so what are we doing? Treat. Okay. So, are we doing that to you? Am I doing it to you? Or am I just talking to you? I guess I'm just talking to you. Okay. Chaos, all shall fall into chaos, I say. And for you, must not stand in my way. No. Wait, did that work? No, I have been good all the time. It is not what you think. I had done no crime. Oh deal. Then Puerto isn't happy with us. Then I'm a whore to him. At least I call further fuss. Get moving, buddy. Well, at least I semi understand what we are doing. Alright. Hey, buddy. Do you want candy? This isn't what I signed up for. I said the Matway was going to be fun. Okay, I'm gonna assume I gotta give you candy, right? What? What more could possibly... Magic candy? Was that you're doing? Wait, can you eat magic candy? There is offering cookie and candy as an apology, you say? Good. I deserve a treat after this. I will be on my way. So, monster get pumpkins and human get candy. Got it. Understood. Can I jump? Ooh, I can jump, chat. Wait a minute. Is there nothing over here? Okay, no. There's nothing over here. Got it. Fine, chat. We got this. Well, all you guys, I got candy and pumpkin for you. Are you still wanting elixir? No elixir, no treat. Got it. Oh no, Professor Magitech. Gone already? No more Magitech for me. What? He summoned us to the foray? Yes. Yes, Nen. Nen, to the dude I shall go. Yes, go, buddy. Get going. Wait, hang on. Is the other dude downhill? Yes. Hey, kiddo. You want some candy? It's raining candy. Oh, there we go. It is, buddy. Like raining man. They give away free treat. Hooray! Then I will march right up to the dude and tell him to give me candy. Have at it, buddy. Have at it. Hopefully I get some candy, chap. You know, I could go for some candy right now. Wait. Other way. My God, I keep wanting to think I could go that way. You want that one right? You technically an actor, correct? Ah, the hell was that for? Strange. It felt as though the impressor was slapping me across the head, but it did not hurt. Has his conjuring up some new illusion? You say that the summoning the whole troop to the front of the mantle for talking to, and now that you mention it, I have been a bit overzealous about frightening our client. I will hold back anyway. Fine. Wait, can I go that way? Oh, I can go that way. Oh, yeah, that should take it back to the dude, doesn't it? Hey, buddy. Wait. Oh, I gotta get off the mount? Hang on. Off the mount. Fine. So, we all good here, bud? I owe you a great debt, adventurer. With your aid, I was able to give the member of our troop a good golding. And a few flight is necessary to amplify the delight we provide. We must never allow the former to outshadow the latter. It is our sworn duty to provide a small boat with a memorable something. We felt very sad, any though the adventurer always came for us. Any though we know what it was like to hunt and scale and yield path. We lost ourselves, seeking to feel into the heart of those who doesn't deserve it. Chaos is good for us, but not for them. We must begin smile to the face. Heal. Let chaos more treat and smile. Yeah, then enjoy the same. Waking hand in hand. Gotta give the little pep talk Apple shout. Indeed, and we shall do our part with the performance worthy of the season. Alright, my fellow Thespians, it's time we gather our guests with a good cheer. Return to your place and give them the mastery they deserve. Bye. With that settled, I believe I should be able to handle the troop from here on out. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance, adventurer. And before I forget, the one who crafted that midship, choir of yours, is all possible. I'd like to extend my thanks to them as well. The woman spotted with the white pumpkin head. That sounds awful like the legendary Grand Guru who was commanding the forces on the night of delivery. Haha! But just a legend. Perceive that. Tell, and no more. Allow me the joke. Something. In this event you mentioned, she awaiting you return to the area. Did you not? Please allow me to join you. I shall very much like to meet the pumpkin-headed acquaintance of yours. Or all the pumpkin heads. It's literally all the pumpkin head wag. Yay! So we good? Can I come back here? Because I kind of want to come back here later for more photos. Hey, I did the thing. I came back. But you can be little Charla under there, so whatever the cat girl name is. Be secretly gonna be the pumpkin lady. So this is the one you speak of. She does exist. Legend Sword of Error. If you to tell me she was a Gwen, I'd certainly believe. But of course, that is simply not possible. All well, that in well, I see. Was the clockwork creation of a Satan? Indeed it was. My brethren have remembered them duty to entertain, and I desire our guests shall be all merry for it. That is well. I trusted you well. Continue to give the city a more resident, a extremely exalted, all saint awakened experience. Trust me, it's a lot of fun in the manor. Let go. Nope. I don't think the kids want to go. You sure the going monster won't eat us? They might give you a bit of a fight, but it's all good fun. They will give away a lot of treat too. I'm not there to give out candy. These kids not getting jack shit, chat. Well, if you say so, but you have to promise you will stay with us the whole time. Of course, I wouldn't leave you two behind. Come on, let's go. Bye. Yes, all well. The children smiled all proof of it. How strange. I feel as though I am truly enjoying All Saint Awakening. For the fourth time, it will refreshing actually. I shall continue to put forth my best effort that the court name might be known in every corner of the realm. But first, the present, my duty called me to the manor. Thus do I ask of you, Avenger, to speedy war of our deeds and feet of us fondly something. The clockwork creature you possess is a reflection of myself. I don't know about that. And my truth as well. Use it with pride, and perhaps others will want to know more about us in so doing. Oh, I'm a walking billboard, chat. A sound plan. You are, in fact, the circuit after all. Yeah, leave it to me, buddy. I got you. One day, perhaps, a tale of my truth will overshadow any those of the great ground. But until then, I shall continue my work to convince the remaining of all that the waking can offer. Ha! Well then, at a time, I return as well known. I cannot leave the scoundrel without them something. We shall perform at the manor for the remaining of the season. Shall you wish to join us in the festivity, you are welcome to visit us as often as you please. In that case, I too shall open my haunted home to you, Avenger. Join me in the Guardian if you dare. Simply speak with the servant, and he shall guide you to a barge. And you might entertain yourself there for as long as you wish. The season of delivery and lighten yet, we shall strive upon it. May your curiosity to your heart continue this All Saint something. Hey, are we done? Yep, season event done. Well, how long was that? That was about, probably what, 30 minutes-ish? I want to know about the other plate, though. Also, I think I said to the shop, didn't I? Yay, we got an achievement. Okay, will you guys do stuff now? Okay, I think that lady is just lore, right? What about you? Hey, you do have a shop. Nice. Wait, is that a mount? Oh, we can buy these? This is your crafting materials, right? Sure. Alright, yeah, I will buy whatever you have, lady. So what did I just get? Wait, what is... Oh, is that a house item? I need to figure out how to get back to our apartment. I don't remember how to get to our apartment. Don't we just go to one of the lava bed places, right? Is that what we are doing for that? Maybe? Oh! Oh my god, I have a pumpkin head. Count, count. I'm a pumpkin. I was gonna take a screenshot. Okay, I'm not a pumpkin, chat. I'm not a pumpkin anymore. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, how do we get to the lava bed, chat? I keep wanting to put down the stick to get to one faster, chat. Don't we... Hang on, do I actually have a teleporter? I don't think I've ever been to the lava bed, have I? I don't know how to get to the housing. I remember talking to an NPC. Maybe up there? I honestly do not remember. I guess we will find out soon enough, I guess. I am lost. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out how to get to my apartment. I don't remember how to get there because I haven't did it in like... Last time I did my apartment, that was like, what, 3 years ago or some shit? And I think I only went there like once. Ah, lava beds. Here we go. Wait, who are we saving? Who are we saving, Wag? I don't think it really matter what table, right? Wait, how do I go? That? Hey, there we go. Oh, okay. We'll use Cindy. You know, I think what could go wrong? What could it go wrong, Black? You know, pulling people out of TVs have never went bad before. You know, it never went bad before. You know, don't think about the Exorcist. Don't think about Wangu or the Wank. Fuck you too. Okay, let's see if I'm right. All apartments should be at the very top, right? Let's see if I am correct. Also, there's a lot of Japanese houses here. I'm guessing you can actually pick what your house looks like now. Cause I remember back in the day, all the houses was like the same, beyond just like, you know, big, medium, small. But I guess you can build whatever house you want now. Oh, am I? Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna assume it's the big yellow one over here, right? Oh, they actually got pumpkins out here as well. Nice. Or is it over there? Actually, it might be over there. Yeah, I'm having flat back to a bridge. Actually, now thinking about it, do I even have a house unlocked in that game? Hold it, Skeletor? Maybe I'm thinking of my Skeletor from like 2021. I guess we can wait to find out if I am correct about that. Yeah, go to my... Wait. Lobby? Maybe lobby is how I get to my house? I said if I even have a house? Wait, what you got for sale? Oh, we got house items, okay. Oh! Yeah, I don't even have it. Wait, portrait house? In order to portrait apartment, you must attain level 50 in a single class. I think I'm good. I got 2 level 60s. Furthermore, you must hold a rank of second lieutenant or above in one of the grand company. I feel like I do, right? Wait, am I not? Wait, how do I see my rank? Wait, are we going? Wait. Wait, what? Wait, am I not that wank? Am I, is it a net wank? I don't understand how this is operating. Well, she did say second, right? Second lieutenant or above. So I'm like 1 rank behind? Is that right? So I gotta go do Grand Company stuff? I did not mean to talk to you, Moogle. Huh. Let's go see how can I get that rank if I don't have it. Cause I want to see the Halloween item. What am I missing? Cause I thought I was like Matt Winkle some shit. Apply for promotion? Hey, bud. There you go. Will that give me a wink now? By the way, which one am I supposed to be saving again? Is it green or is it blue? I don't remember. Damn it. No, stop that. To qualify for your promotion, you must complete a trial as well as complete second rank in Grand Company of the hunting log. A record shows that you have yet to receive the commanding approval. You must do well to peek out. Oh, so no longer point related? Wait, I thought I did all the hunting stuff. Did I not? God damn it, wrong button again. Yeah, I did all Link 2. Yeah, complete Link 2 objective. What do you mean complete Link 2 objective? I did complete it. I have done all the hunts. Like, what do you mean completed? Achieve the rank of second lieutenant or higher. Complete rank 2 objective. What? I did complete it all. I'm very confused. I don't know why it's not working. Also, can't see what trial are they talking about? Yeah, that's second lieutenant for that one. I'm so confused. How do we do that? Yeah, that PvP. Yeah, that PvP. No, not that. Fucking like link. What if one Dan Ohio? What is that? Oh, these are golden saucer stuff. So. Am I gonna look up a video how to do this? I don't understand what is happening. Wait, a record show that you have yet to receive a commando approval. You will do well to seek him out and be assigned a trial. What the fuck is a trial?
What are you doing? I was playing Fidget James.
I'm trying to figure out how to unlock my apartment so I can put up my Halloween decoration I just got. And they want me to be like rank 2, and I don't know how to rank up because it's saying like I gotta be level 50 and do a trial, and I'm level 60, but I don't know what the trial is they want me to do. So I'm trying to figure out like what trial are they talking about? There's nobody around here to give me a quest. And I don't think I have the quest. Yeah, I don't have any level 40 stuff, so. Well, level 50 stuff, I mean. Oh, hi, Cat. Hi. Don't slap me with your tail, Luna. Is it this? I don't think that's it. This is like the only... Then I got Wellick. But yeah, that's only like 50 I got.
Does the dude near the door have any quests?
There's no one at the door here. What are you talking about, that guy? Nope. He just got triple triad. Yeah, I might have to just look this up. Okay, hang on, stop talking to me. Let me see, let me get the name of that and we will figure it out. Skeletor. Because it's saying I need to be lieutenant to unlock housing. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure I thought it out in Udon. I'm like 99% sure I thought it out in Udon. Let me see. I'm gonna look this up. Let's see. Final Fantasy 14. How to unlock second flame. Let's see. Yeah, begin on guy. Here we go. What are we doing?
About how to become first Serpent Lieutenant or first Lieutenant, depending on which
Yeah,
company
they make
you're
it a little confusing
in.
to unlock features for newer players. Kinda wish all the game's features weren't locked behind these plus quests.
I agree. Like, hang on. I want to double check something real quick before we go pull in that video. Wasn't it like a secret door over there or something? Okay. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, because I kind of feel like this is like one of situations of like, you know, if you playing like ads are coming out, it's probably not bad, but you know, ads, I get new player. I don't know what I am. You know, like I am farther than I have ever been before, so I get technically new player at that point. And if we've been doing it off and on for the last like what 12 years, but yeah.
So in order to upgrade from second lieutenant to first lieutenant, it's very easy. All you have to do is to complete command squadron over here.
Yeah, I don't
you
think
gotta
I
make
have
sure
this
that.
unlocked. Okay, hang on. This is not helpful. This is after. This is after the upgrade. 3 years ago. Time to see if they replaced all of this.
Hey guys, this is Nessie. Ranking up in your grand company can be confusing, especially for the last few ranks. This video will take you step by step through how to rank up from recruit to captain. The first rank is pretty simple. To rank from recruit to private third class, you must first complete the level 20 main story quest for that respective grand company. This main story quest is the grand company unlock where you choose which nation you want to be affiliated with. Each grand company has a different name for the quest, but they are essentially all the same quest. Completing this quest will unlock grand companies and supply delivery missions. It will also unlock your grand company hunting log. The next few ranks all only require seals, and promotion will increase your maximum seal cap. These promotions are given by the personnel officer for your grand company. To rank up to private second class, you need to hand over 2,000 seals. From private second class to private first class, you need to turn in 3,000 seals. And from first class to corporal, you need to turn in another 4,000 seals. This will increase your seal cap from 10,000 to 15,000 for second class, 15,000 to 20,000 for first class, and from 20,000 to 25,000 for corporal. This is where it starts getting tricky. The game does not tell you exactly what is needed to go from corporal to sergeant third class. To increase your rank at this point, you must turn in 5,000 seals, as well as complete your grand company hunting log rank 1. This will increase your seal cap to 30,000, as well as unlock level 30 grand company leaves and white rim rank.
Okay, hang on. What is my cap right now? Is it my cap like 50 or something? 45,000. That's what my cap is. My cap is 45 right now.
Company leaves. Once you rank into the sergeant ranks, it's more of the same for a little bit. To rank from sergeant third class to sergeant second class, you need to turn in 6,000 seals. This will increase your seal cap to 35,000. From second class to first class, you will need to turn in 7,000 seals. And in return, your seal cap will be increased to 40,000.
Okay, I'm almost out, chat.
From here on out, you will need more than just seals to rank up. To rank from sergeant first class to chief sergeant,
But I'm cheap.
you will need a combat class level to at least level 44. There will be a quest available to you at that level from your grand company commander called Shadows Uncast, requiring you to complete Samael Darkhold. You will also need to hand in 8,000 seals. This will unlock your Mordona League quests, as well as raise your seal cap to 45,000. To rank from Chief Sergeant to Second Lieutenant, you have a lot of things to do.
Here we go.
You will need to complete your Grand Company Hunting Log Rank 2,
Did that.
be level 47,
Did that.
and complete the Grand Company quest, Gilding Nobilius. This
Wait, do I have that? Would that be under duty final? Yeah, I don't think I have that. Yeah, so where do we get that? Yeah, I don't think I have
This quest requires you to complete the dungeon Aurum Vale. You will also need to hand in 9,000 seals. Obtaining the rank of Second Lieutenant increases your seal cap to 50,000 and unlocks Adventurer Squadrons. This is where things get difficult. It will be a while before you can rank up again.
Okay. So I do gotta do a quest. So I get maybe time to look up a wiki? Now that we got Belfry, we have to do a quest. Second Lieutenant. Okay, here we go. Yes, well is this? Well is it quests? Do not need to couple the mine, a cost of such and such. Level 47, dungeon doing 2.0. So 47? So the 47 quest? Yeah, I do not have it. Who? Hi, Diana. Can't. I don't need either one of you talking shit tonight, Cat. Why did you go back up? What the fuck? Oh, did I click on it? Cat, can you not? Can we not do that tonight?
Hi everyone. Welcome to the visual guide for Aurum Vale. This is a level 47.
Okay, that's not helpful. I need to know where to get it. Also, I'm gonna have to deal with the cat. We got cat problems again. Diana, come here. Diana, off the table. Off the table, cat. Come here. Open your pistol. Okay. Requirement quests, entrance. Wait, do I not talk to an NPC? Do I just go there and just do it? Huh. Okay, quick Gibble. Going go, but that's not the name of the quest. So this is a quest beforehand. Yeah, this is confusing. God damn it, Windows! Also, by the way, chat, Windows trying to... Oh god, it really is like a jump scare. Windows trying to make me upgrade. No, fuck off, Windows 11. No, fuck off. Go away, Windows 11. I don't want your Windows 11. Fuck off, Microsoft. At the true jump scale tonight, chap. Cause there's like a variable of the quest, right? Like, complete hunting law 2, unlock player housing. Oh, this is what it unlocked? Yeah, unlock player housing, hunt, and eventual quadrant. So I must complete that one? Have I done that? Is that a dungeon? What is this? Flame? I don't even know if I have done this. I really wish you would just say the name of the NPC in a photo. That'd be nice. Yeah, quest line, location, quick giveaway. Can I see a photo of this dude? So do I have the quest? Yeah, gathering the blessing. That must be a quest, right? More point, there it is. Okay, so I gotta do this. Where is this? Okay. I think we might be kind of on the right track now, champ. I think I might know what we're doing. You know, we might be getting some. No, do not teleport. I want to use my mount. Yes, it is that way. Okay. Okay, chat. We might be good. We might be making some progress still, chat. You know? We might be okay. God damn it. It's like jumping through like hoops, isn't it? To figure any of this shit out. Or maybe just don't set on quests, maybe. Maybe this is my downfall, me just setting on quests. Hey, buddy. Talk to me. Yay. Also, can I do that with NPCs? Hey, NPCs. Yay. Wait, what was that? Future update? What the fuck does that mean? Okay, I guess maybe we can't do it. Why didn't you give me the option to do that with NPCs, you know? Wait, I've always done that once. I got a chat mark behind it. Alright. Okay, that was fast. Okay, semi-fat. There was one other person. There we go. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do here. 4 of us? Oh, that's good. That's good. I gonna make life pretty easy. Also, you got a big ass, so I'm gonna assume you are the tank. If you look DPS and, well, you got a gun. So. Is that actually poison? But that didn't go as planned. Oh, nope, nope. Get out of there, buddy. Don't worry, chat. She got that. You doing good? Okay, she good. One. Okay, okay, don't die on me, lady. Don't you die on me. Don't worry, chat. She is going to be just fine. Okay, there we go. Oh, hello, big guy. Okay, buddy, you need to die. I got places to be scheduled to hang up. Man, that thing actually got some health on it. What the hell? Oh, nope, nope, nope. Well, some of them doing okay, I guess. A little bit of damage there. Damn right it is. You better believe it, Act.
I used a Ouija board once to contact the dead whoever I saw in the news, and she never showed
Maybe fine, this thing is almost dead. See, that turned out just fine. Oh, nope, I died. Alright. That's fine, we won. Ooh, a chest. Wait, where is that body? Oh, there they are. Alright. So how many more balls did we got? Couple more. Okay, yeah, you fine, you fine. Cool, now we gotta deal with Marble, the corpse. I tried, it won't let me do NPC for that. It literally give me a pop-up in like, cannot do that to future update. So they wouldn't let me do NPC for that. Like, you better believe if I could do NPC, I would absolutely do just NPCs if I could. But yeah, it literally told me I couldn't. Ooh, hello, little guy. Wait, where's the party? But yeah, it literally said I can't do the quest with NPC to an update. Man, Kill 3 didn't do much. Oh, she did have regen all night. Okay, good. Alright, let's do that, monkey man. No, we haven't wiped. I died, but the party haven't wiped. I did that to one bat for like 2 seconds. But no, we haven't wiped or anything. So we good on that end. Oh, fuck. How did he die? Like, how the fuck did he die? Where's my quick cap? Oh, God. Get in the middle. Did that dude get one-shotted? I didn't even see his life drop at all. Wait, did he die? Oh, I thought he died. I thought that noise meant he died. For like a moment.
slots that high-level armor X.
There we go. I have no idea what I'm wearing. I'm just wearing whatever the game recommended me to wear. Like, also, yes, as we established, the more naked you are, the more powerful you are, right? That's what Queen games have taught me. You know? Queen game told me the more naked I am, the bigger my mana dick is. Fine? Oh god. You die on me, lady. Don't you die. Yep, I'm out of MP. That's not good. No, wasn't that a thing to get my MP back faster? Wasn't that a thing? Like, I feel like that was a thing. I feel like there was an ability for that. Was that right? Got more baby freaking monsters. Why do it? Why do it have to be Marble World Town? You know. Did they? Okay, no, they haven't killed the big mob boy yet. Alright, they got that. What we at? Okay, yeah, we got one more boss. Okay, and then we hopefully we'll get our house. Maybe. Because I only did a hunting law. We did that a while ago, so we're good on that end. Alright, let's do this. Is it big marble time? Yep, that a marble, all right. Do I eat it now? I don't know if I eat it now or not. Alright. Let go, big guy. Don't die, buddy. Well, someone didn't like you. Oh, that's not good. Wait, he had a baby? Okay, baby didn't last long, got it. Wait, why are you angry at me all of a sudden? Don't know why he was so angry at me there for a second. Oh, that didn't go good. There, I ate the fruit. There we go. See him fine. He's dead.
Just discovered the channel today. I think I'm gonna hit that follow and subscribe button.
She's a ghost and a bitch!
Thank you. Thank you, Pip. How you doing tonight, Pip? How are you doing? We doing the Halloween stuff in Final Fantasy. Oh, God. We all doing the Halloween stuff in Final Fantasy. I'm trying to unlock my house so I can see my Halloween decoration. Other than that, that's what we all doing at the moment. And then we got more Pookie games here in a bit as soon as I get this unlocked. So that is what is going on at the moment. So as soon as I get my apartment unlocked, I can look at my Pookie stuff. We all good. But I need all my Halloween decorations. So we just did a haunted house in this. See any Final Fantasy getting in the Pookie season, Pip? Hey, there you are. Talk to me. Yay! Can I wink now? Hey, VR chat again. They bought a Quest 3 to play with you? Dude, that's nice of them, Pip. Have you been having fun in VR chat? Maybe, you know what we might need to do? We might need to go back to VR chat. And we might have to see if we can do some Halloween, like, houses. I imagine there would probably be some rooms in that game that is just, like, Halloween theme, right? Like, maybe some horror houses or something. I need to probably do that. I need to probably look and see if we have some spooky places to go in VR chat for Halloween. Hey, there's my promotion. Yeah. We did it. What? We did it. I got my wank. I can get my house pip and X. Ooh, we're playing waifu, a guess who game. Was it like guessing like what up X? Is it like guessing who like what game or anime the waifu is from? What up X? What up? What can I do for you? Yay. Okay, now. Oh yeah, now we got this. Hey buddy. I'm gonna hold off on you for the moment. I need to figure out how to get back to the lava beds. I gotta figure that out. Oh, I see, Pip. I see. Guess Luna. Yeah, Luna have to be in there somewhere, right? You know, let's be honest. Luna is the true superstar. Isn't that right, Luna? I think Luna on this side. Hi, Luna. I think Luna is too sleepy to kill right now, chat. I think she truly is too tired to kill. But just know Luna appreciate it, nonetheless. What up, Beck? What can I do for you? I'm making progress. I'm getting ready to get me a house. Why being super naked? Honestly, I get my chat points is not that bad, I guess. Hey buddy, I need to head to the lava bed, please. I don't think it matters what block, right? Wait, 3 to 4 million for my house? Is it really that offensive? There we go. Wait, how do I go to your apartment? Yeah, sorry, I mean apartment, because house is like, your apartment was your house in 11, so my mind just goes to house. Wait, what? When can I buy a house? I'm afraid you haven't any vacation. Wait, vacancy at the time?
Wanna see the best thing $200 can buy you?
What do we got, Pip? Is it a giant Miku with like black mold on it? Oh my god, Pip. Wait, what? Is this a clock? Wait, is this a clock radio? What the hell is that? Hang on. What is it, Pip? Does it look like... Can I zoom in? Enhance? Yeah, like a clock? Wait, is it a radio? Is it like a CD, like a CD player with a head on it? You also can tell there's an Aussie plates if you can't tell by all the paint on the wall. I think it worth it, Pip. I think it worth it.
Description. Peter Griffin
Okay.
CD player / radio with Owen port and lid on top opening up for storage. Handmade folk art style, one of a kind.
You know, then it eventually worth the money, Pip. I thought it was like a radio of some sort. Yeah, I will see if I can do that in Second X. Let's see. It's only an option to wait until the owner requests a room or try your luck at another apartment building. My apologies. What? I thought these were supposed to be unlimited. Wait, wait, what have slots? The door to the left. Is there a way to tell? The thing, I can take it. I can't be guided with like a billion pop-ups. So wait, how do we know the apartment is empty? I did not think they had. I didn't think they had like a limit, because I thought the whole point of the was to be unlimited, so people had something. Okay, so these are the rooms to heal, right? Okay, so do I gotta go back to Gordanian and be like, take me to another ward? But yeah, so do I gotta travel back to Gordanian, or can I talk to an NPC? Where the fuck is Quinn lives? Winship? That's not it. Ah, Flintlet. There it is. Wait, what is it? Is it just a state? I guess it's a state. Alright. Very good, so 500,000 guild. Okay. So yeah, you sum of 500,000 guild, and we shall make you a proud owner of a new apartment. Wait, how much money do I got right now? Skeletal? Where do I see my money? Is it under item? 344,000. Okay. So I need to gain, what is that, 155,000? Okay. Okay, we need an auction house. So. Wait, what are we showing images of? What is happening? Oh! I forgot I had it on my hub. Oops. Wait, somebody fell? Okay, so. Item withdrawal, sell item from inventory, retain on inventory. Here we go. Oh, I literally got. Wait. Market? Oh, okay. I see. Wait, can I blow that up? There we go. Yeah, please, blow that up for me. Because I can't see shit. Okay. Now, what all do I have? Alright. So. Does it do that? Does it feel like, hang on. Cause whatever price it give, it's still accurate, right? Am I right about that? Cause I thought it was a way where I could do. How you doing, BT? How you doing tonight, BT? I am trying to buy a house, So we can put our Halloween decoration up, because I got Halloween decoration. Wait, so they actually have like FC houses as well, or apartments, I guess. Okay, I'm guessing that number is accurate, right? Oh no, there it is. There's the button for it. $200 to $300K? I don't remember. Yeah, it didn't give me an option for it, so I guess that only the Lidl can do that, I'm guessing. I'm assuming. Man, I wonder if it'd be just what? Do you think it'd be any different with small houses? Or do you think the competition still be equally as bad? No, I don't want to summon Sam. Go away, Sam. What all do I have? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I knew like the bigger it, the more you could decorate it. Like, I remember that. Alright. Let's see here, chat. Oh, did someone play music? Alright. Hey, Paulson. But one of you will buy shit for me. If I go to purchase, will I be able to sell stuff to him? Wait, hang on. I didn't realize I got a whole bunch of money things, right? Wait, can I not use these? I thought you could plate these open for money. Is that not a thing? Huh. I don't know. I probably want to keep the Grandma stuff, because doesn't Grandma stuff sell for more, like on the pro market? Cause what's the point of these? I still don't know what these are. Like, do we give them the NPC to get equipment? I'm still not like 100% for sure. Yeah, today what? Technically Monday now? By the way, I didn't even realize today was Sunday. I was literally talking to Sam before the stream. I was asking her like, so are we watching Conway when we wake up? And Sam was like, we could have done it today. I'm like, no we can't, it's Saturday. And then Sam was like, no, it's Sunday. I was like, wait, what? And then I will like, oh, we need to play Final Fantasy tonight. I literally forgot what day it was. I thought it was Saturday again. Like, October honestly got me really fucked up timeline-wise. It's really bad. You know? Like, every day in October is just like blending together for me. There's just been one long one day this month. Oh, my inventory full. Got it. Hang on. What about you? What's going on with you real quick? Okay, you guys haven't sold anything. Got it. Alright. Talk to me, buddy. I got some stuff for you. You know, if anything, chat, I get we all cleaning out our inventory, you know, if anything helps. Yeah, once I sell everything, I'll probably be at what, like 380 would be my guess. That is where I'm expecting to be after I sell everything I own. You know, like roughly around that. Wait, I can't sell armor? Is it because the dude doesn't buy armor? Is that the reason? I think that might be the reason. Why? Does it tell me what these sell for? Okay. There we go. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go talk to my NPC. I'll be right back, buddy. I will be right back. How many D do I got? Oh, nice. They stack beyond 100. Fantastic. That is great. Okay, good. Sam is out up. What about you? Withdraw item, please. You know, I kind of wish it was like a button to just be like, take all. You know, and just like, take everything up to your inventory and get filled. That is too much work. Also, my shop is filled up right now. Mainly because my auction house is filled up right now. Oh, my inventory full. Okay. But, hey, that a dinosaur? But, yeah, like, see, my stuff is all filled up right now. So. Alright. Okay. And also, I imagine most of the shit I have is probably so low level no one be wanting to buy it anyway. Cause most of the shit I got you can just get from vendors. And people can't be that dumb, right? Like, why would you spend like 500 times the amount of money for the item you could get for cheaper from a vendor? How's it haunted again? Wait, what is a unique item? Why did it give me a warning about that? Yeah, I got me a whole bunch of new items I needed. So it's fine. Wait, what do you mean instead of wanting dungeon? What do you mean? Me wanting dungeon? Or are you talking about people wanting dungeon? Because all this stuff I bought from like vendor for like 1 gold. Or I made from like a level 2 crafting skill. Yeah, for me, I don't see the point of like wanting dungeons over and over again to get gear if it's just gonna be replaced in 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe if I was at in-game, then I would be right there with you. It's like, why spend the money when you can just grind it? But since I am nowhere near the end of the game, since I'm still, I guess technically, you could say I'm still in Heavenward. You know, since I'm in the end of Heavenward, like the in-between content. So I feel like spending hours trying to farm armor is just like a waste of time. Compared to just continuing the main story and just be given armor. At least that way it feels like anyway. Because, you know, why would I wait time on gear that it will be replaced in like a couple of weeks? You know? No, I would honestly, Joe, it's like, I am literally in Heavenward. I still got, what, like 5 expansions to go? And they give you armor for doing main story? So, like, why, I imagine, I would hope that, like, Stormblood, Endwalk, or whatever, I would hope they would give equipment that is roughly on par with that expansion, or at least better than what I have. So, like, for me, it's just like, why wouldn't I just, like, marathon the main story and have the NPC be, like, kill armor? And then that armor eventually will be better than the armor I have on me. So, you know, at that point, why run the dungeons? When literally, like, a couple hours in the main story should replace the equipment I have. Like, the only reason I bought the equipment I have now is because I hit a point where they made me have to have an item level, you know, to actually continue in the main story. So yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, but like the dungeon stuff, I will do the dungeon when they make me do the dungeon. You know, I'm not gonna set down just farm dungeons that's not gonna give me anything special. Like, if it's not for like a daily, a weekly, or main story, I'm not wanting it. You know. Hey, like I said, it's not a take, it's a belief. Like, a take would be taken for you guys to do it as well. I am not in that camp. This is my belief, not my take. It's a dissent, chat.
Troy, as someone who went through the story countless times, the best way to gear up is through dungeons until that expansion's level cap. Then you do tome gear. Then about halfway through the next expansion, you get the gear through quests and dungeons again. I prefer to sell the quest gear though since it's high quality.
Yeah, but the thing is though, is like, if I'm going to the main story, and I get to a point where the main story, like, do a dungeon, and I do that dungeon one time, and everybody passed on the guild because nobody wanted, because everybody else is at fucking Dawn Trail, and I'm at Heaven Wards, technically. Or Thornblood? I get Thornblood. Thornblood and Nets, right? But, like, wouldn't me just wanting the dungeon for story, wouldn't that just give me the equipment? And
yeah,
also
so
for
that's
me,
free gear, and you can sell the quest gear.
but the thing is for me as well is like, if I have the quest gear or the gear I get for wanting the dungeon once, as long as I don't hit a brick wall, like I can't get a pat the net story quests because I keep dying like over and over and over again. It's like, why would the guild matter? You know, because if I'm farming gear or equipment, that will make me stronger. But I can get through the content with the guild given to me by an NPC or wanting a dungeon once for whatever story I'm on. Like, as long as I don't hit that like brick wall of like dying over and over and over and over and over and over again, just like at doing with actually. As long as that doesn't happen, for me, I don't see a point upgrading. You know, I only see the point in upgrading my equipment once I hit a wall and I'm just dying over and over and over and over again. I can't get a past it. Then that is when I go upgrade my armor. Cause it's like, if I was like I said, if I was in Dawn Trail right now, I'm up to date, I'm at in-game, I'm bored out of my mind doing the content they add every like week or two. Then it'd be like, okay, I'm gonna farm equipment, maybe, if I don't just stop playing by that point, come back for updates. Probably will literally, I would stop
Every
and then come
viewer
back for
just hit a
updates.
subscribe to Troy Maconn blog.
Exactly, Pip. Exactly. Then,
make sure you
then
keep hitting that like button.
do it down. So I'll kind of get eaten. But if I was at like totally in-game, like bored out of my mind in-game, like most of the player bait, then it's like, okay, maybe then I would just do it for shits and giggles to have something to do, you know, if I was a player that, you know, don't have other stuff to do in Final Fantasy in my life, and I'm just, you know, doing shit to do shit. Then that is when, like, the grinding would come in for me. But the thing is like, for me...
I guess you can play like that. Most people like to pull their own weight in dealing damage, but okay. It's no big deal either way, to be honest. Yeah. It's just I personally couldn't do that.
Yeah, for me, I don't really care about pulling weight because I'm a firm believer, like, if the game is balanced, we're gonna get through it no matter what. Like I've always said, I've never been the type to just be like, oh, I want to kill an enemy 3 seconds faster. I just don't care. So, like, for me, as long as, if I get to a story mission, and I die like 10 times over and over and over again, then it'd be like, okay, let's go get equipment. Let's go gain some levels. And then I will do it to it done. But, like, as long as that doesn't happen, it, like, I have no real, like, motivation in any MMO. Because, it, like, that is not what, like, make my MMO, like, my bono for MMO go. Like, for me, it's more like, oh yeah, just seeing stuff, it's just completion and stuff. So armor and stuff for me is more like, I have to, or for a flesh sheet.
Spend $2,000 so you can craft the legendary sword so you can kill bosses 3.2 seconds faster.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. That might tell Pip is like, I just don't care. It's like, I have never cared about being like, oh, my equipment better and thinking die fast, or not in MMOs. Cause like, I think honestly where the disconnect happened for me is in single player games. For me, getting better gear, getting level, getting equipment, is so I can become a god. So I can have Yuna kill the final boss with one normal attack and watch him melt. You know, like a satisfaction thing. Well, when it comes to, like, MMOs, like, for me, it, like, if it's a good MMO, then I'm gonna be here for decades. I'm gonna be here for 20 plus shields. So, it, like, for me, there was no rush. you know, time doesn't matter to me. Because if I'm going to be here for 20 years plus, as long as I don't get shut down or pull NGS, then it like, time don't matter. I don't care, you know? And like, oh, if I kill something a little bit faster, oh well, you know? Like, eventually it gotta die, right? Or I will eventually just go do something else. Like, you know, I will go be a taxi cab driver. I will go and just start crafting tables. I will, you know, go become a crafter, you know, something like that. Like I said, the reason why in like 11, you know, I never got higher than like level 40 because it's like, I didn't have the consistent player bait, and also Final Fantasy 11 was fucking hard. So it like, I just spent the next decade making tables and shit. And starting over, that too. But, you know, that wasn't my fault on that one. But, they're not feeling Halloween. But yeah, like I can't be like, for me, I just can't motivate myself to be like rushy if I know I'm gonna be here for decades on end. Cause even like the affiliates, like I'm gonna get affiliate no matter what. I'm gonna get affiliate by 20 in items. I'm gonna get affiliate for crafting. I'm gonna get affiliate for fishing. I'm gonna get affiliate for doing hunts. I can run outside and kill an enemy, a random enemy that have nothing to do with anything, and get affiliates. So getting extra affiliates in dungeon do nothing for me. Cause like I can just get affiliates out of the way. I could literally put on a podcast, zone out for 3 hours, and have the same amount of affiliates as I would have from a dungeon. It's no dissing to me, you know? Because like I said, time doesn't matter in MMO for me. So yeah. No, I wouldn't say I'm too lazy. I think it's more like I need a game. I need a game at far making me care. I need a game to push back against me. You know, I need a game to be like, you are fucking not seeing Thornblood till you reach mat level with mass equipment, and then the character will talk to you. Like I need that brick wall. And if the game don't give me that brick wall, I can't care, you know? Like I said, like I'm gonna be here for 20, 30, 40 years as long as the game don't get shut down. You know, so it like I said, time means nothing to me. But if the game, every step of the way being like, hey, yeah, your equipment not good enough. Go farm. And then it'd be like, okay, Captain, you know, and then I would be like, then I would be in like the grind that you guys talking about with like dungeons and loot and like that stuff. But as long as the game be like, you don't have to do that right now. I just won't, you know? It's just kind of what it is. It's like, I wouldn't say I'm lazy. I'm just like, I need that like brick wall motivation. I need a game to be a mommy to step on me and tell me to become a good boy and go get affiliates. Then I will care, you know? And also, on top of that, you remove any side activities and be like, no, you can't do any of this till you get up at that point. Say please, mommy, you know, as they step on me, and then I kill. But yeah, that's how I am with all MMOs, you know. Cause like I said, single player is a different story. Cause single player got a fine night and be like, I'm here for like maybe a week and a half, depending on the RPG. So like, if I'm here for a week and a half, I want to feel like a badass and I want to one-shot everything, you know. Because I have a set like endpoint and a set go for the endpoint and a set time limit for the endpoint. So I become way more motivated at that point. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like grinding in MMOs. Like the grind, I shouldn't say I don't like grinding. Is grinding in MMOs are decent than grinding in single player game for me. You know? That is the thing. It's like grinding in my head is decent when we bring in MMO, because MMO for the last decades, once again, if it don't get shut down, and also grinding in MMOs. I think the other thing that hurt my thing about grinding in MMOs is the whole idea of I will never be a god. Because when they do the net update, the net content drop, the net expansion, none of it matter. I'm no longer a god. And I can't have that, like, forever godhood, you know? So in return, I'm just like, I'll get there one day, maybe. Like, I will get there when the game is on life support and there's no more updates and, you know, we are one bad, like, week away from the game shutting down, and it'd be like, okay, let's go be a god. But yeah, like, when it comes to normal fan or MMO stuff, like, as long as the game continuing to get updates, it's like, I can never be a god. And even if I do become a god, it will only be for 6 months, a year, which is, like, nothing for me. Because I'm in the camp when it comes to MMO, like, eventually I'm just going to have everything. Why do I need to watch, you know? Why do I need to do extra step to get that? Exactly, Joe. It's like, yeah, because it's like getting money to buy guild, that, like, kills on the dick for me. It'd be like, oh, I hit a brick wall. I need, for example, what I did last time we hit a brick wall. I hit a brick wall where, like, you need an item level. I'm like, okay, I got money. I'm just gonna go buy a whole bunch of gear and see what kicked me over for both my classes. Oh, he kicked me over? I'm good now, you know? So if I had that, like, every other mission, like right now, like, we have a brick wall. I need an apartment so I can put up my Halloween stuff. I have a brick wall now, so I'm sitting here having, like, the actual, like, I got motivation to break that brick wall to get my apartment. So I can put up my Halloween stuff. So yeah. Like, I need that, like, I need that push and pull for me. Yeah, I can get item in 2 to 3 ones. Yeah. Well, for me, it's like, oh, if that takes 2 weeks, whatever. Like I said, this is straight up a me thing. I will admit freely, this is 100% a me thing. And honestly, I know where it come from. Like, a lot of it come from me spending decades in Final Fantasy XI. And just having to find shit to fill time. And just like, oh, eventually stuff will happen, you know? Or like coming to terms with certain parts of the game of being like, oh, I'm never going to be able to do that. Oh, well. Which, let's be honest, that was Final Fantasy XI 2, they added Trusted. You know, back in, what was that, 2014 or whatever. But yeah. That's the thing. I don't like, I get that why there was the diss in TI. The whole thing, you will become a god by improving how you play. That is the thing, as well, from that point of view. Like, the point of view of that, for me, is like, I think the thing that get me about that is, like, tag targeting MMOs, It don't hit the same dopamine. Well, like, the whole becoming a god and improving by how you play. For Devil May Cry, for Bayonetta, like, you know, stuff like that. By proxy fighting games, if I had a fighting game community growing up. Because let's be honest, I know for a fact, knowing how I am, if I was in a play where I could be, like, heavily involved in the CG or HEC, like, in my youth, I'd be like a fucking fighting game nut. Like, legit. I know I would. Because fighting game hit that same itch, but the problem is like, you know, I didn't grow up around FGC stuff. Because everyone I knew hated fighting game because they hated competition, because they were nerds, and they was all like, ooh, competition for the, you know, for the jocks. I don't want to do competition, because that's for jocks. So I never had that. But just for the whackle, I think I would be way more into that if I had that in my use. But when it comes to like improving how I play to become battle, for me, I feel I have two thoughts on that. When it comes to like Final Fantasy 14, WoW, whatever, any tag targeting MMO, is I feel like I don't become battle by just hitting numbers. You know, if I'm like, oh, I'm battle because I have a rotation. And like, don't get me wrong, there is like knowledge improvement of being like, on this boss, I need to do this rotation opposed to that rotation. And like, yeah, I get that. But the thing is like, I don't find being like 1 2 1 1 2 3 1 1 move left 1 1 2 1 1 2. It's like that don't feel like I'm improving. That feel like I'm memorizing. You know? That feel like I'm just memorizing muscle memory. And if I wanted that, I would just go play fucking StarCraft or Dota or League of Legends or something like that. But when it comes to like MMO stuff, it's like that do nothing for me. I don't feel like I'm getting battle. I just feel like I'm just remembering numbers. Kind of, like I feel the same way about this about Soul games as well. It's like, you know, playing anything from like From Software, just being like, or any like playing like retro stuff like Mega Man or whatever. Of just like being like, oh, okay, this ball gonna jump and then he gonna shoot and then he gonna shoot and then he gonna like halfway down the screen, he's gonna do a full reaction. I need to jump on a wall. You know, like remembering like patterns in like boss fights is the same as for me, the same as being like 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 dodge 1 1 2 1 1 5. And that for me doesn't feel like I'm getting battle. I just feel like I'm memory shit. You know, I'm just doing muscle memory at that point. I'm not becoming battle. I just remember numbers in my head, which is like, you know, I will take that knowledge and go count cards, you know, since that's something I can do. Well, last time I played, I could do. I was really fucking good at counting cards when I was younger. To the point I had people wanting to take me to casinos in my youth, being like, when you turn 18, you can go win us some money. They never did, but, you know, they died.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm in the cutscene. I am just summoning orcas.
My orcas.
You. Orcas. Orcas.
Oh, God, no, I'm trapped. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to the goddamn orca. I can't move, chat. Oh, my God. They have sound effects now. Oh, God. Oh, God. They have sound effects. Goddamn orcas. Don't forget, we got Silent Hill, Bioland with more orcas. Don't forget about that. But yeah, like for me, when it comes to like improvement, would be like I said, it would be more like fighting games or like the example that I do use, like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta type stuff of being like, okay, quarter circle to punch, we'll do up, and then when they are up in L, that means I have 3 frames of animation to do a quarter circle with a jump with that weapon. That weapon will call 3 frames of animation done, and like, you know, like, it's like a spider web of just like linking up to like this and stuff. And for me, that will like, my mind would be more battle, not doing 1 1 1 2, and more like, okay, I do this. Now I have 5 options. Depending on the enemy, I can do 6 more options, then into 4 more options, and just like I said, the fighting game thing for me. That, it wouldn't feel like I'm getting battle. Because any like RPG, like my favorite thing I love doing in Final Fantasy X with Yuna, of literally, you know, having her hit, you know, Sin with a wand and Sin just dies. Like, that's not about like becoming battle. Like any for that and not getting battle, because at the end of the day, that's just, you know, micromanaging spreadsheet type shit. But the thing that is satisfying on that is being like, I am the, you know, the god of the universe. 1 hit dead. And like, haha, I know you're not. And it's just like, you know, that is, well, that satisfaction. Not about getting battle for that type of stuff. That's just a dopamine hit, you know. You know, just watching he killed like screams about being godlike, being dead in one hit by a fucking white mage. Well, I get summoned on in case of UNUP, but, you know. But that's not getting battle. That is just avoiding game system to, you know, to make it where I can beat a game in like 10 minutes, you know. Like, that is like speed one or like dopamine to me. But yeah. Yeah, I do need money, BT. Yeah, I'm trying to get money right now. Here we go. No, we are not going into a 2-hour win. It's not happening, Joe. It's not happening. But yeah. But either way, like I said, that, once again, not a take, opinion. It's an opinion, not a take. No one should probably ever play like me because let's be honest, the shit I find satisfying and we have established is too fucking niche and no one gives a shit about it. You know? So don't live by my example, chat. Don't do it. Is that a house item? What is this? Oh, it is a house item. Okay. Alright. This is 100% just a me thing. And I get maybe a Sam thing as well. Sam in the camp, but she don't give a fuck about anything but making money and catching fishes. So, you know. I guess she is not much better in that way, but, you know, and then again, I haven't done like 700 hours of fishing like she did in this. Because that's all Sam want to do is make money by fishing, and that it. She don't want to do nothing but fish and crafting for money. Like, the only reason Sam ever beat around Reborn because she had to, because she ran out of fish and crafting items she could get. Like, that is literally the only reason why Sam ever got a pass like the base game. So, you know. That is a thing. So, let's see. Am I do sold anything? Don't we get a pop-up when they sell stuff? Isn't that a thing, chat? Am I right about that? Yeah, I think that is the case. Yeah, they haven't sold anything. Alright. So, is that the case? What? Saying what? What did I say? What did I say? That was outrageous. Okay, you gotta make it sound like everything I'm saying is outrageous. What specifically it outrageous now, Whack?
I don't necessarily think that. I just think you're playing the wrong games with that mentality. You'd have plenty of money if you just take the free gear the game gives you.
Maybe. But the thing is, if I'm enjoying the game, is it the wrong game? That would be the question. If I was over here being like, why won't they give me money? Fuck the guild. I'm not doing that guild. Fuck that game. Why would I do that? I'm not doing that. That's awful. You know, they should give me money. And then it'd be like, I feel like I'm playing the wrong game. But, you know, like, if I'm enjoying that, and I'm not complaining about that stuff, am I playing the wrong game? No, the thing is, I enjoy Final Fantasy XI. I just like 11 better. Like, you can still have fun in a game, any of those other games you enjoy more. And like, for me, it's like the whole idea of being like, oh, like, I should only play 11 because I love 11. Fuck 14, fuck WoW, fuck, you know, Guild War 2, fuck, you know, whatever. Like, you can enjoy something and not have, like, you know, not be like over the moon like you would be about something else. It's like, you know, it just like one of them cases of like
Robot Miku.
Wait, what about Robot Miku? Wait, we got Robot Miku? Show me the Robot Miku, Pep. Oh!
Well, you just said you don't care if you are geared up. If you're playing tank, it does kind of affect other players.
That we don't play tank
how you play,
with other people.
You even said you like the trust in 11. It honestly sounds like you like single player more.
No, I like certain mechanics more. Also, Pip. Okay, Pip. I like that Miku. I like that Miku, Pip. I wasn't I wasn't expecting like a legit robot Miku. Okay, I need a hobby shop to get that Miku. I need that Miku in my life. 7,000, not bad. That is $5 to $6. Oh no, never mind. No, that equals to the. No, that equals to the what? Like 55? My bad. But okay, hang on. Let me reread that. What was? Sorry, I got distracted by Miku. Don't carry your guilt up. You're playing. But yeah, the whole thing about the guild and stuff, that's the reason why I won't play with other people as a tank. I'm not cut out for that. So for me, it's like that's the reason I play white mage when I play the other player. The only reason I'm leveling my tank is Sam. Sam is the only reason I'm leveling my tank like roughly parallel. Because I know when the time comes and Sam like fully come back eventually, because you know Sam kind of comes and goes. And I know Sam will be at the point where like I don't want to fucking do that. I just want to fish. You know, like what happened with when Reborn. And I'm leveling my tank mainly so I can do what you doing for me at with the whole like going in, just me and you just killing everything in one hit and I get the quest done. That's the only reason I'm leveling my tank. It's so I can do that for Sam when Sam come back eventually. But yeah, that's the only reason for that. But yeah, that's when I do white mage when I play with people. The reason I like the trust in 11.
Luna, have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Night, Pip. Hey, we do have Kit Kats at the emote, Pip. But no, the 11. The reason I like 11, or I like the trust in 11, is because I finally got to do the shit I always wanted to see. Because I love the story of Final Fantasy 11, and as you know, X, same go for any of you who played 11 back in the 75 days. Like, good luck trying to actually beat all the expansion and do all the content. Good luck with that. Maybe I just was in unreliable guilds or link shells. I don't know, but realistically I probably was because most of them was like running around doing more farmy / like power leveling stuff. But the thing about original 11 was like you needed people to do the story content. And that's the reason I like Trusted, because it's like I never got to do that no matter how much I wanted to, because I love the stories in 11. So when they introduced the Trust and I was able to do the main story, because like I said, in-game shit I don't care. I don't care about absolute
That
virtue.
still tells me you like the story more than the MMO part.
Exactly. Nah. Okay, 11 get kind of fishy though. But the thing about 11 was the story was the stuff I always wanted to see, but at the same time, I like the sandbox of 11. So I would say like iffy. Like, yeah, I like the story more, especially at that time, because that was back when I was like, you know, we talking, you know, 16, 17. Like, it was back when it, like, which I get you could also put that into trauma territory as well, where it, like, I was very invested in, like,
MMO equals mommy's milky oogie boogies.
Exactly, Pip. But also at that time, it's like, I was more, like, invested into, like, story stuff at the time, but some of that had more to do with escapism, abuse, childhood trauma, you know, that shit. But with that being said, though, it's like that was back when like I was invested in story stuff way more. It just nowadays, you know, like I said, like vampire story I love, but you know, I kind of feel like, let's be honest, it's like let's be real here. Final Fantasy 15, 16 is like 13. None of them hold a candle like to like Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10. You know, like the PS1, PS2 era stories. Like, I'm not saying like the like good story don't exist in RPG by any means anymore. It just like at that time, you know, that was back in gaming when story mattered, especially for like console stuff. You know, before like multiplayer stuff became too big of a thing beyond, you know, kid doing GoldenEye shit, which I was a Perfect Dark kid. I didn't do GoldenEye. I did Perfect Dark. But like back then, it like, you know, the story was a little more like important at the point. But like I said, how much of that is just, you know, escapism from, you know, reality of my youth. But the thing was about 11, is like, no matter how much I loved story in 11 and all the expansions, especially like Chain of Pamantia and Wing of the Goddess is still my favorite two expansions. Like, don't get me wrong, Treasure Autogon had moments. I love the fucking cat in Treasure Autogon, any if she did steal my crown. But, you know, side thing though. Was like, 11 was still, because of the time period, obviously, because of the time period. Because, you know, after WoW, everything changed when it came to that, for the most part. Because I still say probably the closest thing we have to 11 is something like VR chat. As far of, like, being, like, sandboxy, and, like, you had the story, yes. You had the story, you had the super hard modules, you had your farming, you had the normal MMO stuff. But also, you know, 11 also fell into that camp of it was sandboxy enough to make up your own, like your own way of life. And I enjoyed that a lot. And the main reason why I probably, if I cared about Star Wars, I probably would have loved Galaxies. Because, you know, Galaxy was pretty much that.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. You like this? Go on. It's still scam time. Go ahead and sub. Don't you want more of this? This is what you all enjoy, right? Isn't this nice? Yeah.
You hold the man, hold the fox. Sub, chat, sub. But yeah, like, that was also the part, because to be totally honest, like, when I tell stories about Final Fantasy 11, I hardly tell stories about, like, oh, the time, you know, the time that Pashi did this, or the time that Lion, you know, did X, Y, or Z, or about the story of the Gaka being, like, torn into the Shadow Lord, and, you know, how the Bloodles and, you know, and Juno ended up betraying for, like, the great or evil power. You know, it's like I never, like, that's not what I talk about in Final Fantasy 11. What I talk about in Final Fantasy 11 was, like, I was a mafia boss. I went around and broke kneecaps and then made people pay me. Or, oh, I ended up being a taxi cab driver. Or running around being like, you know, finding newbies out in the dunes and watching them die, and then bringing them back alive and turning them into my slaves. Well, they had to, like, give me like equipment and stuff. If they, you know, if they wanted me to come and be like a sidekick for them, or being like, oh, I am such a high-ranking crafter. That way, when a guild will be like, hey, buddy, we need the in-game equipment made, I'm like, I'm your man, you know. And like, that's what I talk about in 11. The stuff I talk about in 11 is about my experience in the sandbox, more than the story. Any of the story is, once again, I would still argue some of the expansions is better than every other Final Fantasy that came before it, and in some way could be debatable for the stuff after, because we will see about 14. But yeah, it's like, no, the sandbox was the thing about it for me. But you know, just having that freedom to not only do the story if you could get people together, but also like when you couldn't. Like, when I hit, like, a stopping point and I couldn't get in parties because of the areas, you know, it's like I had other shit to do that was, like, equally as important to me, you know. Breaking kneecaps was great. It was fun, you know, hanging out in quad nets and just mortaling people. or going up to the grotto and farming fire crystals, you know. By listening to whatever podcast I was listening to at the time, probably Daijinchu, more than likely. But yeah, but no, it's like I'm a firm believer of like you can enjoy.
Okay, yeah, this, God, where to start? By today's standards, this game looks like a parody. Now, before you get riled up, hear me out. Yes, it's older, and I'm not judging it harshly and calling it a piece of shit by any means. There's just a lot of timing and audio cues which are a little rough around the edges in 2020. But again, that's totally fine. Now, as a precursor to the story here, I'm gonna mention that I'm going to be spoiling the ever-living shit out of this game. If you want to go explore it for yourself, I heavily encourage you to do so before continuing on. So this whole thing starts off with you getting busy with a vampire who decides to give you the bad suck after the good suck. This turns you into a vampire, which brings these two goons flipping in and staking the shit out of you. They grab you two and put you on this stage where I assume members from different families show up to bear witness to the judgment brought down upon you and the vampiress who turned you. Well, the lady gets the Dragon Slayer to her neck, causing her death. I don't know why she did it, but it seems like she should have known better, as the man referred to as the Prince briefly explains the existence of the code of conduct which all vampires in this society must follow. After this, you're basically told to go learn about how the society functions fully and then return.
Blood? It's your new rack of lamb, your new champagne, blood, your new fucking heroin, kid. Get ready though, cause hey, it's never as sweet as the first time.
So yeah, this fella walks you through your tutorial phase in which you feed on a human and are told exactly what you can do and are weak to. The voice acting is surprisingly good out of old Jack here, which makes sense seeing as he's played by John DiMaggio. You're told that most of the anti-vampire tropes are just made up bullshit, all except for being weak to sunlight and fire. You can still be killed from weapons, but a stake to the heart only paralyzes you, which explains the opening cutscene. Well, after this, shit goes nuts, as it's explained to you that a group known as the Sabbat are raiding the place. These guys are an unchained group of vampires who exist to cause carnage and wreak havoc. Old Guts from before comes strolling in and just obliterates a few of them with his big magic powers, and you continue on your tutorial tour. This involves explanations on hacking and lockpicking, which are both pretty straightforward. Though I will say that going through a computer has you interacting with it in the old school way, in which you type in the different trees that you want to access via several different available commands. If your skills are high enough, you can either hack or lockpick your way into the safe for the keycard out of here. But if you lack the required proficiency in either, you can scout around the room and find a piece of paper with the password on it as well, which is pretty cool. Additionally, any area that you're in is marked with 3 different potential symbols. The first one notes that anything can go and that you can use your powers at will. The second one notes that the masquerade is in full effect, meaning that you can use your powers, but you have to be careful not to get caught by humans. And the last one means that using your powers and weapons are strictly forbidden. All in all, while the game seems pretty archaic at first glance, I'm thoroughly enjoying the systems which are thrown at me so far in this tutorial. From here, it's elaborated on how exactly the health system works in relation to different damage sources. If you take standard damage, it'll heal over time pretty quickly. If you take aggravated damage, it's going to take a lot longer to heal unless you guzzle some blood. This brings us to the quality of blood. A homeless dude's going to have a lot worse blood quality than someone who takes care of themselves, which affects how much benefit you receive from draining it. You can also feed on animals like rats if you're in a pinch or have decided to roleplay as one of those vampires who hates what he is. It's also worth noting here that if you're not careful and kill an innocent, the whole humanity thing comes into play. Like I said, the lower your humanity, the more often you'll frenzy, and frenzying can be pretty bad if you're in a place where losing control is considered taboo by the masquerade. It's a pretty awesome system that I haven't seen anything like in any other game that I can think of. So far so good, until sneaking rears its ugly head. Sneaking sucks in this game. I like the concept, it's a pretty standard system all things considered. Except that it takes that Elder Scrolls eyeball and expands on it by telling you when you're fine to move, when you might be caught, and when you'll definitely be caught if the enemy's looking at you. Plus you can see how close or far an enemy is from you and how exposed you are from the amount of light. That all sounds pretty great, but to me it seems like the system genuinely doesn't work. I can be in bright light with the enemy staring right at me and be totally fine. And I can be in complete darkness and have the enemy staring somewhere else and be caught with no in between. And of course the opposite can happen too.
Told you that the video will be back, chat. Anyway, oh god damn it, hang on. I gotta unmute it. I gotta unmute Final Fantasy. There we go, chat. There we go. We unmute it. Anyway. But yeah, you can enjoy stuff that you enjoy more of and less so and still enjoy stuff. Cause like I said, I enjoyed it fucking way more than WoW. You know. A lot more than WoW. Okay, back to catching up on chat. No, the main reason I loved Wayfinder Whack is because of a dot hack. Like, if it wasn't dot hack, like don't get me wrong, I would have played it because of Joe Mad art and I could fucking eat that like candy. But if Joe Mad was not involved and if it wasn't dot hack, I wouldn't give a shit about Wayfinder. But like, how the mechanics and the level change depending on keywords and the randomness of it and being able to control like spawns and drops and like if an area have like a mini game tied to it, like legit, like the one being killing around torches, like that stuff wasn't in Wayfinder, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care nowhere near that much. But yeah. You give me a game that hit that dot hat dopamine. Oh, I'm in so fucking hard, and it just happened to be made by my favorite artist. Cause like between him and Tom McFarlane, oh I'm in. So them are still my two favorite artists. No, not because I don't understand it. Like, some of it, yes. Some of it I don't understand because it's like the game doesn't elaborate on it. And, like, it's not making sense in a way that maybe, like, X is trying to explain it or something. Because, so once again, things go over my head in text. I'm not much of a text person. I'm more of a video person. Or learning by doing. As long as, okay, I get the better way to put it. As long as what I am being taught actually go farther than just that one event. Cause like, for example, like the dungeon I just did where we had to eat fruit to get poison, I guess it was off me. Whatever it was on me, to get it off, I had to eat fruit to not die from it, cause it doesn't wear off naturally. And like, if that's something that was like a more consistent mechanic, then I feel more motivated to learn it. Well, if it's something that in like one dungeon, it could be one of them cases like, oh, that's fine. Okay, cool, whatever. But, it's not going to stick with me because I will probably never do that dungeon again. Well, the game make me do it. Which it might. It might make me do it during, one of the daily roulette type of things. But, like, when that happened again, I was just like, oh, yeah, I gotta do that way. It's, like, less about learning and more just putting, like, a pin in it. To be like, oh, okay, this is a thing. And when I see it again, it, like, pulling the pin out. And, like, oh, yeah, I remember
wants to contact a dead hooker I saw on the news, and she never showed up, bitch.
But yeah, that kind of was that fault. And I think, honestly, this is, like, one of my issues I have with, like, I wouldn't even say newer MMO, because let's be honest, it go back to 2004. Fuck you, WoW. Is like, I get the best way to put it, having, like, NGS were really fucking bad about it. PSO2, you could say, was also bad about this. Of having, like, fractions, where, like, oh, that content is, like, the content and like its own thing, and dick content and another content. But like barely any of them ever overlap. Like the most you got as overlapping might be what, affiliates and armor, and that like it. But it's not like anything like gameplay design of bleed over. You know, like I've always talked about, like my favorite thing in any game is like, oh, I need to get money. I get money. I buy food. I get food. It gives me more stat. You give me more stat. I kill a monster. That monster now drop an item. This item can be sold. And that item can be sold for a lot of money. I get a lot of money, and then with that, I can buy equipment, and then equipment I can use to craft stuff, and by crafting stuff, I now have stuff in my house. Now that I have stuff in my house, I have more inventory space, and since I got more inventory space, now I can go out and farm more item equal more money equal equipment equal bigger monster, you know, like a spider web connection of like, do this, equal that, play into that. Like, I love that design. But like, a lot of like games after WoW, like I said, PSO is like the perfect example of this. It's more like, oh, here are your dungeons, here are your story stuff, here is like your event dungeon, here is your tower defense, here is, you know, whatever, it's like pieces. Or in the case of NGF would be like, oh, here Cannonball, here, you know, Origin Quests, here what was the other thing? Here's the snow, the way scene event. Here are your limited time quests, and everything just like so like separated. And like that, the stuff that like, because it like it just feel more like, to me, just feel like they are made to be distractions instead of like a consistent vision. Which is also playing into like the other reason why I'm not a big fan of crossover, really. Like, don't get me wrong, I can think crossover is cool and all, but that's the other thing about like crossover stuff for me and why it doesn't work for me, because it's like, you like fragmenting your game out again, and it's like you don't have the belief in your game. And I feel like by having content that is just like separate like that, is like, It feel like the game design is more about distractions and less about a consistent vision. But yeah. Where were we? Let me see. Anti-social and Left 4 Dead. I know there are people that still play Left 4 Dead, but let's be honest. Like when it comes to the stuff like Left 4 Dead, like the main reason I was doing like single player on that is I just wanted to feed. I didn't want to spend all night just sitting there looking for players, and also I was there to just play through the story of Left 4 Dead. And you know, I didn't want to deal with people like coming in screaming racial slurs or whatever. But yeah, like the whole Left 4 Dead thing, it was like, yes, anti-social 100%. But also the other side of that is like, I don't want to wait around. You know, we got shit to do during Halloween, so I don't want to wait around back then, and even to this day. So it's like, if I can play something solo, and even co-op, it's like, yeah, I will still play it solo, because it's like, especially streaming, and especially if a game don't allow you to, you know, shut off like chat. Which I don't know if Left 4 Dead did, because Left 4 Dead was from that time period when that wasn't common, so I'm not sure if we can mute people. But either way, one of them things of like a safety thing as well is like, as we have established, if I'm gonna get banned, it gotta be from Sam telling someone to like fuck off about OnlyFans links, or Sam.
I'm gonna create a new racial slur. Nanwanga.
Exactly. Or Sam accidentally popping a nipple. Them are the only thing that we are allowed to be banned for, chat. I'm not getting banned because some person came in here screaming racial slurs. No thank you. Not happening. It nipple or no nipple, chat. Remember that. No, I always took having a take being like my take is something you all should listen to, and some people might take as they believe. Like, exactly, that too. That too, a dick might fall eventually. If I thought moving again, you never know. Let's be honest, some of my underwear don't even fit me. They just tell the hanging. Eventually, I'm surprised a dick haven't fell out by now, let's be real. But yeah, like, no, for me, like, if I'm saying something as gospel, and then warning you guys, or one of you, like, if it's 20 of you, I know it's probably not 20 of you, but let's say 20 people in here, and one of you take it, then I feel like that become a true take instead of a belief. Because, you know, I'm passing it on to someone else to believe the same thing I believe. And like I said, I don't want that. I'm not a fan of detonating you guys, you know? Like, mine alone. You can't have it, Chad. So the question is, if we're gonna go by that at the whole take definition you post, what would you say mine is then? Like, what would it be called from my point of view? Of me not wanting it to be gospel and be like forcing other people to believe the same way I believe. What would we call it then? Maybe the opposite of influencer, maybe? I don't know. I got nothing.
Take a penny, leave a penny.
Wait, would that be it, Pip? Maybe. Maybe that would be it.
I think they are synonyms.
You know, actually that might work. That might walk down. Cause like for me, it like I kind of feel like my opinion on things should never be taken as like gospel on anything. You know, I feel like the only thing for me that should be taken as quote unquote gospel would be like if I were doing like game review and we talking a gruesome fact that everyone can see, like the game runs at 3 frames a second, crash every 5 minutes.
That means they are almost the same definition.
Oh, fair enough. But yeah, like then it'd be like more like facts, which were what our reviews was at Edgeway were very much like game is 6 hours, the game clapped 40 times, the game run at 10 frames a second. There was no plan for update, you know, like our review was very much like cut and dry with no opinion in it. The opinion was for the podcast. So yeah. I would say, I gotta be thinking about it. I guess our review was one step removed from being Digital Foundry in some ways. You know, but without the ability to put stuff into like, Digital hardware tracking of FPS. I guess was the only thing missing from our review back then, but you know. Dude, PK Sorval, dude, yes. Hey, you know, if people are still playing Doom at PK. Like, if you, you know, there was a lot of PK and Sorval and stuff in Doom in the beginning. But yeah, like PK stuff I also very much enjoyed back in the day. But I honestly blame the Dot Hat anime for that. Like the Dot Hat anime having like big PK like characters in that anime kind of made me love PKing back. You know, back in the day, like, because that was the one thing about WoW I did enjoy was fishing, skinning, and PKing people. Yeah, we need more vampire stuff. I need to look. I think I got some vampire picture pip. So we could technically will play the vampire pip. Went from WoW to WoW. I get technically WoW is making a resurgence, right? And not only because of OnlyFans. Because it seems like people are pretty excited about the new, like, story arc that's happening in WoW. Don't get me wrong, I imagine the hardcore WoW head still bitching and moaning because, like I always say, you play a game long enough, you're gonna start bitching and moaning because, you know, you see through, like, the designs and you start seeing more of the problems. But for the most part, like, once again, I'm not in the WoW community by any means, but, you know, in passing, it seemed like people are pretty excited with WoW right now. Or late when the expansion was coming out anyway. Yeah, I don't care about in-game at all either. That never was my thing. Like, in 11, I never did, like, Absolute Virtue. I didn't do, the BSM, whatever, SMM? Whatever the initial was for the enemy that you had to trade item to get them to spawn. Like, I never cared about that. Because usually for me, it's like, when I emote game, when I hit quote-unquote in-game, because like I said, in my youth, I never hit in-game in any game, like, ever. But that also had more to do with, you know, game was built around having, like, 8 people on your ass at all times. And then in, like, more recent years, like, in-game, I usually, when it comes to in-game, you know, one or two things happen. It's like, I just stop playing. I'm looking at you out widers. I hit in-game and I'm like, I'm good, I'm out. Or I fall into the camp of like, okay, I'm out. But I will see you in 6 months when the new DLC comes out, a new expansion comes out. But like, that kind of well I exist in quote-unquote in-game. And let's be honest, the only like recent game that I didn't quit was like PSO2, but that doesn't count because, you know, that game was only around for like a year and a half, and, you know, I was making YouTube videos at that point because they still were releasing new stuff every month because of the whole catch-up they were doing. Any if I had like the story done, I had all the characters at that level. Any if I only got the story done like a week before NGX came out, but that was beside the point. But yeah.
So too brought us Big Booby Amy, so bringing it overseas was a success.
That is true. That is true. You can thank Phil Pencil for that, Pip. You are not wrong. That was a gift that kept on giving, Pip. Yeah, this is a thing, like, the whole, like, you learn until you don't die as a hero. It's like, once again, it's like, if whatever for me, death means nothing. Like, don't get me wrong. If I died in this game, and, like, for example, you look at my life bar right now. You see how I have 1,253,000 experience? If I was in a dungeon, and I died, and it dropped to, like, 600,000 experience, and every time I die I could D-level, then I will start killing real fucking fast. You know? But like, I feel like dying in this is like in a dungeon, just like, oh, you just pop a button, you go back to the start, you hit a teleporter, you 1-2 feet, and you right back with your party. You know? And like, oh yeah, cool, equipment can break, but at the same time equipment, like, I go pay 100 gil and all my shit at bit. So like, you know? And once again, it, like, I feel like most of the content, at least that I have experience, I know that one might change once I get to quote-unquote real in-game, but, like, the experience, the stuff I have experience as of now, like the dungeons or the bosses, it kind of like, all that stuff eventually will get beat. You know, it might take 2 or 3 tries, but everything eventually will end. And, like, if you get pissy about that, it, like, as we have established more times
they
than I
got
can
other
count.
modes that have you lose experience or time if you like that.
What is that experience, and well, can I do it? What level do I need to be to do that? That's the question. But if so, I would just go do that. You know, fuck the rest of it. I would just go do that. But yeah, like one of them cases is like, I feel like if you are another player and you get pissy about that, just leave. You know, just fuck off. Because like, I like, don't get me wrong, there might always be an exception here, but from my experience, 9 times out of 10, the person that is whining and complaining, once they leave, the next person we get, we do it for a try. So, you know, because at the end of the day, like, you're playing a fucking video game. Why don't you get angry or upset or care? Like, you know, especially with content that, like, yeah, like, we will get through and, like, maybe net time we get for a trial, the time after that we get it. It doesn't matter because, like, eventually everything will get beat. You know, and also if you feel angry about, like, me dying or someone else dying, just, like, yeah, just leave. Go find another party. You know, go pop a NPCs and run around and just do it that way. You know, if you care about the stuff. I don't know. It just feel like a little childish about that. It's like, I get the whole thing of like, oh, my time is, you know, worth something, but at the same time, it's like, you could instead of complaining, you could always quit, found another party.
But those Miku boobies are real when I'm playing in 3D.
Damn white pill. They're like, the time you been complaining could have always been like you queuing and finding another party. So, you know. I guess that is a very good point, Pip. It's like, I guess, you know, when we're dealing with Miku boobies, you know, A cups are real cup too, so I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, well, the so-called billion thing, I kind of want to unlock it now. What up, Pip? Oh, X. I beep 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 beep. Are we doing more code now? Is that what we're doing, X? Are we doing more code?
I'm trying to carry someone through an 18-minute dungeon like a year ago. I still have the whole recording of that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you gotta pat the dungeon, right? Any of you carry someone, you still gotta pat it. Also, what's the image, X? I just saw a pop-up saying there was an image. Hey, transparent now. You have evolved to transparency, I see, X. Nice.
But I sold the recording for a whopper and I don't regret it.
Exactly, yeah. It's like, that's like a perfect example of that. It's like, because at the end of the day, you playing the game. If you love the game, you playing the game. You know, win or lose, you still doing something you love, you know. Because like I said, I'm a firm believer, like, if a game can drive you to any emotion that is more on the negative side, you don't need to be playing the game. Like, you need to be doing something else. You can come back later, or, you know, you can just be like, okay, no, fuck that game, I'm out, and go find something else. You know, life is too short to have, like, any amount of, if it's not, like, enjoyment, happiness, satisfaction, you know, relationship building, it's like, if you don't have a positive experience that drives you to something negative, like, you probably shouldn't be doing that, you know? And like I said, if it's something that, like, in the case of, like, you with Shinobi, you know, like, if you had something bullshit, like, trying to get them F-Wings, it's like, you know, I'm still the firm believer if it drives you to any amount of angle as any player, it's like, just leave and come back in, like, 20 minutes or hour, you know? You know, go do something that the kids all love doing. I don't know, vaping or something. I have no idea what the kids into, and come back and just do it later. But yeah, that kind of just my belief about anything in general. Like, nothing should bring you to anger, and if it does, either you stop doing it, or if you're more excited, or, you know, it's time to go buy a frog suit. You know, either or. You know, one or the other. But especially if it's something that is like, you know, especially if it's something that's supposed to be enjoyed, supposed to mean to be enjoyed, Like, there was no reason to be getting upset about it. Don't get me wrong, you can have like moments, like if you're playing a PvP game, and some dude just like pop you in the back of the head, be like, you know, the whole like, you know, slamming your hand, be like, fuck this, you know, like angle in the moment. But at that moment, if that angle had not gone within like 2 minutes, it's time to go. You know, with VIPing up in here. Are you VIPing, Pip? I see you, Pip. But yeah. But there are plenty of other games you can play if you want to be a stupid player. Let's be honest. There are so many other games you can play as a stupid player at. I wouldn't even say I'm struggling. It's like, I feel like struggling means I realize I'm having issues or I'm hitting walls. Which I'm not. Like, I think the better way to put that, I'm just lacking the information that might help. But at some point, you know, let's be honest. I know knowing me and knowing how I am, I will hit mat level in Dawn Trails, and then it'd be like, okay, there are 5 dungeons I haven't done, and my inner completionist brain will be like, I need to do them for completionist reasons, or at least try them at least once, and then I would just go watch a YouTube video, and then figure out like, oh, this is how I play my quests, okay. But that falls into the camp for me as well. Like, I don't really want to. I don't really have. Once again, till I hit a brick wall. Other than that, till I hit that point, let's say I played the whole game, make it to Dawn Trail, no brick wall at all, no brick wall at all. Then for me, it like, I feel like there is no reason learning how to play my character, especially if by the time I get to 100, 110, whatever the level cap is in this, and I have like 20 new abilities. It like, for me, once again, till I hit a brick wall, and if I don't, then for me, it like, why do I need to learn in depth how to play my character? Because I'm pretty sure, or I would hope anyway, once again, let me know, but I would hope that at level 60, appelled to 100, level 100, my character played totally decent. And so for me, it's like, why learn my character till I hit 100? Because if you're going to be totally decent, ideally, would be totally decent with new abilities and, you know, special abilities, side effect, that stuff. It like, it feel pointless to learn it till I have everything under my belt. Like, once I have access to everything, that is when I learn it. Because that is when I can take full advantage of my skill set.
Personally think you should learn your class before you hit max level. So there are baby steps to learning it. The leveling process gives you skills at a slow pace so you can learn the order to press them. Most jobs it's about them adding layers onto existing rotations.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the thing about how my brain works. My brain is not about like baby steps. I need all the information handed to me at once and then let me take it apart. Like my mind, just in general, how my mind works, it like, this was one of the biggest thing about that I got in trouble for in school. Well, it was like one of them cases of like when I was doing like history or math, would be, you know, the teacher would be like, oh, today turn to page, you know, 241, and for the next 3 months we're gonna be worrying about these 2 paragraphs. And for me, once again, it may be my inner autism here kicking in. And like, for me, I'm like, this is fucking boring. I don't like this. Give me the book. And then I would just like, you know, get all the information and then be like, oh, I know all this shit. And then I wouldn't touch the book for the rest of the next few years because it's like, I know everything. So it's just like, oh yeah, that. And then I'd be like, in my head, like literally in my head, I have like a Rolodex in my head of different things. So it would be like, I would hit a class point and they'd be like, okay, we're going to do, you know, page 312. And for me, like, I wouldn't even have to open the book. It's just like, oh, 312. Oh yeah, that was the one that talked about division and like multiplying under the scale root of pi. And then after like 2 seconds, I'm good. It's like, oh yeah, this, and this, and this. And then I'm just sitting there. Because I always did all the work. Which is the main reason my teachers just started doing the whole thing of like, you know the work. Teach the other kids. Tell the other kids what to do. Hand them your work and let them copy it. But yeah, like I said, that I know that, honestly. I know that my inner autism on that one. Of just being like, I don't want baby steps.
One day, a mountain was struck by lightning, and the best drink ever was made. The end.
With a dog. Wait, is the dog the end? So yeah, like for me, like, instead of learning in baby step, especially like, mechanically, the game not changing. Like, don't get me wrong, mechanically, it changed. You know, like example would be like, if the tutorial was like, okay, the 5 mission, you have a gun, you shooting people. Okay, net 10 mission, we now gonna show you how to crouch. And so the net 10 mission, you're gonna be crouching. Okay. And then the net, like, 20 missions after that, like, you're gonna drive a car. And then the final mission, you're gonna do all of that. And then it, like, get a little bit better. But once again, it's like, for me, it's one of them things of, like, maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't see the gameplay in it changing drastically more. Maybe this is something that will change in later expansions, you know, as I get closer and closer to Dawn Trail and they have more money and more, like, game design in it. But
Joy. They give you babysitters. So you do the rotations without thinking. So you can pay attention to the more complicated mechanics without hyper-focusing on the rotation. Baby steps.
Yeah, that's the thing for me, like, I'm that gonna annoy me. You know, I want both. I want it all happening at once. You know? But yeah, if they give me you like the rotation, well, like, you know, you don't have to worry about the rotation. Then for me, it become like, why am I rotating? Why the fuck am I rotating? It's like, at that point, which I don't remember if it was 14.
You will be overwhelmed later if you keep this up. I'm not gonna lie.
That's what YouTube videos are for. You know? Also, I mean, I don't get overwhelmed and stuff usually. So, because the thing is, in that case, I don't think, like for me, I don't usually get overwhelmed, especially in something like that, because like the community of 14 is so big. Someone's gonna make a video explaining everything. You know? And I can just do that and learn it. We will see, once again, we will see when we get there. You know, I might, but knowing me usually in gaming, I don't usually get overwhelmed. The only time I get overwhelmed if it's something like the lap fight in Vampire, where it's just like, there are dudes everywhere and like the controls are terrible for combat, and it's just like throwing a billion dudes and the final boss teleporting around. But at that point, that become a problem with the controls, not the design. But yeah, it's like, we will see. We will see when we get there. But to be honest, on my end, like I said, I have always been the camp of, I need all the information in one go, because the way my brain works is like, I partial stuff out and I built spider webs. And, or another example would be like my whole Woe deck ideal. And like, when I get like baby stepped up, it just like, it don't quick. Because if like, as an example, if they be like, oh, heal a mechanic or ability at level 10, and then at level 40, you get an ability that work in parallel with it, and make it better, my brain don't connect that dot. Because like, for me, it's like, oh, this level 40, why in the fuck would it work with a level 10 spell? Any if it's supposed to? My brain can't see that connection point, because it's so far apart. But if I get all the information in like one go, like if I make it a Dawn Trail, and I have all the information, I'm like sat down like, okay, let's do this. And like then I can connect the dots better. Because it's not like a timeline in between. It's like I have everything in the moment. And then I can start figuring out the dot. So, like, cause like I said, that's like the main reason why it's like, right now, it's like, I will admit freely, like my playstyle is the same as Final Fantasy XI right now. I can't regen. If we still have Shield and Protect, which I know they got rid of that, because that was the old fail back in 2013. But if we still had Shield and Protect and Shield, like, it would be the same, like, routine while I'm always doing, being like, okay, fight, you get regen. We're doing a boss fight, everybody get regen. If we're doing normal mobs, the tank get regen. And then if the life bar is at full, I do nothing. If the life bar, say the life is 500, the life bar hit 300, you get killed, or get kill 1. Okay, you get 300 down to 200, you get killed 2. You get down to like below 100, you get killed 3. And that is, you know, what I've been doing. So, and like I said, I haven't hit a brick wall in any content yet. And the one time we did, literally once the person left, we did it for a try. But yeah, it like I said, this is just this is 100% just like, you know, my non-normal typicalness of like, I need all the information. I can't do that Pete Mill shit. Like, especially over decades, because it came in what? If we count 1.0, this game is coming up on what, 20 years old in 2009? So we are literally 4 years away from the game being 20 years old. So like that gap is way too far for me. So, cause like I said, literally for me, I know what it would be. It would be like, I would get to Dawn Trail, I would beat Dawn Trail, and we go into the after game stuff. Or whatever will count as, you know, quote unquote in-game heal. Like, I would hit that point, and once I hit that point, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna take all the information, I'm gonna bring up a YouTube video, I'm gonna get a spreadsheet out, I'm gonna start making a Google Doc, and now I'm gonna start connecting it, and then I learn how to play my class. And then when Dawn Trail 2.0 comes out, you know, whatever the Dawn Trail Infinity or whatever the net expansion might be called, like, then it'd be like, oh, I don't care anymore. And then
I just find that weird. That's like how any game works. That's why you have to buy your moves in Devil May Cry. Each time you buy a new move, you try to figure out where to place it. That's how games are generally made.
Yeah, and that's the reason I hate Devil May Cry now, anything past 2. Like, I shouldn't say hate. They fine. But, like, that's my biggest argument about, like, Devil May Cry 3, when it came to, like, buying moves. Like, don't get me wrong, you bought moves in 1 and 2. I think it depends, for me, it depends how drastic you do it. Because the thing is, for me and, like, Devil May Cry, you know, obviously, Devil May Cry now, if I play Devil May Cry 1 now, it's like, I've been playing this game for, like, 20 plus years. It's like, whatever to me. But, like, when Devil May Cry, when Devil May Cry came out, when Bayonetta came out, and to be honest, it, like, if we were still playing games off stream, I know I would do the same shit. Like, hell, I'm doing it in Dune right now, where, like, I'm over here trying to fill up the biggest chest of 99 of every item, including low-level equipment. None of that matter because I'm at the end of the game, but I'm still doing it. And for me, like, what I always did in, like, Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, when it came to buying moves, which is the reason I'm not the biggest fan of the later games of Edo, you know, series, of, like, I would literally, I am literally the Southpaw WoW meme. I would literally set in the 4th level, and literally be like, oh, there were 3 moves in the store. I'm gonna stay in the very 4th level, grind it over and over and over and over again till I get enough money to buy all the moves. And then I will continue. Like, That what I ended up doing, and for me, and not will, I guess it would be fitting in. But like I said, I get into like the fighting game shit of being like figuring out infinites and like Marvel 2 type shit. But yeah, it's like that, and my whole thing would be like, oh, level 1, they give me 3 move. Okay, I'm grinding it till I have all the move. I have all the data, and now I can learn it. And then I do the net level, and it'd be like, he'll 5 more moves. I'm like, okay, I'm going back to level 1. I'm going to grind level 1 again, get enough money, buy all the moves, and then I'm going to be like, okay, now I got all the data again. Let's do it. Now we can beat the net level. That's how I always play them games. And like I said, my biggest issue I have is Bayonetta 3 and Devil May Cry 3. Now think about it, I wanted they both 3. And the main reason why I think, like, from a story point of view and whatnot.
You still have that progression. You still are paced.
Yeah, but the thing is, obviously the game not designed for you to do that. The game is designed for you to progress through the level to level to level, and you're going to have multiple moves, but ideally the game is paid for you, if it's paid correctly most of the time, would be like...
Bayonetta is locked behind not having the weapon yet.
The thing is the Bayonetta thing is, personally, the combo chain with a gun and Bayonetta 1 is better than everything. Bayonetta 2, we get iffy because then we gotta start talking about speed 1 and shit, since I speed 1 Bayonetta 2. But, you know, that get a little bit distant now, because that start getting into balance discussions. But, and then Bayonetta 3, like I said, Bayonetta 3 have the same problem with Devil May Cry 3, the whole separating out moveset, and I hate that shit. It all should be one moveset. You know, like Trickster and Royal Guard and all that should be instead of being like, I gotta go to a store to chain to Royal Guard, or in the later game being like, I gotta tap L1 like 4 times to get to it. It's like, no. It should be like quarter circle into back circle into O triangle at the same time. It should be combo linking, not job switching. Which is the main reason I have a huge problem with anything in Pat Devil May Cry 3. Like I said, story-wise, lore-wise, it's cool. It's fine. I like 3. Gameplay-wise, not so much. And I still say Devil May Cry 2 would have been...
You just press up, left, right, or down.
No, I don't need that. I need the whole, like, quarter circle. I need the fighting game shit. I need, like, the quarter circle to, which I know Devil May Cry do this a little bit, of, like, the quarter circle for Devil May Cry 1 and how you do, you know, the attack to get on the air is, like, quarter circle into a heavy. And then, like, you know, Devil May Cry 2, I know a lot of people bitch and moan about it, of, like, doing the whole, like, flame counting, where, like, you hit like, heavy attack, wait 3 flames, and then do light attack. I really like that, personally. But, I still say Devil May Cry 2. If the other playable character was better, not great, but better.
You just shoot.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, you just shoot in Devil May Cry. That's the problem. That's my biggest issue I have with Devil May Cry 2. Like, don't get me wrong, I can bitch and moan about, like, Dante having 3 lines of dialogue, and then that might be a stretch. I can bitch about that with the rest of you guys. But, like, for me, Devil May Cry 2 combat, I think it's better than every other Devil May Cry in combat. The problem is with Devil May Cry 2 is, yeah, the gun is more powerful than anything. And you just hold well and walk, and that is that game. And the AI of the enemies are garbage. And the thing is, I usually don't mind, like, you know, dumb AI.
According to Twitch stats, your next streamed game will be the 500th one.
Wait, is that legit, Pip? Is that legit? Where do you see that, Pip? Hang on. Is it... Oh, wait, you can give me a link. Hang on, let's see that, Pip. I feel like I should be way past 500. Yeah, go to web address. But yeah, like, the problem was, like, Devil May Cry 2, the enemy was dumb, guns was OP and killed everything in 5 seconds. But yeah, I still think, honestly, like, if the enemies had more HP, which is the main reason why I love DMC. I still say DMC is the best Devil May Cry. They're your hot take. Because the enemies in that, like the way the combat was structured is about crowd control with like fighting game techniques, and the styles was holding buttons instead of like tapping it 9 times. Oh my God, Pip, you are not wrong. 499 game total. I'm curious. Hang on. Can we see Edge Player here? Let's see if we can actually see what my actual one is. Now I gotta remember, chat. Did they have an S? I wonder, since the account got deleted. Hey, that's my bot. I think that's my bot. I wonder, if my account got deleted, will it show up here? Because like I said, the account got deleted, so... I'm curious. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna give me the data. Yeah, created September 2013? Okay, if I quit this, if it say it been banned, or not banned, but deleted, it might be it. Nope, this is not it. Cause this is someone else. Never mind. Because the account was deleted. I wonder. Let me double check here. Was it the? I'm trying to remember if we had that the Edge Player. We're gonna find out, champ. Nope, that was 2018. That's not it. Nope, that's 2021. That's not it. Either way, I did not know that, Pip. Well, we're gonna hit 500 later tonight, I see. But anyway. But yeah, that's like my bigger problem with like the later Devil May Cry and Bayonetta 3. It's like I'm not a fan of the whole breaking out guild set. Like Bayonetta 3 did it with the kaiju, and then Devil May Cry did it with the tile system in 3. But I still think 2 could be like mechanically fun if it was just like a little bit better. But the thing is, like I was saying about the enemies, like yeah, the enemy was like brain dead, which usually for me, like I think it wouldn't been so bad if it were more like the enemies was like if it were more set up in a way, like I said, like DMC was, where like you have to do certain combo train to hurt certain enemies. Any if they, you know, just stood there like they did. I think I would have been a little bit better with Devil May Cry 2, but you know, sadly no. But like I said, I do think the chicken lady is the least. Well, Dante's story was just complete garbage. His game. Well, the chicken was elite, like bad, but kind of okay-ish fun at points. But yeah, that kind of like my opinion too overall. It's kind of that. But yeah, I never been, like I said, I never been a fan of breaking shit up. But like I was saying about the whole buying ability thing, is I feel like most game design, when it comes to like the whole like Devil May Cry 3 of buying of moves, or Devil May Cry 1 buying moves, is like, I feel like the proper pacing there is you supposed to go through the whole game, and then, once again, depending, there might be 1 or 2 moves you're not able to get, but ideally by the time you get to the final chapter, you should be able to get every move. Well, for me, in one of them cases, like, if every move is available for purchase by, like, level 6 of, like, 13, I will make sure I have every move the second I can. Like, the second they become available, I will have it. So, like, the distance there between, I feel like, in design, well, the average person would be like, oh, I have all the moves by, like, a chapter before the end. Well, I'm in the camp of, like, I will have every move as early as the game will allow me to have every move. You know, if the last move become available in chapter 6, I'm gonna have every move by chapter 6.
Well, you're a warrior, Troy, right? I just think this is a lot to dump on you at max level. You already said you don't want to switch pages.
But no, I'm not a warrior. I'm a white mage. my white mage is my main class. Like I said, warrior would only be in level. So when Sam come back, like me and Or can do dungeon alone, and I can one-shot everything.
White mage then. That's even worse.
I don't think it is. Like white mage feel simple to me. Like in general, like healing classes in every MMO I have ever played doesn't feel complex at all. And I think the main reason for that is I feel like warrior is Warsaw, because I feel like with warrior, like you got your health, you got the party health, you got aggro, you got base awareness, you got to keep track of your white mage to make sure they have HP and MP. Well, white mage is like, I just gotta make sure you don't hit 0. You know, so to me, white mages feel way simple. You know? Like, a white mage feel like a cakewalk to me. But like back in the day when I was playing it, back when the game originally came out, you know, the only time I technically hit in-game in this, it like, I would literally be playing white mage while like doing other stuff in like dungeons. And no one really died that much, you know. Well, they did something dumb. But, I don't know. But I find white mage in every game, you know, simple, or more to my brain. But yeah. Once again, we will see where I stand on that once I get to Dawn Trail and I'm at in-game, you know. Like I said, feeling can always change.
You're still gonna have to learn switch pages on your controller.
Does that count like the alternate stuff as well? Since I know you can turn on like, you know, your like normal page, and then you have like the 2 side pages on the side that, you know, you just double tap to get to. You know, cause that another, what is that? Yeah, that another 8 faces to be on like 1 palette. So let me see, how many is this? Hang on. Oh, my controller turned off. Oh. But how many slots is it right now? Come on. You got the controller. Okay, my controller not wanting to connect. Great. But yeah, let me see. Fine, I would do that with the mouse. There we go. Now I'm walking. So we got what? 4, 8, 16? So 16 now. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 24 slots on 1 panel. If I turn on the extra side one where I just double tap. Like these here. Actually, they all, they just don't have anything on them right now of importance. But, you know, we got these as well. So I got 28 faces total on my palette. Because I imagine, like any in-game, I'm probably realistically still going to be doing the same, like, 6 items, and that is. Especially if we are getting through the stuff, no problem. So, we will see, though. Wait, what player do I need to
least macro would work wonders as well.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with macros. No, thank you. Like, the only time I ever dealt with macros was, like, for, like, wood harvesting type deal. Like, in 11 would be, like, I would have a macro for, like, mining and wood cutting. That way I wouldn't have to open my inventory every time and pick the axe to use it. That's the only time I ever dealt with macros. Other than, I get, no, I'll take that back. I guess I also had a macro set up for farming, being like taxi cab, you know, taxi cab, meta 4,000 gold, you know, like that. That's just because I didn't want to type that every single time, but you know. Exactly, X. Yeah, Yoshi P dumbed down the job. That other thing as well. I meant the day when we had Shell and Protect as a white mage in this. Oh, I hate to break it to you, X. I would never good at any game. Like, I've been micromanaging, brute forcing everything in my life. I don't know. I don't think I was in the VOD days. Honestly, X. I don't think in the VOD days I was any better. Especially, like, the games I was playing back then. I was playing, like, shit ton of, like, F&B retro stuff. You know. Technically. Because, like, most of the, like, day one stuff. Because, like I said, a lot of day one stuff kind of went the way of the dodo in, like, 2016, like, a year after I went solo. Because I wasn't getting review code nearly as much at that point. And even to this day, I do get review codes every once in a while, but not as much as a YouTube. Obvious reason, because I'm not a part of, you know, a company anymore. And also, you know, I could rent game back in the day. But, like, yeah, I want to say 18 when I've been in, like, 2016? It was, like, 2016, maybe 2017. And then after that, you know, I didn't do a lot of, like, day one stuff. But, I don't know. I like to think I'm equally as terrible, you know, back then as I am now, personally. Also, I think honestly, X, as well, I think if there is a decline, I think it's a decline of not killing. You know? You know, like, when I was, like, younger and more, like, stable, you know, I was much more, which I get actually thinking about it, I get maybe this is what the decline would be. But, like, when I was younger and I was more stable and I wasn't stressed out of my mind, you know, I could like digest stuff a lot better. Because, you know, I was just killing time, because most of the time, like, after going solo, you know, since we were financially fine, I was just killing time, like, waiting to figure out when Sam came home, and, like, what was I gonna need to do, you know? Was I gonna drag her out of the car because she's crying? Do I need to, you know, go out and buy her a pizza or a hamburger or something? So, you know, I didn't have much to really worry about at that point. So, you know, maybe that what it was. It's like my mental stability wasn't in, you know, the staying alive stage. It was about killing time stage. You know, waiting for Sam to get home. Maybe that what it was. Because, like, I will admit freely, like, you know, nowadays, there's, like, a lot of games. Like, you know, I would love, or do love, but it, like, you know, like, back then I would play stuff off stream as well, where, like, nowadays it's, like, I have way too much shit to worry about than, like, you know, being a little bit better at a single player game or a multiplayer game. So maybe that what the decline would be, is, like, you know. So that's what I would honestly say. If there is a decline, that would be what it probably would be. You know, I have other shit to worry about than, you know, abusing a, you know, ability or like an enemy, you know, for, like, progression. But I don't know. Maybe that me grabbing that straw, but, or, you know, also it could easily just be me being like in half of my VODs I was like 24, 25, and I'm now almost 40, so, you know, that too. And also, another thing to probably add to that, once again, not saying it is, but also there could be one of them cases of, like, also being younger, and, you know, pain management was, like, don't get me wrong, I have always had, like, chronic pain shit, but, you know the whole thing of, like, when you're younger, like, you can more easily just, you know, kind of be like, yeah, pain, whatever, you know, you could tolerate that shit a lot more, but I have admit, like, as I have got older, it's, like, one of them things of, like, you know, a lot of my medical issues are, like, I can't tolerate nearly as easily as I could in like my 20s or my teens. So, which, you know, that probably also not helping, you know, as well. Because, you know, your mental state is just, you know, shifts a little bit when, you know, you have, like, chronic shit happening. So, because like I said, personally, I feel like I haven't, but, you know, realistically, it's probably a mix of all factors, you know, chronic pain, stress, you know. But yeah. Either way it goes, you know, I still get through the game, so it's fine. At the end of the day, as long as I see credits or I hit a point that is like, okay, I'm good. You know, that's all that really matters. Hey, that is the me not healing you, X, because I know you got this. Remember, you're the God Gamer. You got it. You don't need me healing you. You know. Ooh, who we fucking heal?
T7 gifte datier en subtoragen naut. Til have given 78 gift subs in the channel.
There you go. TI, thank you, TI. Thank you for gifting us up the wag. Wag, enjoy it. I'm behind on chat. I'm still catching up, by the way. But enjoy the sub, Wag. And thank you, TI. I appreciate it. I truly, truly do. Especially right now, if you know the stuff going on in life, you know. So, dude, thank you. Also, no more ad for you, Wag. Just remember, ad. I can still get ad weight off of you. Don't forget that. But, give me that ad money, any if you can't see the ad, Wag. Give it to me. But, dude, thank you. Enjoy it, Wag. But yeah, you all fine, Ed. You the God Gamer. You don't need me healing you. Exactly, X. So like, yeah, you know how to not get hit. Exactly. You fine. You fine. Yeah, I knew back in the day, like, tanking was, like, way worse, well, not worse, more complex back in the day. Because when I did that tank tutorial, you know, that one NPC you can go to and do, like, a tutorial to get armor, like, it seemed way simple, but, like I said, I don't want to deal with the stress of tanking in multiplayer. No, thank you. I barely can deal with the stress of being a DPS, you know, in dungeons. I'm cool over here just making sure people number don't hit 0, you know. Oh, don't worry about the whole thing. Yeah. So, like, the whole tank will be bitching if you don't heal like how I play. To be honest, joke's on them, you know. I don't read chat, you know. I only read you guys. I don't read in-game chat. I don't know what goes on in this box. If there were a way where I can, like, I know I can turn it off, obviously. If there was a way I could, like, permanently turn off that box, I would love it. Like, I don't read that chat. I don't read any chat in games. By the way, if there is an option to forever turn it off, let me know, because they come back every time I log in. So I just have to pretend like it don't exist. But like I said, the way I look at it, we still beat the dungeon. We still beat the, you know, boss. The whining can't be that accurate if we still beating it, you know. Wait, what is the Lucille tank? Oh, so what is it link from an hour ago, Wag? What are you linking me an hour ago on Reddit? Wait, is it the Hawk game? Or the VR chat. Actually, now looking at it, it's probably a VR chat thing. Why is it lagging? There we go. I take it back. That might be VR chat from an hour ago. Whack. I'm an hour behind on chat. I'm all, by the way, of the whole making shit up, going to get into definition. It's like, I'm all about the vibes, X. I'm all about the vibes of the drugs, X. Like that, I don't know any other way to describe it. That's the reason, like, if you guys got a different way to, you know, a different definition about my own personal outlook, let me know. As long as it's not like a 40-letter award, that is. Wait, what do you find with 2,000? Oh my god. Pip. Pip. Hang on. Oh my god. You found a boy emo? Oh, that take me back. That hairstyle take me back, chat. Also, you know, Evanescence as well, though. You know? Oh, memory, Pip. Memory. I would read book if it weren't for dyslexia. Also, I do have a book to read. Matter of fact, I got a book over there I'm gonna read later tonight about serial killing Bell. So, don't you worry, we're gonna read later. Because I gotta read it because it's due back tomorrow. So, you know. Also, I need to get my Elvira DVD whipped as well, because that probably due back tomorrow as well. Oh, I hate to break it to you. They called it an MMO. If the devs calls it an MMO, it's an MMO. You can take it up with the devs, because if they call it a certain thing, that's what it is. And if you don't believe it, if the devs say it is, it is. Especially the game director. But the game director will call it an MMO in every one of them dev streams. And in every interview he ever did, he was like, yeah, MMO. Don't get me wrong, probably not MMO now when you have 3 people on a server, but, you know, at launch, it was an MMO. It was supposed to be an MMO long term. It just, you know, nobody cared about it long term. Like, when the PvP died in that game, no one gave a shit. Like I've always say, I still say, like, survival games are the closest thing to MMO from the 90s and early 2000s that we will ever get. Like, cause let's be honest, a lot of survival games have a lot of similar, like, structures that, like, you know, EverQuest, Final Fantasy, Dark Age of Camelot, you know, like a lot of, hell, any, like, you know,
That just means the dev is disconnected from their own game. They can call it whatever they want. It doesn't have massive anything. 32 isn't massive.
So what about PSO? PSO is 32. Would you not count PSO as an MMO? Because don't forget, PSO is, cause it's literally the same. It's 100 people in Dune. It's 100 people in a city. 32 outside a city. The same as PSO2 and NGS. Also, don't forget, Final Fantasy XI.
That's not an MMO either. That's a lobby-based co-op game.
So what about any of Sega did call it MMO too? There was a lot of marketing that they called it MMO. So what about Final Fantasy XI? Final Fantasy XI could only have 1,500 people on a server. I think they ended up bumping it up to 2,000 by the end. I think it's 2,000 now. But originally...
I don't call Monster World an MMO either.
But the thing is, how many people can fit on the little hub areas?
Wilds.
Cause like, yeah, like Dune right now, like Port Sorbo is 1,500. 1,500 people Port Sorbo. Any of them, not 1,500 playing, obviously, as you can see. But Final Fantasy XI with 1,500 people on a Sorbo. 1,500 people a Sorbo on Dune. Final Fantasy only could have a couple hundred people in each of the zones as well. So, you know, before shit started happening, but, you know, because they didn't have int and shit back down. But yeah, literally Dune had the same number of players on a Sorbo as Final Fantasy XI does. As of, you know, the 75 day. Like I said, I think they bumped up to 2K nowadays. Because I want to say the last time I was on doing one of the free weekend, I think it got up to like 1,800. So, I think personally, I think it'll disconnect what people think MMO is today and not what people think MMO was when they created. I think they'll disconnect there. I'm in the camp, I think of MMO when they were originally created, not what they became. Because let's be honest, you could say no MMO is an MMO anymore because every MMO is just instance. Like, can we, for example, can I right now, is there a way, chat. If I go look at, player search, can I search that area?
Classic WoW was an MMO.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say classic WoW. That's the one thing I would give WoW originally is, I mean, I don't compliment WoW often beyond crafting, but I would agree WoW will probably, at both like the peak of MMOs, I would say it was like the peak because there was no low queen outside of, you know, very select thing like going into certain dungeons. But like, you know, you could hop on the back of a fountain and fly over half of the goddamn map, if not more. Because I believe the low queen was also if you went from one side of the continent to the other. But as long as you're in that continent, it was no low queens. And also on that, it was like, wasn't WoW was like, wasn't at its peak was like 20,000 people or something per server? I don't remember what that number was. But yeah, I would say WoW was like, once again, I hate giving it credit, but was like the MMO of MMO in that way, if we are talking strictly player base and zone base with no instance. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, did it give me a number right now? So yeah, like right now, this is, yeah, Final Fantasy 14 here can only have 200 people on the server. Because this is looking at player base on the, like, everywhere. So, every person on this, I get war, not server, because you know how they break up server. It's 200 people. So, there was literally more people playing Final Fantasy XI on one server than there is playing Final Fantasy 14 on a server. Does that mean Final Fantasy 14 not an MMO? If Dune could have more people on one server than Final Fantasy can have on one server? And then we go like, let's go Laminsa, since Laminsa, you know. Like Laminsa right now, that kind of funny. They have the majority of the players. They have, what is that? 86? I can't make out that number. Is that 86? 88. Wow, that's interesting. But yeah, like right now, Laminsa have 88 players of the 200 people on the server. Final Fantasy like 5 times bigger. Doom was like 5 times bigger.
You can literally look up any Hunt Train footage and you would see it's an MMO.
So, yeah, and the same thing could be said about Dune in it, like when it launched. Like, if you looked at what the deep desert was within the 3 to 4 days once everybody got in a ship and could get out there, like, you literally saw like 1,000+ people just doing PvP out there. So, but yeah, I'm in the camp of like, I'm personally, you know, if we wanna fight semantics here, I would say everything MMO. If something can connect to the internet and you can have multiple people then on a server and you can see the other person, it counts. You know. Once again, that me being suspicious, but you know, you know, on the devil advocate side, but you know. But I'm in the camp of like whatever the Quato say it is, that's what it is, you know. And whatever the Quato want and say at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck, you know. You know, I don't have enough kin invested in it, you know, to be honest. Live service is live service. MMOs are MMOs. It's like MMO and live service is the same thing for me at the end of the day. It's just live service is just MMO stripped down, you know, to the most terrible parts of an MMO. And survival games are stripped down to the sandbox of old MMOs. And then you have these games that kind of fit in the middle, like WoW, like 14, like Guild Wars. That is still trying to do the imitation of MMOs of 2004, 2005. And in some cases, it was actually been around since then, in the case of WoW and Guild Wars. But apparently, wasn't Guild War 2, that was like 2008-ish? 2007-ish? No, that would have been probably 10, now thinking about it. So I guess technically Guild War lines up pretty much with Final Fantasy 14, timeline-wise. Technically. But yeah, I think that also the other reason why I think Funcom say doing it an MMO is because Funcom just make MMOs. You know, they made Anarchy Online, they made, oh god, what was the one called that was like, about present day as of 2005 present day, that was like War Dot, and it related with like monsters and shit, and like the puzzle you had to like solve it by bringing up like getting like real life encyclopedias and like looking up real life newspaper strips for like mortal scenes and stuff. Secret War, that was ever called. Secret War was another one they did. That was the MMO, But yeah, I think that's the other reason why I'm doing they call it MMO as well, just because, you know, that's what Funcom do. They just make very like niche MMOs that pretty much cook Try Hayes on a torch. You know, if you saw what happened with that whole situation of him being literally canceled by the Anarchy Online community. But yeah. At the end of the day, everything is semantic. Kind of like saying, like, you know, like calling like a AAA game an RPG.
Now they said it's an MMO because it's genre that people are starving for their new forever game. Everyone wants to put the label on it because they know all the other ones are failing and they think they can get that crowd. There are many people whose ears perk up when they hear new MMO.
You know, I'm in the camp, honestly, if we want to have a real discussion about that. I'm in the camp of like, I'm old, as we all know. So, some of you might remember these days. Do you remember the time when MMO was a bad word? It was a time in gaming when like a company would be like, we're making an MMO, by like, oh, fucking suck. Why are you doing this? Stop it. Don't do that. That's terrible. Nobody wants that. You know, it was like a word of disgust. In the same way as when you hear microtransaction and loot boxes and battle passes of that like that instant like gut reaction of like, ugh, no, stop that. Do you guys remember that time? Like they were back when they were like during the time period of like Galaxy, KOTOR, Matrix Online, what was it? Hero of the Champions or Champion, whatever that hero one was called. Lords of the Wayne MMO, of course, like Warhammer MMO, like during that time period. And how everyone would just like, if they hoard MMO, they just instantly assume it was going to be a terrible game. And it would just chasing the coattail of WoW.
Now it's good because it's after WoW and everyone saw the success they had. Now they want to replicate that and no one still has. Even WoW itself hasn't.
I don't 100% agree on that, and not the fault part anyway. Because the thing is WoW came out, you had all the company doing, you know, like all the MMOs I just named and hundreds of more like Wild Dog. And in return, if it wasn't WoW, if you hold a game with MMO, people were like, ugh, can we not? And if you notice, around the time, like within like a 2 to 3 year window, we started hearing live service. You know, live service started becoming the word. And how a lot of games that would fall under the MMO umbrella of yesteryear are now live services. Because live services didn't have a negative connotation to it like MMO did. And so a lot of the company started going down the hole of just being like, it's not an MMO, it's a live service game. And obviously over the years that stuff been like stripped down and, you know, evolved in different ways. Something might stay at MMO, something might end up as something like Dead by Daylight. Or you could say like some of the shit that like you could say Call of Duty are technically live service. And you notice what I find funny about all that. If you notice, over the last few years, mainly thanks to like battle passes, loot boxes, all that shit, is now when you hear, oh, it's a live service, oh, it's a multiplayer live service game. You see people be like, ugh, no, don't do that. Not another hero shooter, not another battle royale, not another live service. No, don't do that. And it literally paralleled like 2007, 2008 when everyone was disgusted by MMO. And I find it funny that we are now that live service is becoming a bad turn of phrase, now you're seeing company not being like, no, it's not a live service, it's an MMO. Dune is an MMO, Wayfinder is an MMO. Like, you know, all like little game that it's technically a PvP game is an MMO. You know, like, it one of the things that have become full circle. And I just, as an old man in the womb, it's like, funny how that works out, but then again, everything go full circle. So here in the next few years, like...
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. And it's not an MMO. You agree with me, damn it.
Yeah, like, I still say, like I've always said, live service or MMO lives. Because, like, pretty much every game at that point have RPG mechanics or MMO mechanics in it. Like, for example, Xenoblade mechanic, it just wow. It's literally a hotkey MMO as a single player game. Hell, any Final Fantasy 12 was just Final Fantasy 11, but offline. You know, we see in games like that, you know, that will have that as, like, structures. You know, a lot of MMO mechanic, like, translating into, like, any single player games. And like, hell, like, the whole idea of, like, Dead by Daylight having, you know, a kill tree, that is an MMO mechanic. Call of Duty originally, once again, I know they have got iffy over the year, but, like, Call of Duty being like, oh, you kill people, you get experience, and you can unlock equipment and abilities, and you can prestige, also known as job points in 11. You know, you're seeing all the, like, MMO mechanics in live service games, and that's the main reason why I have always called live service MMO light. You know, depending on your idea of server size, like what I was just pointing out with Final Fantasy 14 only having 200 people per server, when Dune had 1,500, when Final Fantasy 11 had 1,500. You know, like, you know, you can nitpick shit like that if you want, but the truth of it all is still, like, the only thing that is, like, separating a lot of this stuff will be, like, you know, would be, like, the area. you know, how local MMO, any the ones that would barely have any like visual quality to them, and they were borderline text adventure games. You know, well, MMO originally started in, you know, like the tech games. And like most MMO, usually the main thing is like it have a big open area type of deal. Any of like the older game were much more like zone based or, you know, semi-instant based with zone. Final Fantasy 14 literally have zones. Like Final Fantasy 14, like Final Fantasy 11, it have zones. Well, like what we were talking about a moment ago with WoW don't, as long as you're not transforming continent or doing instant. At least last time I played anyway. Maybe that I did some story and whatever the last expansion was, but it like, you know, it like semantics there for that discussion. But yeah, that's the main reason why I say live salvage at MMO lights. Because they're like, if they would have came out like 20 years ago, they would have been counted at MMOs once they started in, you know, introducing like leveling, guild trees, progression. You know, once we left the point of just like this is just a battle arena, like Unreal, like Halo, like Quake, like once we jumped away and started introducing like weapons and gear and cosmetics and outfits and, you know, glamour and like, but yeah, it's like overall though, it's just one of them cases, like I think that's the main reason why you've been hearing a lot of companies be like, oh, we're making an MMO. Because live service give the same reaction as MMO did in 2008, 2009. It giving that same amount of disgust. And I could honestly see over the next few years...
MMORPG. Those are RPG mechanics. I don't see MMO.
Yeah, that's the other thing about if you want to get into the whole thing of separating MMO and MMORPGs. Because, you know, MMO could start, you know, being like sandboxes, or could be like, you know, you could start getting into, once again, I might be missing information here, feel free to let me know if I am, would be like, MMO could be something like, you know, something like Overwatch, or, actually no, I get Overwatch have levels, never mind. Yeah, you have your account level, so you still have RPG mechanic with leveling. Especially, and then once again, I also start getting into nitpicking. Like, do you count RPG as role playing, or do you count RPG as leveling, experience, gear? You know, that will get into, because you know, some people might be like, oh yeah, RPG. That means I'm now getting a level 10 gun with a scope, and I have a account level, and my account is level 48, and I'm platinum. Which is no different than like older MMO just being like, yeah, I'm level 58 with a sword with a +5. And then you look at, you know, and then you look over at like Overwatch and being like, yeah, I'm a level 45. Or I should say Call of Duty might be a better example of being like, yeah, I'm a level 45 prestige with a gun with a +5. You know, you start getting into that whole thing. But yeah. But I promise you, over the next few years, though, you're going to stop seeing people being like, I'm making a live server game. You're going to be like, oh, no, we're making an MMO. Without some other, like, we get some other, like, marketing term that, you know, going to take over the term just like live server did. So, till we get that, you're going to hear a lot.
For me, the definition revolves heavily around massive. The amount of players that can be in a particular area at once.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That is another...
This is MMO.
Yeah, this is the other thing, like getting into, you know, what your own belief of an MMO is. I did not mean to do that. Hang on. Copy URL. Not copy to Google. Yes, go to URL. There we go.
Do you remember the epic South Shore vs. Terranville battles in World of...
Yeah, this is like an example of like, you know, where do you fall? Are we talking hub? Are we talking progression system? Are we talking player base? You know, like visual player base. But the thing is at that point is like, once again, I don't know if WoW have went fully intense. But, you know...
Warcraft history?
But yeah, we also, don't forget, the other problem with this in like games that are legit MMO, and like we don't see this anymore. And the main reason for that is because a lot of games and a lot of devs have real-life instancing it better than solo baits.
I brought Wilds into it because Monster Hunter Wilds has a hub with lots of hunters, but the gameplay is 4 players.
Yeah. Yeah, like that getting into like, you know, PSO situation. Which makes sense because, you know, like, you know, Capcom had admitted freely if, you know, Monster Hunter wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the original Phantasy Star or Phantasy Star Online. But yeah, like any now is like what? I think the only game that have done this being like oh god, that fucking Queen game that came out that was like a spiritual successor to a super old MMO. The name escaping me right now. Like Mason was playing it for a while. Mason, if you hear, feel free to chime in. But yeah, like most games that like actually would be MMOs. Like in Final Fantasy 14, it's still like instant based, you know, with it isn't like solo structure, you know, how you can jump. Originally, before they introduced the ability to go call all solos along you're in the region. They're like when they had them like faction solos that are in like the client. It like that stuff is like instant stuff and how like doing dungeon. Once again, let me know if this has changed. But from my understanding from back in the day was like if I go into a dungeon or I go into a raid, that is finding people from the whole data center that will not see each other.
PSO is a hub-based game. It's similar to Monster Hunter. I Will Die on the Hill. They wanted to label their game that way. Similar to how they then decided they wanted to market their game like a gacha game with the character trailers. Because the MMO thing wasn't working so hot.
Yeah, because like in the case of PSO, yeah, because you know, MMO, like the type of audience they were going for, which is like the more weeby audience, is like that audience don't play MMO. That audience play gacha games nowadays. Which is gacha game is just another side, you know, side branch of an MMO. You know. But yeah, that was a marketing, you know, for I think on the camp of Sega. And the reason why, honestly, if they make PSO 3, if that actually did happen, you better believe that will be a gacha game. That would be a full-on gacha game. Let's not kid ourselves.
Troy, say hello to your sire for me. Troy Maconn.
I will, Wag. I will. Like I said, I will be a blue heart. If Vampire the Masquerade were real, I would be a blue heart. Like, straight up. Any if I still find them boring
Blue
in
Protocol
tabletop.
might be an MMO though. I consider Guild Wars an MMO too.
Yeah, both of them say that. Like, yeah, both of them games, just like Dune, they both market themselves as an MMO. But yeah, Capcom, like I said, Capcom bluntly have said they wouldn't exist if it wasn't for PSO2 for Monster Hunter. Which, to be honest, if you go play Monster Hunter 1, it's fucking very similar in so many ways. It was like, other than theme, it was identical. But yeah, like I was saying about like the player bait stuff, it's like, we never gonna see a game like this anymore because like devs have real life instancing off. It's like way easier for solo playability and also way cheaper than having like, you know, every person on one server. You know, also they have also will like by doing this in the case of like 14. You know, with like the data center stuff and just having the servers like overlap with each other depending on the content you're playing, like dungeon, like raids, is also realizing doing that. You won't have to deal with server migration nearly as much. Because if like, if you have 10 servers like Final Fantasy does, if you have like 10 plus servers, and you have one server with 3 people, one server with 100, one server with 1,000, another server with 200, and they all overlapping, then you have like a greater shot of giving that delusion that the game is bigger than it actually is. Also, you have the ability of making content, like in the case of 14.
They still do it though. I've seen some recent games have massive waves of people. It's just a decision each dev makes.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you deal with like a dev like the Queen stuff. Like the Queen stuff do it because of like a WoW thing. Not WoW like the game, but like actually like WoW. The reason why you see it in a lot of Queen games, but you don't see it nearly as much in Western games or European games. But then again, it's like, once again, I get into, you know, opinions of the devs and how they want to set up the servers. But mainly dealing with Western style games is like you dealing with more instant stuff. But like, yeah, doing instant have a lot of things. You don't have to deal with server migration nearly as much. You don't have to worry about like content. The reason why when we do a dungeon, we can find somebody doing the dungeon usually within like 5 to 10 minutes at the high end and seconds on the low end. So you have the ability to keep that content relevant, technically, in the way the way 14 do it, obviously through toadstones and weeklies and dailies and whatnot. But yeah, it have a lot, like there was a lot of positive that you can do on the back end by having it instant base and having it be broken up into data center base. Like I said, 14 is a perfect example of this. But yeah, like this type of stuff is like, yeah, if you want to see that more on a regular basis, you know, playing like Queen things, it's kind of the way to go. Throne and Liberty, that was the name of the game I was thinking of. Like Throne and Liberty literally had this like as a talking point. But also that had more to do with, I think, you know, not only using it as a bragging point, but also because of like that game is a sequel to an old MMO that it was known for its big at battles. So I think they didn't want to get rid of that because, you know, that kind of killing what that series is to a lot of Chinese players. So, you know, I think that also played into it. But yeah.
Yeah, Throne and Liberty. How can you even say PSO is like this?
Yeah, like I said, I think the whole... Wait, hang on. I'm trying to copy... There we go. Copy... Where was that? There we go. Yeah! Did you find Throne and Liberty playthrough? Yeah, perfect example. Yeah, this shit. It's like... If we want to talk about, like, what old school MMOs was... Like, don't get me wrong, it's like, old school MMOs is like, you know, they seem bigger than they actually was in retrospect, just because, you know, beginning of the internet day, but, because this is what, 100? Yeah, 1,000 people. But yeah, this type of MMO is, you know, like, there are more likely plenty of people who play MMO nowadays that don't even remember when it was MMOs. You know, when it was that kind of shit. So, like, for me, like I said, for me, the whole thing of, like I said, my end is, like, if the devs say it is, it's what it is, because of what they believe in, what they're trying to build. And also, I kind of feel like MMOs is, like, you know, it's like a box of chocolate at that point. Especially with how, like, MMO design have just been gutted and moved around in so many different ways of the live server umbrella. So yeah, like, because it fall into, like, if you don't have this, it's not an MMO, and if it have everything else. If it like, oh, like, this is not instant, and I'm not playing with 9 different servers, this is not an MMO. Like, you know, you start getting into, like, that kind of debate, you know, the eyes of the beholder type of shit.
Well, it's the same people who label their game as Souls-like, and it's not. That's my brother pet peeve.
Yeah, that there was, like... I think, honestly, this is the whole thing. I think MMO, live server, like I say, if you boil it down to the bare minimum, it is a multiplayer game with some type of progression past the gameplay. You know, might it be, you know, armor, might it be levels, might it be community. And I think the thing with, like, the Soul-like thing is like I'm in the camp because I'm old enough to remember Devil May Cry, you know. or game that even became before Devil May Cry, is like, the Devil May Cry did not beat the or did not create the Spectacle finals as it did beforehand. It just, you know, Devil May Cry was super mainstream, but it's like in the camp of for me, it's like if it's online and you deal with other players in one way or another, and it have some type of leveling progression, like that is when, like, for me, like I said, I would instantly put it into MMO Lite. Because, you know, like I said, when I think of MMO, I think of games you're going to play for decades. And also, like, more the old school opinion of, like, MMOs of, like, you know, like, more, like, having different factions of the game that you, like, live in. Like, the whole thing of, like, leveling, farming, like, farming item, crafting, other players. And, like, you know, every once in a while, you know, maybe something like this. From a technical point of view, like, this shit is not easy or cheap by today's standards. But, and also, design-wise, not easy. Because if you have a boss in your game that is meant for 1,000 players, and in your game dying, you have something like Dune, where, like, you might have 1,000 people spread across 3 different regions. And so that translates to less than 100% per region type of shit. It's like, you know, the design become pretty bad pretty quick. Or you have to do some massive scaling, which is more work in the long term if you gotta constantly be knocking down the content or knocking up the player, one or the other. But yeah, it's like, for me, I think it's more of the difference between MMO and MMO Lite. Like WoW MMO, 14 in MMO, Throne Liberty at MMO.
Games get by that by scaling the boss. FF14 does that.
Yeah.
Odin scales based on how many players are there.
Exactly. Like, if that game was dead, and if you try to do that boss as like 1 to 2 people and you can't, then that becomes that become a problem. But if it like scales, or, you know, they end up nerfing it to match the player base of that server, then, you know, it is some discussion there. But yeah, like I said, for me it would be like I said, 14 WoW, this, like, they will be MMO. Stuff like Dead by Daylight, Marvel Rivals, Call of Duty, them games would be like MMO Lite for me. But something like Division, as example, like Division for me would be like a MMO. What Wayfinder was supposed to be a MMO. What, you know, what Doom is like, yeah, Doom was a MMO. Now, you know, not so much, but that had more to do with the player base, not the content. But like Dune was an MMO that just happened to take the evolution of, you know, the way survival game took MMOs, of taking the sandbox and like ramping it up. Because you think about it, like if you look at something like Dune was 7 Days to Die, that was just EverQuest next. That was literally EverQuest next. Valheim as well. Like, you know, let me see. Are there still videos of EverQuest next? Alright. Let's see. Trailer and gameplay, hang on. Let's see. Come on, YouTube. Don't crash on me. Thank you. But yeah, because like EverQuest Nets is literally taking, you know, the mechanics of EverQuest, that was a straight up MMO, and doing survival game before survival games. Let me see. Do we got gameplay of that in this? Of what we're talking about? Also, I'm still sad that EverQuest Net never came out. Like, I'm still sad about that. Okay. Would it be it? Come on, show me the survival stuff. Okay, here's a house. Okay, we might be getting it here. But yeah, the whole like gimmick for anyone that wasn't aware, EverQuest.net gimmick was you were gonna have EverQuest gameplay, but the environment.
Wouldn't that just be a survival game?
That's what I'm saying.
Why are they so afraid of just calling it that?
The thing was, survival game didn't exist yet at that point. But yeah, this game was like 2011, 2012 originally. But yeah, like Final Fantasy 14 barely was out at that point. Like we didn't get like Minecraft was just like a grincer in the side of some people's eyes at the time of EverQuest.net. Cause like yeah, EverQuest.net was like end of 2000 into the beginning of 2010s. Yeah, here we go. Of like survival game didn't exist yet. You know, that genre didn't exist. Because, you know, it wasn't coined technically yet. Like, don't get me wrong, we had Minecraft and we had the game that I know some people love talking about how not sold and turned into Minecraft. But yeah, like, this is the shit, the reason why, like, you know, like I said, like, survival games, they just, like, survival games just became what EverQuest next was supposed to be. Like, don't get me wrong, we got rid of the whole, you know, setting down to get your MP back, obviously, but because it was supposed to have the gameplay of EverQuest, but with destroying environment and building bases. I get the closest thing also, outside survival games, like the closest thing we also probably have to this is something like Valheim, No Man's Sky.
Unless I see interactions with lots of players, it doesn't seem like it to me.
Yeah, the thing was they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be, because like I said, this is old trailers, like just showing off stuff. But in like interviews and stuff at the time, they were saying you were going to have thousands of people running around because they were supposed to be like EverQuest. Because EverQuest at its peak, you could go into a zone and
that
be
trailer looks lonely.
Yeah, because like I said, the game didn't get that far. The game was more just as far as it got before it got canned, was them just talking about like actually being able to affect the environment. So the stuff they were talking about with it being, you know, the gameplay, because if you ever seen EverQuest, like, let me see. Sorry, Josh, I don't need you, Josh. Like, let me see. Also, Final Fantasy, can you mute for a second? Sorry, Final Fantasy, you need to be muted for a minute.
That first came the dragons.
Let's see, did that show gameplay?
The great crystalline dragon, ruler over the plane of sky, deposited life onto a lifeless
I don't need lore,
planet.
I need gameplay. God damn it. Yeah, the little lightness is just cinematic. Show me EverQuest. I need... Let's see. If I do EverQuest, like, what was it? Yeah, ways. Let's see. Will it do? It might do. Let's see. Will it work? Alright, there we go. But yeah, it was supposed to be this. So that kind of gameplay. With the destructibility and building of environments that you would see in like survival game nowadays. Or like I said, like the Valheim, the No Man's Sky, hell, any like your houses in PSO. You know how in NGS how you can like dig into the ground and you can like bring up the ground, lower the ground. Same thing for Valheim. Same thing for No Man's Sky as well. It's like that what EverQuest.net was supposed to be. Instead of being like you have a flat ground and you just built houses on it like you would see in, you know, something like What's. It was supposed to be this gameplay, but more like that or 7 Days to Die where you can like dig and destroy the environments and move around stuff. But yeah, that's what it was supposed to be. That's what they were saying. But the problem is the whole issue they had was the game got canceled mainly because at the time, Daybreak at the time was Sony Entertainment. They were tied to Sony at the time. And
I see people arguing about Fallout 76.
76, I would say, is a survival MMO. I would say the same as Doom to me. Like, it's a survival MMO at the end of the day. But yeah, 76 would be another one. Like, I would say 76.
Buff's done if we haven't yet.
I would say the same as Dune in that way. Like, but, cause don't forget the whole thing about 76. You good, OBS? Why are you dropping flames, OBS? Cause don't forget, like, 76 whole thing was like, oh, the player bait gonna make the content, and it had to be like an MMO with a lot of players to make the content. Like, don't get me wrong, I know they backtracked some of that with the whole introducing NPCs and shit. But, what was actual combat in this? Are we fighting? There we go. I think we're actually fighting now. But yeah, like, that what EverQuestNet was supposed to be, but like I was saying, the whole Sony stuff kind of shot that in the foot. Since Sony and them, like, Sony and what became Daybreak, was having, like, legal disputes over EverQuest and PlanetSide. PlanetSide be another MMO. And then Sony, like, wanted to get rid of that, because Sony wanted to stop supporting, like, online stuff, and they wanted to focus more on, like, console stuff, and Daybreak was like, no, we want to keep making shit. So it's like a whole, like, legal thing involved there, with EverQuest and PlanetSide. But doing, like, all that shit, EverQuestNet ended up getting canceled. So, to be totally honest, it's like, that one of them things, like, I don't think Daybreak have technically made, a new game since, like, 2011 with, like, PlanetSide 2. Because they are mainly, at that point, it's just here to keep EverQuest going and PlanetSide going. But I would love, honestly, for them to, you know, actually come back and try to be like, okay, we're going to try to do EverQuestNets again. I would love that.
Got you ranting for 4 hours. Woo.
It haven't been 4 hours, has it? But then again, we ranting about MMOs, so here we are. So yeah. Oh god, yeah, almost 4 hours. I'm at 2:11 right now on my behind the chat queen, so but
it's almost 5 a.m.
Oh fuck, yeah, it's almost 4 here. We still gotta do spooky stuff. But yeah, also by the way, from a message from 2 hours ago. You good, OBS over there? Okay. Like, I would say What's and no Neil add much to Dune, to be honest. Because isn't What's it like you can, like, destroy people's bases and do shit, which you can't in Dune. So, but yeah, X, you're not wrong. Doom have more Quetian lore. Yeah. Yeah, that's the reason why I would lean Dune more closer to an MMO than a survival game. Because Dune survival stuff feel like a mean to an end, but not the game. You know, that game is more about, like, farming item, farming weapon drops, armor drops, like, farming materials, then just, like, building, like, houses. Like, building houses is just, like, you need a place to be safe. And not, like, you know, not the true, like, you know, not like in-game and having a good house. Like, the in-game in Dune is, like, dungeon and waiting and, you know, attacking broken down ships. But that game leans way more into item farming and item crafting than, you know, like, building. Like, I feel like the only survival mechanic that is, like, heavily survival mechanic would be drinking. But that also lore as well, because, you know, water and Dune. But that would be, like, the closest thing to it. Like, you could literally build a square house and, you know, spend all your time out farming and doing quests and building reputations and participating in the land wag and, you know, guild activities and doing PvP and, you know, doing raids and dungeons. Like, farming dungeon to get weapon drops is, like, you know. more, you know, more than just like, oh, I gotta do hunger and food and water and building my house. But yeah. But yeah, I get the whole thing. Yeah, I'm saying the whole thing doesn't consider NGS as an MMO. I think honestly, the closer NGS get to an MMO, same thing for Monster Hunter. Maybe once again, I don't know that number for Monster Hunter, but like PSO is, I think it's 200, like 100 or 200 for like the hub city, which is the same amount of people that own Final Fantasy right now. But the thing is that, like, I don't think it's that many players, you know, and not enough players to just be in that one area because everything is so in and out in NGS. So, and I would say server, but let's be honest, they're only what? They're still only what, 4 servers in US? I might be wrong. They might have added more, but I doubt it though. But yeah, if you go look up some like NGS stuff from like Japan, especially when the game came out. Like, you will see what fully packed areas look like in NGS. At least at launch, anyway. But yeah, I think it's 200 in NGS. Because I know in Dune is 100 per hub city. So half of Final Fantasy 14. Also, app from 2 hours ago, fuck you.
So it's massive chat hub, and when you actually play the game it gets cut a tiny amount that makes the open world feel dead.
In Dune, it's like you have, if we talking about like chatting stuff, like I say, if you're in the deep desert, like you will see more people because at 100 in hub, I think it's 32 if I remember right, 32 and in the PvE area, and then I think it's also 100 in the quote unquote MMO zone. It's the same as the hub. It might be more than that. I need to go back and look, but I think it's 100 in the MMO zone. But if we're talking about chat, there is public chat that go across everything. So, you know, you got, what is that? Like the 1,500 people, if, you know, if it filled, you got 1,500 people being able to be in one single chat if you want. Because, you know, what like this stuff would have like tabs where you have like public chat, war chat, zone chat, twin chat, link, guild chat, you know, they do that. But like every once in a while when I go to the deep desert, I will see a handful of people just doing public chat across everywhere. It don't happen often because, you know, like 10 people on my server, but, you know, it's still a thing. They were way more, like, at launch. Like, when I got to the deep desert for the 4th time, it was just like, the chat was just going. I felt like I was playing Wibbling Waves all over again. Wait, why am I chatting to method at? Goddamn, we upgrading chat. X now have 2 middle frames. He is upgrading. I don't blame you, Pip. I would be overwhelmed too without Amy. I don't know how to play and talk at. I can only take focus on like one thing at a time. Also, I'm behind on chat, so, you know, if I were caught up on chat, we could also talk and play. You remember the rule here. I'm up weed everything. I will not be the streamer that don't weed chat. And run around and molest Asian girls as well. We're not doing that. I do agree mountain keyboard on the thing. I don't do a lot of game with mountain keyboard, but Doom is still like the only like one I do mountain keyboard. But then again, that probably had more to do with me playing like 40 hours of the beta with no controller support at the beta time. So, you know, I got used to it. Also, hang on. What is this, Zach? Yeah, okay, this is the MMO. This is like, honestly, that right here. They fall into like the community side of MMOs, honestly, X. It's like this. It's like this shit, like, you know, you can do this shit in PSO2 as well. But this is more like, I feel like, you know, you actually have a semi-community. Especially if, you know, these people haven't been idling for 9 hours, you know. Because that's the big thing. That's the other thing we could say. Like, if you really also want to get, like, nitpicky about MMOs, is like, if a game don't have, like, a proper community behind it, does it also count as an MMO? If everybody is, like, either isolated or, like, they're just not people playing. Cause you could also argue that argument of, like, you know, having, you know, the tumble, the fanfic, the fan art, the screenshots, the video, the like, content cradle, the, like, you could also count that as well, like, you know, if you don't have anything like that, is it an MMO? Cause, you know, you're not engaging at all with anybody or anything. At that point, it's a single-player game with people in the background. That's also another thing you could also, you know, if you want to talk nitpicking stuff as well, that is also something. But yeah, the whole MMO being disgusting, X was like a big thing. Like, go back to the days of, like, the 1-up days, so I'm talking, like, 2008, 2009. Like, the only reason I think Final Fantasy 14 didn't have that, like, vibe to it is because Final Fantasy still was, you know, I wouldn't say it was a juggernaut, like it was doing, like, the Super Nintendo or PS1 days. But, you know, like, Final Fantasy still was up on a pedestal. And you know how biasness work, you know. Because, you know, Final Fantasy had other issues. You know, Final Fantasy 14 later got the whole, like, diagnosis, like, I'm not playing that shit, it's a weeb game. To, wow, pit everybody off to the point of, like, all the big, you know, YouTubers and content creators start playing 14. And then everybody was like, oh, never mind, it's not a weeb game. You know, you had your Admin Go, your Co-Carnages, you had, your, oh god, what the fuck was her name? The Ukraine girl. I can never remember her name. It always bothered me. You had like Joshua Hayes, and, you know, you had all the MMO creators. So I'd be like, hey, actually, 14 is actually pretty good. You know. Like, to that point, the what Final Fantasy 14 had, like, I'm not playing that shit. That was for weebs, you know. That was the words it had. You know, once, like, around Reborn came around and, you know, it had, like, enough to keep it going before it, you know, bloomed into what it is now. Because let's be honest, if it wasn't Final Fantasy, like, it probably would have been thrown under the same bus of disgust, like, the legit, like, ooh, MMO, instead of just being like a weed game to Admin Go said otherwise, you know. But yeah. I never get anywhere, Joe. I never get anywhere. Remember that. I don't want to talk about how long we've been waiting, Joe. I am, Joe. I'm having a PSO night. To be honest, Joe, on the PSO thing or NGS side, is like... To be honest, like, like, in retrospect of NGS, I feel like NGS fell into that camp, but, like, realistically, I think they had an identity crisis problem. It, like, that was my thing. It, like, with the open world stuff, it, like, they seemed like they were starting to be, like, oh, maybe we should be like Final Fantasy, we should be like WoW. And then the devs are still like, we like hub-based games. I don't know if we want to make that. And then they made like the open area NGS probably because of a mandate from Sega, because obviously NGS was a testing ground for, you know, the last Sonic game that was actually really good, the last 3D one. Cause let's be honest, NGS was the engine test for that. And I think like after that, it was like one of them cases like they didn't go into that. Cause you know that after Sonic came out, they started heavily going back into being a hub-based MMO. And then, you know, I feel like at that point, that was around the time that like, you know, gacha game really started to get going. You know, like, don't get me wrong, you know, Genshin came out when PSO2 came out. They came out in the same month, for God's sake, and I put my money on the wrong horse. But that a whole nother regret for later. But like, I think that is the issue with, like, NGS. It just, like, it identity was very, like, split in the development house.
Troy, I think Joe may be gone.
He may be, I don't care. He will eventually come back. But also I think the other thing is like, I feel like NGS were like 1.5 years off from just being a gacha game. And I feel like with the way the marketing have went for that game, it like Sega constantly feel like they're just living a lot of regrets with NGS. No matter how successful it is for them in Japan. And overall, since it, you know, was the #2 most popular game financially, at least as of, you know, a year and a half, 2 years ago anyway. And it's just like, I think they have a lot of identity crises and a lot of regret for NGS. You know, one of them cases, like, man, if you guys would have just, like, committed a Final Fantasy style and WoW style, it could have been something, probably not big by any means, but could have been interesting. But also, like, dragging your feet into the hub style at the same time and being like, God damn gacha game. Change all the marketing. We are now marketing as a gacha game. It's like NGS feel like in that, like, middle stage of just, like, you know, if they would have committed or waited another year or two, I think it, you know, maybe not better off from, like, my point of view or the player point of view, but I feel like could have been, like, you know, going in a direction that would be more interesting than what NGS ended up being.
I said it back when I played and I'll say it again. They should have doubled down on the hub-based game.
I agree.
They didn't know how to do an open-world game and they alienated their actual players. They sucked.
Yeah, I think that what it is like, honestly, I feel about that, you know how I talk about, like, voice acting in video game, where, like, don't do, like, half voices, half not. Commit to no voices or fully voice. They're, like, 100% with you on NGS. They're, like, if they did commit it right out of the gate to being a hub base, yeah, I think there would have been some players that would have hung around a little longer. Upheld to doing an open world game and then literally not doing anything with it other than red boxes, and then, like, giving up on it by the time they got to Athea. Because if you know, Athea became like 14, you know, and you know, it became back being like zone based. You know, it wasn't an open world anymore. It was just like a kind of open like zone that you want to out in, just like 14 level design is. Maybe not to, obviously not to the same scale of like 14, but like
they frankly
concept.
don't have the funds or know how to do it right. That's just me. There are companies richer THS in them who fail at it. Who are they? That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think they have the fun, the know-how, or the motivation. It could have been either any of them or all of them. And like I said, I think the higher ups are just like in that camp of like, fuck, if only we made it a gacha game. You know, like how we were talking about EverQuest Nets, they kind of in that camp of just like, you know, EverQuest Net with that like in between, and then like a couple years later, you know, we started getting like proper survival games. And it's just like, goddamn, man, if you guys would have like picked one or the other and fully went with it, like I said, it might be still alienating players, but at the same time, it's like, you know, it would be the tone of it be totally different. That's why I say, honestly, I feel like NGS should have had an identity crisis. It's like, I think the devs wanted to do hub baits, the higher ups wanted to do open war, and then once the tide started turning away from open war Final Fantasy style stuff, or WoW stuff, and started turning toward gacha, that is when like the higher up was like, man, we need gacha shit, and then the dev was like, yay, we're gonna make it hub based again. Because you know that when everything became super hub based, like that also after Sonic came out, and then like the microtransaction with like the outfits and the loot boxes is like, you know, I feel like got doubled down on, and with the marketing.
There is motivation. They just don't have it cause it failed. If it didn't, they could have a FF14.
I agree.
FF14 keeps Square afloat and it funds their other games.
Yep.
And they could have had something like that too.
The thing is that like the two things, you know, as of like a year ago, you know, that funded Sega was the Miku mobile game and NGS. So financially, I guess it worked out fine. But once again, it's like I felt like scale of player base. It's like, yeah. I think if they would have just like doubled down, like when they started doing the hub bait stuff, and they just straight up double down on that, or if, you know, do it out of the gate, either or, and once again market it to the
now
the
they
white
just
people.
make enough money to stay afloat.
Yeah,
a miserable existence.
Yeah, exactly. It enough there to finance, you know, the other shit Sega doing, while along with Miku and the Sonic merch. But yeah, I think that is also like the other thing of like, with them being like the higher up being like, goddamn, we want a gacha thing. And, you know, them seeing like, what is it, like, wasn't Genshin making like $2 billion a year a few years ago? And I think that is like the main reason why, you know, the monetization started getting pushed so fucking hard. And, you know, when they started alienating the other player base. Because, you know, they alienated a decent amount at the beginning. I still think that alienation was like a mix of the game performance being terrible for the first like couple months. And, you know, Sega didn't do anybody any favor, I thought, like, letting them know what was happening. You know, the thing I joke, slap, make fun of all the time of the whole thing of like, oh yeah, we will have an update at noon World Round. Oh, we will have an update at 3 p.m. World Round. We will have an update tomorrow at noon World Round next day. We will have an update at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And it was that for like 6 months. You know, back when they had like the bubble banding, the disconnect, the server literally breaking. You know, there was that whole thing, and I think that was the fourth thing I think that hurt the player base. And then the second part of that was like the hub bait MMO players realizing that not what that was at the time. And like once like, because like I said, around the time like right after Gigantics, like it was like, at least when I was playing, it was like 3 stages. Was launch for the first 6 months, we lost people because it was, you know, Sega wouldn't communicate and the game was buggy. Net stage began like once everybody got to quote unquote in game, and people realized like, oh, I'm literally just in the jungle in Alio running in circle, killing the same 5 enemies, you know, for PSE, bought the level. This is boring. I'm out. And in the next time it happened, was around the time of Gigantics. And, like, around Gigantic into Athea, like, Gigantic hurt a little bit of the player base, but, you know, it also brought back a lot of people. Like, there were still people, like, playing during Gigantic. And Gigantic kind of kept the players, and that made everybody be like, oh, maybe there is hope. And then by the time we got to the end of Athea, and Athea happened, that is when you started seeing people being like, man, the story going nowhere. Why are we still on the planet? What is happening? Can we just leave? Why are we here? You know, you started getting that crowd starting up around the end of Athea because, you know, we had no other landmass. And also seeing, like, the updates up to that point. You know, a lot of people started very much questioning, like, what are you doing, Sega? Because it didn't have no, like, future to it. Because the whole leaving planet didn't seem like that was going to happen anytime soon, and probably still haven't happened. And also, like, at that point, like, most people will, like, oh my god, this story is, like, not good at all. But for me, like I say, it was just like, oh, this is a PSO2 story, which wasn't good anyway, so. And then, honestly, I think the net part of that was, like, you lot players out.
Q Black Tar from Xenoblade Chronicles X. Yeah, we're stuck on a different planet.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the net part of that was like people left after Athea because it was just like, what the point? Because that when you started seeing a lot of people becoming very much more like upset and more vocal about like, what the fuck you doing, Sega? You dumb, you lazy, blah 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 blah. You know, all the stuff Joe say constantly. You know, that type of response. And I think the few people that were hanging on was mainly tied to Lucille and the housing. Back when, you know, G-Wiz and whatnot, you know, nothing getting G-Wiz on there, because, you know, she's not making the decisions. But, like, during the time when G-Wiz was all like, you know, like, oh, the game gonna be totally different. This is a big step for the game. There was so much stuff coming. Lucille is a big part of the game. And, you know, you had that narrative going around. And I think there was...
Lucille will change everything.
Exactly. Like, there was a handful of people. Because that was also the thing was, like, that was roughly around the time that Tower of Fantasy was coming out or getting ready to come out. And, you know, we saw a big exit to Tower of Fantasy. And then when Lucille and stuff happened, the player base came back. And then after everybody realized, like, wait, this is it? But what you mean it changed everything? You know, like, what I complained about is just like, oh yeah, it random every day. We got a random part of the game, but the thing is, it was just the same squares, just, you know, shifted around. And that was, like, my biggest thing with Lucille. You know, it was like, they made it sound like it was going to be more like the randomly generated dungeon from PSO2. And, like, we're going to have more depth to it than, like, oh, we running around the block just being rotating around to get bonuses to may or maybe enough to kill the boss. And then you bring in, like, the loot table of just, like, you know, by that point, everybody also is sick of the whole, like, one weapon pull silver shit. Only made it feel like it with that, and if it was, you know, maybe 2 weapon pull silver. And I think that was another...
Speaking of Genshin, I had to find the clip.
Oh god. Okay, yeah. I'll look at this in a second. But like, I think when people will like that was the net, like, exit point. And then, like, the people that were left that was holding on. Hey! Okay. Yeah, I'm interested in this. Super Delic. Hi, Super Delic. Go support Super Delic chat. I think he's still streaming. He's still streaming, right? Because I know he was trying to do, like, a big YouTube comeback for the life reasons, like, a month ago. Hopefully he's doing good. Super Delic, great. But yeah, like they lost a lot of players there, and then I kind of feel like the super like, you know, the heavy like diehard, you know, the people once again, nothing against like Gold Nightshade, but like how Nightshade was, you know, like them type of players that was like, we here, you know, that somehow we're still holding on. I think the monetization stuff, you know, and whatnot just have kind of killed it, you know. Of like, you know, like another year and a half of just, you know, microtransaction outfits. You know, at least from you know, the outside looking in now, that's what it seems like. You know, it seemed like the mechanics they added gameplay-wise just did not evolve the game in any way beyond, you know, what was already there, beyond like a couple hours of distraction and then you're done type of deal. But yeah, I do think overall, honestly, I think they're jealous of gacha games. And I think between the devs and the higher up, I really think NGS had an identity crisis. And it's very sad to see that the identity crisis have just evolved into just loot boxes. As Sega wanted to pretend that NGS is a gacha game. Which is the main reason why my two thoughts is NGS 3 or PSO 3, if it ever happen, will not come to America. I still stand by that. It will not come out here. And I still say nowadays it's gonna be a gacha game. Like, that is like what I expect if they ever did make a sequel. Also, what do we got?
I've been doing my best to not look at Genshin Impact.
I look at Genshin Impact and I laugh all the time, and I've told you guys why. It's because all the Japanese developers loathes Genshin Impact because they couldn't do it themselves. So they're just mad, man. They are so jealous
because Genshin Impact is just eating their.
Yeah,
I've been doing my best
like,
to not.
I'm like 100%. You know, I think there was like in the live server Japanese dub, and like, yeah, there was some jealousy there happening, absolutely. And Sega, like a perfect example of that. At least at the time when they was, you know, when they were going through the whole like, you know, doing the whole thing of like, oh, we're gonna pretend to be a battle royale, and then like, oh, we're gonna pretend to be a gacha game, and like. You know, you can tell in the marketing, like, how, like, Sega, like, fuck. God damn it, why can't we have a Genshin, you know? But then again, Miku technically became that, so I get that also something. But the thing about Genshin is, like, I like Genshin. I never got, like, fully invested in Genshin, though. Like, honestly, like, all the gacha games, which isn't much, but, you know, playing Genshin, Tower of Fantasy, Wibbling Waves, ZZZ, Honkai Starwell, what was it, Snowblake, I think was the name of that one game Mason had me play. We're getting Pookie up in here now. Why are we getting Pookie? But, like the thing, yeah, I would say Genshin, at least as a year and a half, 2 years ago, when it was the last time I did a sponsorship for Genshin. Like, Genshin is still probably the one I like the most. Like, Honkai, I think Honkai I would like because it's just Final Fantasy.
Genshin was a thing, but other games had the benefit of coming after. Genshin looks worse by comparison because of that fact.
The thing is, real quick on Honkai, I should love it because of the Final Fantasy X mechanics. The only reason I'm like so on Honkai is just because of like, man, we all back to like the not like bad in like a super bad way, but back to like the days of like the PS1 RPG and the PS2 RPG where like you playing for like 20 hours before you can fight anything. Like the pacing in that game is really slow. And it's like one of them cases, like, dude, I just want to fight shit. The combat is fun. Let me fight shit. But that is my only issue with like Honkai. But yeah, Genshin. The thing was about Genshin is like, I did like my half-at regret, kinda, not really. You know, it iffy. Because don't get me wrong, I got partner off of PSO like on YouTube, so you know, there's that. But like, I remember when like Genshin was coming out, it was like I remember looking at Genshin, I remember looking at PSO.
I'm so slow on Honkai because there are single-player games, good ones that scratch that itch without being a live service. Literally no reason to play it. The 34 stuff is free.
Yeah. Yeah, that like getting into my whole thing about like any of, you know, Rainbow Moon is terrible, but like getting into my Rainbow Moon discussion, just like any of that game with Turtle Board, like you still had, you know, Tactic Ogre, you still had XCOM, you still have Disgaea, you still have all the other games that were like 100% better. Any of if Rainbow Moon was any borderline okay. But yeah, that was my argument for Rainbow Moon during my review days of like, any of the game wasn't bad, there was still way better game that deserved your time. But yeah, Genshin, I remember like
Like why play that if I got Expedition 33, the Legend of Heroes games.
Oh, absolutely, them are some good examples of that. But yeah, I remember when Genshin was coming out, and I was looking at Genshin, I was looking at PSO, and I remember I went with PSO for my YouTube channel, and the main reason for it was like, okay, it's been out in Japan for 10 years, there was a lot of content coming forward, that means a lot of guide videos.
Atelier is approaching that quality too now.
I imagine giving them what, like 1 or 2 more games? I imagine. But yeah, the PSO2 was like, okay, more content, 10 years, it had legacy behind it, it's a Sega game, and that was like the reason I went with NGF for my YouTube vid channel at the time. And I remember looking at Genshin being like, oh, this look, well, like Zelda, because let's be honest, that's what it is, or was, at least, you know, the beginning of the game. Who knows what the later expansions are like, they could be fucking insane for all I know. But here come that little, like, what was it, is it Chinese or the Japanese? I don't remember if Genshin Japanese or Chinese. But like, oh, here come that game that looked just like Breath of the Wild with like little anime people that is also like a single player game but as a live service. And, you know, coming off of, like, Assassin's Creed Origin, and just like, yeah, that will work. You know, complete sarcasm, because, you know, it didn't work for Origins. But, so I just kind of written it off and just being like, eh. That game gonna have players, and then in a week, no one gonna give a shit. Obviously, I was wrong about that. I will admit freely, I was wrong about that one in the long term, but yeah, like, I think that is the biggest thing. Is like, you know, I underestimated Genshin, Japan underestimated Genshin. Cause, you know, let's be honest, it's like, all the gacha games, like, would be nowhere near to where they are right now if it wasn't for Genshin. The same way as all these survival games would not be where they are if it wasn't for Minecraft. You know? Like 100% heal. But yeah, like, oh yeah, my Wibbling Wave thing back. My only issue with like Wibbling Waves was like I hated the dub. The dub and the story were terrible.
I
like,
ditched
it drove me
Genshin
insane.
when the power creepy started to get real bad. They did keep from doing that for quite a while.
Yeah, I imagine, like, I kind of feel like that's a problem with any, like, MMO live server thing. It's just like, you know, like, for example, of present day, it's like, look at NGS, how Sega was like, oh, we're bringing the number down because the numbers were getting too big because they were getting in, like, the millions, and NGS, or in PSO2, And they were like talking about like in the pre-stream the stuff they were doing, you know, the dev stream they were doing before NGX came out. And they were, or prologue stream, that's what they were called. They were called prologues. They were talking about like, oh, we're gonna bring the number down, we're gonna make it more reasonable. And then you like look, and even when I stopped, there was still like people doing like 100k damage in one attack, and like, yep, that worked out. So I think that's just one of them things that's just an issue in general when it comes to any like live Soviet game that do any amount of like damage numbers. Like it's just gonna always just go up. Because you want to keep giving that power fantasy to your players. But yeah, Wibbling Wave, I still say Wibbling Wave of all the gacha games that I've played, still probably have the funny combat. It just, I wish we didn't have to deal with the main character though. Any of I still say that red-headed dude that was that like miniature villain, he was alright. I was cool with him. Everyone else is like, no. Can we just turn this into like, can we have this as like the Bloodline ending or just a flash screen with like a paragraph of dialogue, please? I don't need to listen to the blue hell lady be like, we need a dog. Well, it's a dog. Like, I don't need that shit. Like, god damn it.
You like that one chick who sounded drunk. She was fake.
Yeah, I know there were like certain people in Wibbling Wave that were like, okay, you taught her more, but like the majority of them just like drove me insane. I feel like I was listening to a Tet Defeat program from the 90s or some shit. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know, X, of how much they losing on Doom. Because I know Doom is still, not popular by any means, but, you know, I know Europe, you know, it's still kind of a fan over there. But then again, that's just like, that Funcom bread and butter in Europe. So, I don't know. They haven't shut it down yet, so I guess that's something. And we haven't had server migration yet. Oh, also, I do agree, yes, Admin Go is a dumbass. Like, Admin Go is literally in the camp of the warp people, known the man at that point. You know, like, he ain't any more on the bad side. Because of, like, you know, if you were a Nazi, at least you a Nazi. It ain't worse than when you get a Nazi. Or just like a terrible person in general that is like, don't give a fuck about anything or anyone, you know? Like, them people, like, don't get me wrong, Nazis are terrible, go punch a Nazi chat. But, like, you know, like, I feel like Admin Go is like the net level above where just like, no one is human. You know?
I like Asmongold because it's like watching a train wreck. I can't look away.
I can understand that. Cause like I said, that is like my, honestly, like, maybe this, like, I tell, not really joke, but I tell Sam about this all the time. It's the whole thing of like when it comes to like terrible people like that, like the Nazi shit as an example, it being like, if someone gonna walk up to me and just be like, say like the most like Nazi racist shit known to man. And then it'd like, you'd be like, yeah, you know, you a fucking racist Nazi asshole. And they'd be like, yep. You know,
I don't think it's hate watching, but you want to see what dumb thing he does next.
You got Jerry Pringle syndrome is what you got. You got the Jerry Pringle-ness. But you like, you know, if you come up to a person that like that and just be like, yeah, I'm, you know, insult, whatever. And like, I tell Sam all the time, be like, well, at least they know, you know. You know, like that kind of scenario for me of being like, you know, on one hand, it like, oh, okay, at least you know you're a bigot or a racist or, you know, a Nazi or whatever. like, I gotta give you a little credit, at least you admit it. You still get your ass kicked, but, you know, it's like one of them cases, and I feel like that, like, I feel like Admin Gold, like I said, Admin Gold in that camp of just, like I say, like the net one, like, I get the best way to put it would be if, which I get that's not that uncommon, of being like, if a libertarian, but fully like wasted in hatred and everything, and I feel like that Admin Gold nowadays. Which, let's be honest, is like I like, don't get me wrong, like Admin Gold, I think is like legit a terrible person, but I think in one of them cases of, I feel maybe a financial, maybe a 2016, you know, because, you know, after 2016, a lot of people message start falling off. You know, they could stop pretending to just be like, oh, I'm just a conservative or whatever, to just straight up doing salutes. But the thing is about, like, him is, like, I think honestly with him, it, like, maybe if financially he hit a point, I don't know, maybe the whole, you know, deaths in the family, because honestly, let's be honest, I feel like, you know, he always had, like, that asshole tendency, but I feel like after his mother died, he really ramped into that, which I know is not uncommon. You know, because that what happened to, like, one of my friends. He didn't become a Nazi because family died. But, you know, after, like, my friend, after his dad died, you know, all his work quality just, like, amplified. And I feel like that what happened with Admin Go. His mother died. He acted out because of that. And I think with the way society have been moving into, like, fascism, like, he will, like, oh, I can get away with this shit. And I think the Twitch death was what ended up happening, like, with him when he was talking about, like, the whole, like, what was they, with Palestine, right? He was talking about with the whole thing of, like, oh, they inferior and all that shit. And he got banned for it, and then he came back in, like, a week. And I think, like, a mix of muddle, a mix of the 2016 masses coming out publicly, saying that shit, getting the backlash, realizing the backlash wasn't that bad, maybe also realizing, like, I have X millions of dollars, I don't care anymore, and then you throw on top of that of him just saying shit, and then also, what I know I've been seeing, like, TikToks and stuff of him talking about it, being like, oh, look at that, I'm making $75,000 a month over on Kick. You know, like, he been very much seeming, at least seeming, once again, this is going by random TikTok clips I have seen, seeming to him being a little more, like, open with money finance. So I think he is realizing, like, oh, I fully can go full on, like, insane and still make, you know, millions and millions and millions. And also being financially enough to not worry about, like, you know, the sponsorship of, like, OTK, or dealing with the stuff that was tied to, like, Mad Mushroom and his PC company. You know, like, all of that, like, went out of the window. And anything that would keep him in check or stable or grounded just stopped being a thing for him. And like I said, I think the reinforcement of his community have just, like, amplified it anymore so. And I think that's the main problem with Admin Go, because it's like, yo, he see me, he is very much like, and then not even counting his dad dying as well, it seemed like he very much getting into that, like, insulation torment stage, and not having any, like, legit grounding, you know, in real life anymore. And, you know, I think that's where we all on the Admin Go thing. It's just like he obviously had the tendencies, like, any going back to his early WoW videos, and I just think they just got amplified over the years. And, you know, he never had that, like, awakening a moment, like, oh, fuck, am I the baddie? You know, he never had that moment. like, don't get me wrong, maybe a Twitch would have just straight up fucking banned his app forever, and then YouTube demonetized him. Maybe he would have had that moment, because let's be honest, it wasn't when his, you know, friends at the time, you know, reaching out didn't do anything. It's like, yeah. But like, I don't think it any helping him at that point. But yeah. That is kind of my thought on him anyway. And if anything, it's like, you know, I think he should be like a cautionary tale of like, you know, what happened when you don't have any type of groundness in your life, and you know, no like real way to like be grounded or pull back from it, because obviously his point of that was cutting everyone off. Like, I know we talked about it in another TikTok. So yeah. Also, as of like 20-something minutes ago, have a good night, X. If you're going to bed, go to sleep. Let's be honest, Wayfinder didn't fail at the MMO because of Wayfinder. It failed at the MMO because of digital stream. I think we would have had a year and a half, 2 years before it would have went free to play. If it would have stayed at digital stream. Actually, they did say it was supposed to go free to play, so never mind. It probably would have been about a year and then free to play. I'm not gonna admit Doom is a bad survival game. Doom is still my third favorite survival game. Cause I still go like Valheim, Minecraft, and then Doom is like my survival game favorite. And then under that would have been 7 Days to Die pre 1.0. Cause you know, sadly 7 Days to Die kinda, you know, didn't nail that landing. Like, let's be honest, they did not nail that landing at all. The nut will never change. That is true. It will never change. Hey, there we go. I'm caught up, chat. I did it. I did it. I caught up, chat. Yay! It only been roughly 5 hours. Yay! Actually, probably more like close to the 4, but I did it, champ. I caught up. We good. How do I take stuff off the market, champ? Before we get into horde stuff, how do I do that? Do I... Ah, there we go. That's how I do it. Fuck it. Let's take this stuff. And I think I will just sell it to an NPC, and then we will have like a full-on queen inventory, so. Oh, that was 4 quests, okay. Well, not expecting that to be 4 quests, but okay. Also, yeah, thank you for being it down. Thank you. Okay. Can I... Yeah, sort my item, please. That way we get our items straightened up. There we go. What about you, buddy? A lot of stuff LD got is like health related, right? Yeah, it's health related. Yeah, because none of it sold in like 4 hours, so I'm just gonna take it. Well, I mean, another quest. If anything, it'll leak clearing out my inventory, you know? You know, if anything, heal. But yeah. There we go. That was my MMO TED Talk for the night, chat. So, I need to see, hang on. What quests do I have for this? That I didn't technically complete it? Okay, so, let me see. What am I doing here? Let go. Oh, hold on. Come on, give me the map. Thank you. Look how turn in the quests. You know. Also, I need. Hang on, do I have any, like, super low level quest that not? Oh no, I got Black Mage. Okay, we got a Black Mage. That's something. So. Yeah, we can turn this in with the Black Mage, give the Black Mage some affiliate. Really? Am I really missing Black Mage equipment? Okay, hang on. Do I not have any Black Mage equipment? Oh, we got White Mage. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I got my dragon chap. It's fine. A few extra affiliates, I get not gonna matter too much. You know? There we go. Okay. So, where was the other one before I start selling this shit? So like that, we can turn these in. We just turn these in. Oh god, it in the waking sand. God damn it. All the way to waking sand, chat. No matter what, all the way to waking sand. You know? I don't know if because it's mounted so big, but it feels like slower to take off, you know? You know, just a tiny bit. Ah, there you are, lady. Talk to me. There's some orange juice. Enjoying the orange juice, buddy. Yay, I'm not dying. Yay. I now know how to dye my outfit. Yay. We'll never do it, but yay. Okay. Now we are done, right? All my quests I have completed? Yes. Cool. Anyway. I'll go sell this shit and we will be good. My umbrella though, lady. And then when we sell this shit, our inventory will be completely clean. And we will have a blank slate to make money. Wait, hang on. I do need to see about selling. Wait, do I? Hang on. Hang on. Do I? Okay, I do have some 99 stuff. Hang on. I'll try to sell some of the 99 stuff. And see what is happening here. At 99p. Let's see, chat. Let's see if that's wide about this. Alright, what about you? 2p. $24p. And $35. Wait, 2 people there? That name not ringing any bells off the top of my head, Whack. So I'm gonna say no. Elite off the top of my head anyway. 1994. Okay. Four. Okay, there we go. But yeah, not off the top of my head. Oh, did they? What else did they do other than Swan Song? Like, did they do anything else? Like, I don't know what game they have done beyond that. What is this? Wait, they made a Cthulhu game? Oh, it's not out yet. Okay, never mind. It is another... Wait, is it? Wait, are we going for like a mine or a Dead Fate vibe? Hang on, can you show me actual actually gameplay? Or is it like a walking sim? Kinda got an Alien Isolation vibe a little bit. Okay, that's a horror game. Got it. I guess it is a Cthulhu game, so I guess it would be horror, right? Interesting. Yeah, what else did they do? Oh yeah, I forgot they did the counter. I forgot about that. That game will actually be really good. I need to play that game at some point. Oh man, so this is gonna be the stored game, huh? So they did counting, they did yeah, and they did Swan Song, and then they're doing a new one. Okay. I'm a little bit interested. Now come to question, will I remember it and, you know, however long? Okay, 160? Yeah, 160. Cause that would be the main thing. It's like, it looked interesting, but like I said, no guarantee I'm gonna remember it by the time it comes out next year. Wait, when did that walk? Oh, did I cancel it? What is happening? Why can't I sell that? Wait, can I not? Can I not sell that? Yeah, what is happening here? Oh, wait, what? Oh, because I got multiple. Never mind. Okay, so you can only sell 99 at a time. Oh. Well, that makes sense now. My bad. I did not realize that was the case. Oop, my bad. I got it, chat. Understood. Okay. Yeah, 160 for you. There we go. Okay. 353. $240. We're doing it, chat. I'm playing the market. Yeah, I did. Don't worry. I added it to my wit list. Oh, wait. See a cap? Okay, go away, Sam. God damn it, Sam. I told you to go away. Thank you. Okay. So, what did it sell for? 49. What about paint? What did paint go for? 500, huh? Then again, I get, you know, dyeing is the whole thing. People love making them outfit shinies, I guess. Not blue, though. Blue, not so much. Yeah. Yellow anymore so is like 90. At least blue is like 5 cents more. You know? Wait, what am I doing? 116, right? Well, 69, that's easy to remember. Yeah, I think the weather this is so low, I'm just gonna sell it. Oh wait, hang on. I didn't realize I got like a 90 something. 95, okay. Okay, there we go. Hey buddy, will you buy the rest of the stuff, please? Okay. Yeah, some of these I can't actually sell for whatever reason. Alright, there we go. Perfect. So what am I at right now? I'm at 67? So that is, what is that? 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need 130,000, and we can buy all apartment. Cool. Well, we'll see about that probably tomorrow. So yeah, St. Ek going to bed, and we in money farming. I think that will go ahead and do it for Final Fantasy for that week. And if it was maybe what, an hour of gameplay, and then the rest of the time we're ranting. I'm not going to bed. No, we're not ending the stream. The stream not over with Bon Cave. I am Bright Eye. I'm Bushy Tail. It may be a the Cocoa Coffee, but we are not done yet. We are just switching because, you know, I got to deal with X for Final Fantasy to be Sunday and Monday. So yeah, we are switching to some spooky game chat. I think we need something short. I think we need something relaxing, and I need to plug up my servers, my hard drive to play some of the other stuff. So chat, I think not only am I going to go take a bathroom break, but when we come back, we're going to be playing some Plant vs. Zombie. So don't go anywhere, chat. I will be back in a moment.
They're gone.
It sucks because I enjoy a good stealth system, but I think I'm going to be passing on sinking any points into it in this game. Fortunately, the combat is actually pretty decent for as old as this game is. Melee combat surprisingly involves different moves happening depending on which way you move your mouse and your character, and I enjoy it way more than I thought I was going to. The third-person shift when initiating combat is a little weird, but realistically is probably going to be the way to go when I find myself surrounded. Thankfully, this shift doesn't occur when you're messing around with guns, though there is no aiming down sights with most weapons, which blows. The rest of the tutorial walks you through your powers, where you can use them and how they work. I gotta say, the thing that I'm most impressed with so far in this game though is the default settings for which buttons correspond to which action throughout the game. You know how often I have to change my keyboard settings around in most modern games? Easily 85% of the time, I would say. This game's keyboard layout, and I know this is all personal preference, but it's fucking perfect for the most part. You know how often you gotta crouch with the C button in PC games despite there being no lean or slide system? It's a travesty, and anyone who uses the C button to crouch in this kind of game is wrong. Work that, pinky son. Anyways, that's it for the tutorial. When you're done, you gain 2 whole experience, which sounds like nothing. You know back in World of Warcraft when you were running around with like 600,000 health and all the numbers on the screen were ridiculous? Eventually they squashed down the numbers to something that didn't look so stupid. And now World of Warcraft is better than ever. Yep, better than ever. Anyways, Vampire basically is the stat squish of RPG experience. Things don't cost 1000 XP minimum to purchase, they cost like 3. And I like that. I mean, I can't buy anything yet, but I like it. So I get sent to my apartment, which has a few different leads for me to follow on my laptop's email system.
Penis enlargement. Watch the girls come running. Call today, 1-800-555-STICK.
The first lead is from a dude named Mercurio, who's on a quest for explosives for some reason. The second lead is a riddle, which is to guide me to the region of the Tremere family's home if I can figure it out. And the third lead is less of a lead and more of a veiled threat, as it just reads, "The game begins, a pawn is moved." Alright, cool, so 2 leads. Well, this brings me over to the main street, where our guy Mercurio is crawling his dumbass up into his fancy apartment. When I catch up, he tells me that the people he was going to get the explosives from beat the hell out of him. So I agree to go get his explosives and deal with the problem. This has me running around a beach before getting to this shack and annihilating all of these assholes. The interesting thing here is that I realized the amount of ways I could have approached this afterwards. Not only is there a way to get into the back of this thing, there's also a breaker on the backside of the house to turn out all of the lights, which is pretty cool. Anyways, after grabbing the explosives, I head back to the beach to chat with all of these other vampire-looking types who are just hanging out. They've apparently been told to stick around here and not show themselves anywhere else. They seem to be the runts of the litter, very weak vampires who have been bullied since they were turned. They all have no idea what exactly they are and how any of this works. and have been sitting around here confused after being driven off repeatedly for being so-called thin bloods. I offer to help one of them out by trying to find the girl who turned him, and then scam another one by offering to sell him unicorn blood so he can turn back into a human. I guess I'm chaotic neutral. Anyways, the dialogue in this game is fucking great. So far, I've ran into these lesser vampires which all have their own personalities and pretty good voice acting. Then there's this Sonic the Hedgehog dude who's apparently become a ghoul by drinking the blood of a vampire and is super stoked to just meet another vampire. Then you've got shit like this.
Nobody told me to expect any technicians.
God damn, dude, I love it. Well, after skulking around this hospital and plundering it for morphine for Mercurio, I eventually find this lady whose torso freaks me the fuck out. I feed her some of my blood, which helps her out. Then I shuffle back to Mercurio's place where he fills me in that the explosives I recovered are to be used for blowing a Sabbat warehouse to shit. Additionally, he explains to me that he's also a ghoul, and that to get into the warehouse and back out alive, I might want to go seek out the help of someone by the name of Bertram Tongue. Unfortunately, Bert's lying low at the moment after getting into a feud with another one of the big players in town by the name of Therese. So I probably need to settle this spat before I proceed with the warehouse destruction. The game does exploration very well. Every little place you stumble into seems to be a veritable bevy of information, questing, and intrigue. The diner has you retrieving the personal belongings of the girl who turned the surfer dude on the beach into a vampire. The bail bonds place has this chubster asking you to try to locate his bounty hunter. The Asylum nightclub has you running into this scuffed Harley Quinn who half seduces you before going upstairs and having a full-on catfight with her sister. I'm really enjoying every bit of it if I'm gonna be honest. Eventually I get to talk to Harley's sister, Therese. She describes Mr. Tongue as a Nosferatu who's messed up a lucrative business deal for her, and I can offer to either kill him for her, or get her to call off the feud by drudging through these sewers to a haunted house and attempting to procure a ghost's personal belonging to try to exorcise it from the property. The latter sounds way more fun, so off we go. It's worth noting that I'm trying my best to hit as many quests as I can, though I may miss a few just due to the sheer amount that there seems to be so far. Okay, so you remember that bit at the beginning of the video where I'm like, yeah, the game's not really a horror game by the standards of other games? Yeah, I fucked up. This hotel is awesome. Like, really awesome. So you get into this thing and stuff starts flying off the shelves at you. Whatever, no big deal. Then you round a corner and this shit happens. Yeah, okay, we're gonna be playing this in third person now. This quest is amazing. You're never really in any danger from the ghost himself, which I actually thought would be chasing me throughout this hotel. But the whole thing is ridiculously creepy and well done. When you're playing a game as a vampire and it can still manage to spook you, it's doing something right. Little noises, music, and voices flood your ears. Things come whipping at you around corners. The serial killer ghost tries to crush you with an elevator. It's just really cool, I absolutely love it. When you get towards the end, you find a diary detailing a family staying at this hotel for a few days in the 1950s. At first, everything is great, but the husband keeps asking the wife about her new amulet, which she received from her mother. He keeps badgering her about it, claiming to have gotten it from a man. Eventually, the guy starts to go mad with jealousy, and the only time he seems happy is when he's talking to the groundskeeper about his tools. Well, eventually the dude winds up killing the kids and coming after the wife, who's frantically writing in the journal at the time. Shit is fucked up. Don't let your insecurities turn you into a murderous psychopath, fellas. Just become one without the insecurities instead. Wait, no. After grabbing the amulet, I scoot out of the hotel at a moderately panicked pace. I've never been so happy to see sewers. Actually, the sewers in this game are a pretty well done shortcut system which help you travel from one side of the map to the other relatively quickly, which was a nice surprise. Though that said, getting to where I need to go above the sewers isn't that bad either, as there are several ways around the buildings. Anyways, I go to report back to Therese, only for her sister to try to guilt me into leaving the ghost amulet with her. I tell her no, but instead promise to stop an art gallery gathering by slashing all of the paintings in it. The reason for this is the gallery premiere being a front for a rogue vampire who's trying to establish their own group by turning all of the patrons involved in it into vampires. At least, that's what I'm told. When I show up, there's no one in the gallery. Instead, I'm to hit these paintings in a particular order, which summons a boss in the form of this blood creature. The fight is kind of rough since I haven't quite gotten down the combat yet, but I managed to take it down. I'll spare you the details for a bit, but this game has a lot more side quests than I thought it would going in. I deal with an Asian vampire who's trying to move in on the territory here. I confiscate some werewolf blood from the hospital to prevent normal humans from figuring out that there's something supernatural afoot. I free the vampire girl from the blood bank who turned the beach bum into a vampire. And I continue to try to track down the Bale guy's bounty hunter and wind up in this crazy bastard's prosthetic shop. This last one in particular is amazing. Like I said before, anytime a game can make me feel creeped out while I'm the vampire is a good time. Additionally, freeing Lily from the blood bank was quite fun, as the crazy person who sells you blood from the front counter reveals that they were using Lily as the source, and that they won't sell you anymore unless you pay them for the damages or bring them a new victim. I did have the option to persuade my way out also, but they wanted to hear about the time I murdered someone innocent, and I haven't done that yet apparently. So I go to the club and find them a new sacrifice, which they promptly drain dry and offer to sell me their blood. Fucking gruesome. Anyways, once I get through with side questing, I report back to Jeanette, only for her sister to— wait, this is familiar. Yeah, the paintings I slashed here were actually Teresa's, and she's pissed. Fortunately, my high persuasion gets me out of this jam and she sends me to go reconcile with her sister at the diner. Except that her sister isn't there, it's just these dudes who start opening fire on me. I take them out and then answer the phone at the end of the diner, only for Therese to apologize and state that her sister sent those thugs here to kill me, because I took Teresa's side. Except then I hear her sister pleading for her life on the other end of the line, so I have no clue who to believe here. The writing here is pretty damn good, I have to admit. Like, I had no idea what to expect, and yet my expectations are still being blown out by this game. Well, I don't know if I'm stupid or what, but I didn't predict this one at all. The only other split personality character I can think of off the top of my head is Dog and God in New Vegas, and you knew about that split immediately. The fact that they planned this out as the final reveal is perfect, because before this, the other sister was just always away, and I kinda just chalked that up to quest design. Everything makes way more sense now, and I absolutely love this twist. Well, if your persuasion is high enough, you can convince these two personalities to settle their differences and work together. If not, you can choose which one dies. The little threads of story the two spout out about their double life really paints a picture. From their father forcing himself on them, to them killing him over it, to how they handle their business super well while also fucking around with whoever in their off time. I imagine this whole thing is a coping mechanism for this woman, and she switches off to whatever personality would better suit her for the situation she finds herself in. It's awesome, and the end result has Tourette telling me where Tongue is, finally. After all the shit that I just went through, it's actually kind of weird talking to Tongue and him going, "Alright, so you're the new kid on the block. Cool, so you're gonna go blow up a warehouse." Like nothing I did with Tourette mattered to him. But whatever, it is what it is. I think the funniest bit is that not only was this dude just right here the whole time, but he also has a computer in this weird busted out shell of metal. No idea how that thing's hooked up, but alright. Anyways, he lets me know that the Sabbat have been moving supplies through this warehouse, but that the place is primarily manned by humans who work for the Sabbat while knowing that they're vampires. Because of this, I am free to slaughter these humans since it's technically a way for me to uphold the masquerade, as Tongue puts it. So I head to this joint, kill all these humans, plant the explosives, and zip out. It's actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and I almost die a few times. But I managed to pull through before meeting a werewolf who asks me some questions. Ozzy here's a vampire historian of sorts, as Bertram tells me afterwards. He asks me about any unusual happenings, which, I mean, this whole game is fucking unusual. But I tell him because I trust anyone apparently. He then lets me know that I will likely be hunted by the Sabbat from now on, and that there's something about Los Angeles and the surrounding area that's out of the ordinary. Something in the air, apparently. That just sounds like LA to me. Anyways, we part ways and I return to Bert, who tells me that this dude from earlier—
"Oh man, this is great! And I saw your teeth and I was like, damn, it was like I could just sense you. The name's Knox Harrington. Pleasure to meet you. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Wait! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man!"
was actually pretending to be a clueless idiot to manipulate me into doing things in Tongue's interests. That one actually surprised me. The guy is one hell of an actor. But beyond this tidbit, Bertram fills you in on his takes concerning the other clans and sects. It's all pretty interesting stuff, but I pretty much covered all of it earlier in the video, so let's carry on. It's finally time to hop into a taxi and head to a new area, downtown. Well, apparently a Sabat agent chose the absolute perfect spot to wait in ambush for me as he sneaks up on me like a fucking cartoon character with his baseball bat. Yeah, the game more than shows its age with this scene as these idiots cackle over me and start threatening to kill me in all sorts of ways.
I think we could all use a little entertainment. Those of you sitting in the first few rows will get wet.
Lame. As you may have guessed, my character doesn't just die and the credits start rolling. Nah, this dude who I saw in the courthouse at the start of the game rolls up and threatens all of them with a hand grenade, which works for some reason. Wouldn't you just...
Okay, chat. I am back. Also, hang on, chat. Give me 1 second here. Also, what are you sending, Wag? What you got, Wag? What are you sending? They always come back. They always... Oh, God. I see you getting in on the bloodline. You getting in on the bloodline 1, I see. So... Hang on, chat. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna make a thumbnail real fat for YouTube. And we will get this going. So yeah. Anyway, bye YouTube. Also, we've got live in a